Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. My name is Dia and today I'm joined by Cubby. Cubby, if I'm doing this right, you're on this side of me. Good morning, good afternoon. Where are we placing you?
Quite the opposite time zone from you. I'd say good middle of the night, something like that. More accurate, you know.
Well, I've got just the games to wake you up, fortunately, as LPL always delivers, especially this early on in the season, where we are still figuring a lot of things out. We'll bring up the standings real quick to talk about where exactly we are, but realistically, Cubby, we haven't gotten very deep into these games just yet. Group Ascend have played a few, just starting off their first of the round robins, and Group Nirvana have yet to even play a game.
Yeah, of course, for Group Ascend in this split, going to be the double round robin, whereas Group Nirvana playing the single round robin games, where the bottom two teams will not be returning for Split 3. Those games are always really high stakes, but for Group Ascend, I mean, it says we have the two teams at the top of the standings playing today, so it must be a hype match, Dia, but of course, it being early on in the split, a lot of games to go. We don't expect either of these teams to finish at the top of the standings at the end of it, but honestly, both teams have made a lot of changes, and kind of curious to see how they continue to look today, especially looking over at IG, as 4 out of 5 members being different for this split is something that created a lot of chatter around IG this past offseason.
Yeah, I mean, I was, if any of you were watching last split, like, you probably saw my face and went, oh, I guess NIP are playing. Realistically, with IG being back here, I mean, the org has stayed around, but almost everything else has changed, from their players to, I presume, their play style moving into the second split. But like we talked about, with just one game out of the way, it's difficult to tell exactly what these teams are going to be like now. Their run against each other last split was really exciting, though, and I'm curious to see, Cubby, like, have IG notably improved? Will they beat NIP in even bigger fashion than they were at the very end of last split, or are we going to see a regression with NIP now graduating to Group Ascend?
Yeah, I think expectation for most people at home is that IG is going to be the better team, but of course with NIP, I think the core that they went for, a lot of young players over there that, Care was a lot of excitement coming up with FPX. I think Guwon had a really big first series, might be finding a home here in the LPL, where his slightly more aggressive playstyle fits a little bit better here than it did over in the LCK, potentially. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how these teams continue to pan out. But of course, the story ended for NIP last split when they did fall to IG, so a chance for them to maybe get some quick revenge off of how Split 1 wrapped up.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of the change of last split, the fact that NIP did manage to win their first series that you weren't seeing here, but you saw in the Knights Road, that made it possible for them to play in Group Ascend. Their promotion is something we should be keeping an eye on as well, because teams that get promoted up here to Group Ascend do tend to cause some ruckus, if not just outright win the whole thing, Cubby.
Yeah, that was a big learning point that I had last year at this time around Split 2 of LPL, because of course that was when we first started having Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. Kind of curious, we can take a peek at that graphic, actually, because a couple of the members that are on NIP now also were on an FPX squad that really saw themselves move into Group Ascend, be one of the teams we didn't exactly expect to be the strongest, but we really saw them scale throughout their work that split. I think that when you are in Group Ascend, you're one of the weaker teams like NIP on paper. You might not be getting scrims against the likes of AL, JDG, BLG, especially when you are facing, or have the LCK right next door too, so you're getting scrims from both regions. We really saw teams, I think FPX specifically last year, leveled up as they had that exposure to some of those better teams in Group Ascend, got better scrims because they were actually playing decent, and we just saw them putting better and better games on stage, where by the end of the double round robin, it really felt like they belonged, and they made it into the playoffs. So that for me is always something to look out for when you're looking at new teams that make it into Group Ascend early on.
Yeah, and to shield a bit for NIP, I think that their practice time should really have paid off, given their slow approach to last split. I think a lot of people criticized this roster initially for playing kind of boring League of Legends, and by the time we got to the end of it, they had this quote, boring playstyle to fall back on, sort of a la LCK, while also introducing flex picks like the Varus into the top lane that really put them on the map as a team not just to respect because of their macro, but also to respect in terms of their flexible styles that they could bring to the Rift.
Usually, we see Hoya. We expect Hoya to play the tanks and the supportive champs up there. So having that Varus was nice to see him abuse a pick that I think is strong, and the team was willing to adapt to it, which was nice. But I think early on, the firepower of this team, you got to look at Guwon out of the jungle. He's playing these really aggressive picks, I think, very well. I'm curious if his Kiana continues to be respected in Split 2, as it was a big champ for him in Split 1. Even if that champ's kind of fallen out of the meta, something that he played well enough where I expect for him to be able to pull that out when he wants. And he was really big in the first series they had against Team WE, the team we always kind of refer to as the monkey team. They were ran by Guwon and NIP in their first outings. So NIP really hopes to do that again today against IG, who also got off to a good start in their season with a win over Top Esports.
Let's talk a little bit about the IG roster as well, because you mentioned how many changes there were. As we bring up the actual team, you'll likely realize that this is a completely different roster. Breathe in the top lane, with Wei holding it down from Split 1, and then we've got Renard, Jhachi, and Mako in the bot lane. Everybody but Wei has changed. This is effectively a completely new roster for IG, and that's shifted a lot of people's expectations, my own included. I'm of course quite sad about the support change. I was a really big enjoyer of the support matchup in IG v NIP, but I suppose that Mako is also going to bring some excitement to the bot lane.
Yeah, it was kind of expected we were going to see Mako at one point because he stayed with IG. He was quoted somewhere as saying that this got him out of the LPL transfer changes that were made that were a little bit funky. So he felt like he had more control staying in IG, and to see him now with this roster, I'm interested to see, because Mako historically is one of, if not the best players of LPL, at least looking at international play, right? We kind of look at Xiaohu and Knight as for who the goats of the league are, or even Clearlove, but going international, Mako was always a support that could compete with supports everywhere around the world. So having him come back, and honestly, be paired up with Jhachi, as we kind of knew for Jhachi, a similar scenario with Top Esports, that Jackie Wolf is coming back. It's just that was in his seat. So it really is a chance for Jhachi to prove himself with one of the GOATs of the league in Mako. Excited to see what happens today with that for IG, but at least the first outing, I think a lot of the talking points were actually behind their mid laner, as it was a really good showing for Reynard going up against Cream in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm, as many people are, skeptical of what exactly is going on in the mid lane for IG. I'm of course excited to see what Renard's ceiling looks like, and yeah, like you said, had a pretty good first series, but there are still a lot of question marks surrounding him in a way that I think that Jhachi and Mako don't really have, because you at least look at these Jhachi and Mako and you're like, okay, well, on paper, I know exactly what they should be doing. It's a matter of whether they execute on that expectation. We're still building an expectation for Renard.
Yeah. No, I like that a lot, and honestly, it's why I think that, again, Top Esports, they have their own changes going on, but hey, kicking off with a win over Cream, that's a good start. If you're an LPL mid laner, I think Cream has been a mid that I've looked at on a top team as a player that a lot of these other players in the up-and-coming teams should kind of be gunning for in terms of that spot or that seat. So the fact that Renar was able to get to that start was big. Curious to see if he can continue it tonight against NIP and, of course, Care, who was a part of that FPX team that really did scale last year at this time in Split 2 and Group Ascension. And Care, of course, really was that, I'd say, developmental piece they were trying to build around at FPX. Has a chance now to start fresh with NIP. I think Split 1 was NIP slightly exceeding those expectations, and we'll be good to see if Split 2 and Group Ascend and him kind of continuing to build off that can be good for Care and the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and I think in a way it'll also be I need to find the word for this. I keep using this on different broadcasts, but it will be you must be this tall to ride for IG in terms of their jungle mid lane, because Guwon and Care were the focus, especially up to like early and mid split for NIP last split, when they were starting to do well, when they were running those more boring compositions, we were looking at Gubon and Karen going, actually, these two are able to pair up pretty effectively when it comes to impacting the map, with Vi Ari being their big combination pick that they were able to run around the map and win a lot of games on. Wei stayed the same on IG, but now with Renard, not only are we saying, okay, well, maybe off of first match, Renard's mechanics are really good, how good is his communication with his jungler? Because we know that Guwon and Care, they should be communicating really well.
Yeah, I think that built-off experience is good. I know it's a lot of NIP, but there were some changes made to IG, and honestly, funnily enough, Dio, these changes made it all the way to a New York City watch party that David was hosting. We had a fan. The source of, by the way, I only watched one game. We are not exaggerating it. They watched one game and said, IG will make MSI, Ujachi leading the team. And this kind of got us thinking, along with all the other changes for IG, Dia. You know, where do me and you put IG in the standings at the end of the year? Because we saw they finished 5th, 6th. It was an NIP 7th, 8th. A lot of changes made for IG. We're a little bit different here. You're kind of fading this a little bit more than me. I'm curious as to why.
A little bit more. I'm literally putting them at an impossible level of low. The IG pick for me, as I prepared for Split 2, was really, and is really, as I'm sure you guys have noticed me, shilling NIP pretty hard during this pre-show. One, based on the roster changes being the thing that I'm measuring this team off of. I think that it is generally an extremely rough move to change, I'm going to do the math right, 80% of your roster. I was going to say 99, and that just doesn't, I mean, it's free to just say 80%. To change 80% of your roster, moving into the second split, to have this uncertainty around your mid lane as well. I think that IG, for being a team that is changing so many things, is going to be at a pretty severe disadvantage when it comes up to any other team in this group, and that includes NIP.
You know what? That argument would honestly kind of hold up, looking at top esports as the other team probably has the most tumultuous offseason or the most changes coming in. Of course, NIP, not exactly in that case. A little bit different for NIP, but nothing too out of the ordinary or overhauling changes being made to the team. So I am curious if that can really stand true for NIP, because I think on paper, I rank WE lower than IG. I also rank NIP lower than IG. But it is worth saying that NIP, in their first going against WE, man, I thought they had two really good drafts. They really played well. In the first game, the snowball that things cleanly, and then game 2 got out of control quickly. So the fact that NIP did have two kind of smashing wins against WE, I think makes for a little bit more of an interesting matchup tonight, because I could see IG, you know, still having those new team woes of just coming together and trying to figure out how things work. So we'll see as we dive into the draft. I do think that could have some opportunities for LPL chaos tonight, Dia.
I certainly hope we do. I mean, it's past midnight, so they got to do something to keep us awake. For NIP specifically, I think that you mentioned this earlier, but you know, the fact that they have kept the same roster has raised a question in me of exactly where this team is going to land. You mentioned it was the practice that I'm going off of here. The fact that they are getting better practice, they're getting higher level practice now coming into Split 2. We saw NIP accelerate a lot through Split 1, and even though it is the early games of this split, I think that they are going to say a lot about this team's ceiling throughout the split, perhaps throughout the year, because they haven't changed a lot of pieces. They should be able to keep that momentum going and even accelerate it if they're not able to do that early in the split. And I would say if they're not able to beat IG even this early on today, it could be a sign of good or bad things to come for the team.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I feel like the level up, what you get on stage and then hopefully behind the scenes too, being Group Ascend is big. But kind of going off of what you were saying earlier, Dia, with not liking the wholesale overhauling changes, it's good for NIP. Like, you think of, I remember talking about some of the matches for Group Nirvana, because I had a lot of Group Nirvana games last year, or last split, and your goal for Group Nirvana should be to get out for exactly the reasons that I was talking about. In Group Ascension, you don't have to worry about whether or not you're competing in Split 3. You are going to be there. You get more stage games, which I think is huge, and against better teams. That should be your goal. So the fact that NIP made it to Group Ascension and then don't make changes, almost like rewarding the team. Like, hey, you beat this group, that's great. Now, how well can we do in the big boy group and the LPL, right? And how much more can you scale as you are getting more opportunities and more exposure to better gameplay and better practice. So I like the fact that NIP did kind of keep things together, even if I don't have them probably being the top half of the group. And it is a good chance against IG, who I think no matter where people have IG ranked, I think there were a lot of differing positions that people had this team in, given the changes of some of the names coming back, like Mako. It's a chance for NIP to snag a win. I really feel like this should be a competitive series today.
We're going to get the team walkouts now, see how these players are looking, confident or not, as they hit the stage for the second time this split. Like you say, with this round coming up, I do wonder what exactly it's going to look like for these teams. Obviously, I think one of the questions for me is going to be with IG bringing in Mako here, how many other teams are going to follow in those footsteps? You had mentioned that this is sort of a manipulation of the larger scheme in LPL, with teams being disincentivized from moving players around, but then actually benching them for, like, this is an important strat that we should talk about, even though it is split 2. Like, this is the time that we're really seeing it come into effect, and I think a lot of people around the world don't necessarily know how this is working.
Yeah, so the transfer window, I don't even know how it fully works. All I know is that if you enter the transfer window, you have to go where the bid is biggest. You don't really have a choice as a player. So by refusing to participate in that system, Mako kind of gets to stay with IG and hopefully dictate terms from there, which I found interesting. So yeah, the system kind of, again, encouraged him to not participate in the transfer window, which I find interesting, as I'm not a huge fan of the new LPL transfer system. I feel like it takes a lot of power away from the players, which we're not for. Like when the players get to have power and get to, go get their market's worth. From the teams and for all of us fans at home. But of course, regardless of what I think about that system, I am happy to see Mako back on stage. And I know that Joao was one of the names on NIP that you were actually rather happy with this last split with the team. Yeah,
I thought Joao and Jouet in this matchup, long may he live, I hope Jouet's doing all right, were the highlights, especially when it came to the bot lane. Bard, of course, was a big contested pick that we were looking at a lot. We had a lot of Rakan thrown down there as well. I think it was Jouet's Alistair that really stood out. And, Mako will likely give us other highlight picks, and plenty of them. But my question will be, especially in this matchup, where's Joao at coming into this split, who was such a highlight member of NIP just a few months, not even a month ago?
I honestly, I don't really know. That's a good question, Dia. I think that's one where
I don't think there's no pressure to know. We're not supposed to know yet. We get to find out now.
Yeah, I think that's one where I'm kind of gonna let the gameplay talk for itself. We might have to find out. I know that if you are a fan of Jouet, we may or may not be seeing him on a team coming to you soon in the LPL, as there are, I'd say, some rumored changes to be being made. That Jouet might actually have a seat for himself, but at least diving into this matchup, I do think that at least Mako and Jachi on paper, I should favor, but Awesome and Joao have been around for a while, and I really feel like Awesome has stepped in the teams and have kind of quietly leveled him up or just done his job. A couple champs that I think he plays particularly well, given the Kai'Sa. Don't really matter right now, but I always feel confident when we have Awesome on the Kai'Sa, as... Man, that was a big yawn going on our monitors before we dive into this game, Tia. That was almost distracting.
What? I mean, better to get it out of your system now.
Just
right?
mouth agape, staring at the screen before we get in the draft. What kind of plans are we talking about there?
We're about to find out, as like you say, draft starts hitting us. Ori, Karma, Varus already taken away. We did mention some of the players, some of the picks that we could look out for, things like Bard and Thresh coming out of the NIP bot lane. IG, still so many questions as these players develop their character for the first half of this split. And with Vi removed, NIP no longer have that Vi-Ari combination that they loved running last split.
Curious enough, diving into this one, IG, they had first selection. They actually selected to take blue side, which I find quite interesting. It means NIP takes first pick. And as we dive in, a lot of the bot lane arms race being removed, as no Karma, no Varus, and no Cassante for Breathe. Curious what we're setting up for in the top lane. Maybe an early Rumble being looked at, but my eyes right now go towards the Jarvan. It's had the highest presence so far, been banned in 9 games early on in the LPL. And we'll see if they want to let the Jarvan through or try and split the picks here.
Easy first lock-in should they wish to go for it. I like the removal of Rumble by IG. Little odd to see Varus taken away by NIP, but it is just a blanket strong pick generally, so I don't mind it entirely.
Yeah, Ash Seraphine's up. You can split the combo as IG, but the best answer for me is Ezreal Karma, which has been denied. As now we do get that Jarvan first pick that's been really high priority, especially over in the LPL. I don't love Jarvan first pick just because it gives you 5 picks to try and play out of the Flag and Dragon, out of Cataclysm. And I think what makes Jarvan so powerful is that ability to just, Flag and Drag or Cataclysm for a flash. And then you can revisit that timer and it's really solid later. But with Ashe Seraphine up, that is the strongest bot lane. And if you do take Jarvan and you want to pick Ashe Seraphine into it, it at least gives Jarvan a way to play the game as we get out of Ashe last second and lock in that Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think the Ashe Seraphine, being kind of disincentivized by the Jarvan pick, it's not a full denial, of course, but because they are both immobile, it does feel a little bit awkward. I would love to see IG deny at least half of it, though, because if IG aren't going to pick up Ashe Seraphine now, NIP basically have a slam dunk on the next round of draft, and this Ashe pick, as a result, just makes total sense.
I mean, usually, old school games, you'd see a Thresh or a Tahm Kench maybe being played into the Jarvan to help your immobile AD carry, but that's just not what the meta is right now with Enchantresses. And it does give IG, I think that if NIP were to go for a Mel lane, if it were to be Ashe Seraphine showing immediately, that could be tough. Maybe that's why they go with the Xin Zhao instead. I mean, NIP would have had the opportunity to deny the Seraphine, but instead, they want to try and pick into it. As a lot of pressure now on IG. I mean, if they don't go Seraphine now, you gotta imagine that Seraphine gets banned out. And Braum isn't really an option anymore, as Braum really struggles into the Enchantresses. So I think it's just slam the Seraphine, accept the fact that you get to deny bot lanes, and NIP has a really strong top side. With his Ryze, Jarvan, Gnar, it's going to make to look plays into whatever IG wants to pick into it.
Yeah, and you are threatening an adaptation or something new for NIP, because by picking this Ryze Gnar, you do go, well, I mean, we're giving you the Seraphine. Surely we have an answer for it. Playing that sort of mind game. We'll see whether that's actually true, but I love the strong, self-sufficient topside that NIP have drafted, because it lets Guwon come down to assist a bot lane that otherwise should lose on paper.
Yeah, I mean, Gnar plus Ryze, a lot of emphasis on trying to play side lanes later on. So maybe looking out for a bot lane that can help 1-3-1. I think Bard makes a lot of sense. Cataclysm kind of empowers Bard too, because the Q gives you a wall to bounce that off of or hit that on, so that's nice. Something that Gnar is going to benefit from as well in this draft, as Jace being removed. That Jace has seen a lot of popularity. I think the Jace could really be attacked in this, but has a good lane matchup against Gnar. Speaking of being attacked, Nautilus out of the pool, so not that Enchantress, but IG really don't want something with the early power to take flashes away from the Ashe Seraphine that might be able to help Jarvan get in there, enter.
Yeah, safety going to be in a premium, and IG, especially with the swap that they made in the bot lane, moving in Xiachi instead of Photic and Mako instead of Xue, do want a self-sufficient bot lane, do want to be able to commit more attention to the top side of the map. And so removing things that put pressure on them in the draft phase is going to be super important, especially if they lock in this Ambessa, who would really benefit from some ganks early on to a hyper-accelerator against what is presumably an Gnar.
Yeah, it's not the best lane matchup, but the fact that Ambessa makes it all the way through draft, has Ashe Seraphine to play off of with the public execution.
Okay.
And also, I thought Breathe played that Ambessa really well when he was playing last split. I like this look. Or not last split, but the last time we saw Breathe, I thought he was a good Ambassa player over there on Weibo. So, Yunara Lulu, I mean, that has a chance to bring a lot of power into the team fights, but your ability to attack as Ashe Seraphine is a bot lane that definitely is on the back foot. It's good to have priority elsewhere, because I expect that bot lane to be kind of big trouble for NIP, at least in the laning phase. Going to be on the Rise and the Gnar to try and get ahead in their lanes and try and move, which this Galio for Renard are going to really dissuade Rise from moving, because this Galio, you pick it early, it has pressure into Rise, you have the ability to actually attack Rise through his route and kind of neutralize some of the early lane power that Rise gets in a lot of different matchups. So kind of denying some of the mid power and push with the Galio later. We see it paired with Ashe Seraphine quite frequently. They're going to try and hold the line for the rest of his team, and we'll see if IG honestly just has enough power or damage to get through the Yunara Lulu later on. Because I think that IG as a comp, slightly worried about damage overall. I think that NIP is bringing a lot more damage to the table.
Yeah, and that'll be, as we get later into the game, more and more relevant, especially around things like third dragon fights. I think my concern is that NIP don't really have a lot of say in how the early game plays out, especially towards bot lane, because they chose to draft the Yunara Lulu. IG, on the other hand, they have a Xin Zhao with 2 lanes that enable him pretty well. Ambessa towards top lane could be disastrous for a Gnar, and then a Galio to lock Rise up in the mid lane should be the less frequent play, but certainly an option for Wei on the Xin Zhao. If you let Xin and Wei have the run of the entire top side, NIP don't really have a clean answer towards bot lane without dragging Guwon down there, pulling Jarvan's attention away from counter ganking top, and I think that they could lose control of this game really, really quickly.
Honestly, I think it's kind of a good shout, Dia. I think it puts more pressure on just see if Guwon can break that, or if he can get involved early. Like the Rise and Power W can help. Galio's ways to play defense, and then getting into Ashe Seraphine, trying to set that lane behind. Big, because if it's left in isolation, they will win in isolation. So, see what NIP can do.
A lot of attention for IG, or a lot of animation for them this early on into this split.
IG had a lot of fans
and with the star power that they've got. Did mention their bot lane definitely wants to stay safe, and so we'll keep our eyes on whether any summoners do have to be burned, whether they can be forced by Awesome and Zhuo, especially this early on, as heal already used to try and get better, and go down to the bot lane barrier here as well. Awesome and Zhuo don't want to let Xiaoqi and Mako take control of the bot lane wave saver.
I gotta say, with the shields early on, gonna win out very early. Awesome with the Yunara Q should be able to continue to keep Prio on the wave. Well played by Awesome as he steps up, gets out of the queue from Seraphine. And this Ashe Seraphine lane, again, one that I think can win this matchup. I kind of need a few levels to scale into it and let Seraphine get some more points in those abilities.
Guwon will be likely moving up to re-clear over by his red, and then move towards Krugs to shadow the Gnar early on. Although full clear from Wei really quickly as well has left Guwon the slightly more active participant. He does need to be responsive more than anything.
Yeah, and I gotta say, with both junglers working their way towards top, I was kind of interested to see Guwon go with this clear. I feel like he's setting up to take this top crab, go right back to his Raptors, and try and use that to bolster himself to get, I'd say, like, get further ahead in the second clear. But Hoya on the back foot of this matchup early on is honestly not exactly what I was expecting. As Breathe with the Electrocute has been able to do quite a good amount of work, which is a bit of a surprising keystone to see grabbed early, but one that's serving him well currently.
Yeah, he's just going for short trades constantly has worked out to the point that Hoya can't even step this wave under tower. He could get flashed on it and deleted, and this early on into the game, even that sort of trade is good for Breathe, as it'll essentially reset him and just deny experience from Hoya, who's going to have to burn his teleport to get back into the lane and avoid getting too far behind.
Yeah, we don't see the keystones on the overlay yet, but I saw the Electrocute proc, and honestly kind of makes sense, because I was curious as to why Breathe was up early in that matchup, that taking that different keystone feels like it's really augmented those first few waves, where Hoya gets a not-so-hot first base, does have to burn his TP back, and now Breathe gets a few more camps, or a few more creeps at his disposal, as he gets to TP right on back to answer, and our junglers continue to clear Dia, so not very exciting early outside of a bot lane lead that is in the hands of NIP, as after they catch this wave, should be a good CS win for Awesome.
Yeah, the action early on really, I think, meant to, for the IG composition, explode around dragons, around objectives early, because their lanes should just be either auto wins or nothing at all. As I say that, Joshi does get flashed on, so an early defensive summoner forced out as Awesome's going to be able to chase him down for first blood, and Guwon's here as well, as Wei wanders down just to make sure Mako doesn't die. This is already a big shift in what should have happened for IG's bot lane.
Yeah, I think this matchup early on is, I want to say that first wave, my guess is that NIP just kind of got going. Awesome, of course, has the wave. If he gets to hit the wave first or hit the wave early, he does have a lot of power into the Ashe, as the Q can just kind of brute force push. Ashe needs levels in the W, and Seraphine needs levels in the Lulu as well. So, this is a matchup, though, that I frankly expect to be Ashe Seraphine favored, kind of post 5, as the poke gets to be pretty bad for the Yunara Lulu. But man, those first few levels, props to NIP. Their bot lane going to work there, Dia. And this is a nice lead now that J4 is clearing away from currently, but we'll see if Guwon kind of switches things up, because I love to see them punish the flashless bot lane in the Ashe Seraphine.
And up towards top lane, I mean, Hoya hasn't been forced to really burn anything just yet. The first public execution from Breathe doesn't connect on him either. Could have been a really nice kill early on, but as it is, this top lane that took the electrocute early on to win the lane, who has a jungler who theoretically can get involved, is not doing much early game.
And not much to do yet. As we'll say IG, I mean, this is one where it hurts to get behind as the Ashe Seraphine too, because now you have a couple more levels behind you. Might want to expect a W poke, or overall poke could lead to a potential dragon.
Mako has absolutely no flash, does get a root though, and Zhuo chasing him down, should have a slow available for Jiachi. Awesome, ready to burn cooldowns for this flash forward. Jiachi is going to go down. NIP continue just running down the IG bot lane to the tune of a double kill for Awesome as Wei flashes forward but does not connect with the wind becomes lightning and won't get anything for it. Summoner's burn even out of the jungler. A double kill for NIP's bot lane. Cubby.
I mean, Awesome made that point look pretty awesome possum, as there's no playing dead on the other side. It's just straight up death, as Jiachi and Mako twice in a row now caught out in the long side of the lane. Wave crashing, chase down. Sums are down this time around. And I want to see mechanically if this was played right. I'm almost curious if Jiachi was able to get an auto down on the Awesome just to get a little bit more of a slow earlier. As Mako steps back in, yeah, it's a nice double root, but it was just too little too late. And man, lethal tempo proc. Working a little bit overtime. Nice dodge down from Awesome too, as that was perfectly played by the AD carry of NIP. And now 3-0, pretty nice big lead early on here for NIP. And Guwon, I think, has snuck himself in here. So Jiachi and Mako unaware.
He's got Cataclysm as well on an immobile bot lane. Wei is here to answer the play that he should be expecting. The Cataclysm just gets burned raw right onto Mako as Guwon tries to disengage, but there's no peel for Awesome, who will go down. Wei responding to the play in time will manage to actually turn that into an advantaged one for his bot lane. Jiachi looking for a little bit more damage underneath the tower. It'll be just that, plus the presumable plate for IG.
Yeah, the fact that Awesome got caught in that made sure the play does go IG's way, as we thought it was Guwon lying in Wei, but it was actually Wei at the end of his second clear. Or I should say middle of second and third clear. Able to get involved and turn this first Drake into one for IG from the looks of things. As Guwon, I don't think he has the power to respond on this side of the map. Gonna have to see if he's able to contest Rubs on the top side.
A little bit of a breath of relief, as even though it is 2 minutes after IG do still grab the first dragon, something their composition is meant to do with Ashe Seraphine. They're meant to be winning the bot side, meant to be turning that into objectives. The slight delay won't really hurt them overall, but it is something that you'd like to see them continue, especially as the team should have power top side to work with as well, and Rift Herald, or rather, Void Grubs have just spawned.
Whoa. Transcendence was popped. That W slow hits maybe as the root comes in, arrow fired. And they brute force them off the wave, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah,
That's more gold and XP denied. So I think that NIP will take that, but now it's a flash up for Awesome. I'm just kind of interested to see if Wei can get involved down there. That said, it looks like after that first dragon being taken, didn't mention the Grub's up next. Wei is here on time, going to have the Crab on time as well. And that lead in the top side, this top lane matchup's gotten more and more interesting to me just because it's not showing air screen. It isn't Electrocute or Breathe. And this is made the matchup, usually I'd expect Gnar to have this lead. Instead, it's Breathe that has this lead on the Gnar into Hoya. And it might just kind of flip the script for the Grubs, too. As Galio just TP'd back, get involved, he's stronger than Care. And Breathe is a little bit stronger right now top lane. So this is just going to be at least one of the two Grubs, or two of the three Grubs going over, and looks like all three now. Wow, that's a big win for IG.
The Electrocute making the matchup a little bit more hands-off. I mean, I've kept returning to this idea that Wei should be moving on paper up top side, on paper accelerating the Zambesa, but we haven't seen that so far, and it makes me wonder if that's even part of their game plan, or maybe it's just, you know, take the Electrocute win in the top lane, know that you're going to have a full Ambessa for threat on Awesome and Shuo later, and let Xin Zhao pick up as many objectives as he wants.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting one, because I think playing towards Ambessa lanes can be helpful. Gnar can be a wee bit slippery, but that's kind of what the Enchantress's bot have created, is these lanes, if you start to miss summoner spells, they become so much more volatile, because you're playing against squishies. And I know that kind of sounds weird, but if a jungler gets involved with that, real opportunity to try and find a lot of kills, you almost have to play towards those lanes, because in double range, they kind of hit each other more, be a little bit more volatile. So I think that's one where, you know, maybe that, even if that is in the script for IG, which I could see, between the bot lane getting behind early, it feels like Wei might have had more pressure to get involved. And to be fair, the first time he did get involved there was turning around a big play that IG really needed. So maybe that's one where it kind of took away some resources from that top side.
IG thinking about a tower dive here. I mean, they're set up with the wave, but Awesome and Shuo are going to be able to stand right outside their tower and make sure that that never becomes a reality. Instead, it's just a bit of bot lane pressure given over by Wei walking outside of vision. This will finally be spotted on a control ward near the mid lane. NIP, full information on where Wei is, and on a technical level, NIP don't give over that same opportunity. Hoya trades ult for ult in top lane, but at this point on the Gnar is a little bit more difficult to kill, especially since he's picked up the full plated steel caps.
Yeah, no, top side, we're getting a little bit of action as Hoya's getting himself back into the matchup a little bit. A matchup that is usually Gnar favored, and the red tree doesn't scale quite as well as the green tree. If you are the Ambessa. So, see if Hoya can continue to get himself back in. I think for me, in IG's shoes, Sums are back up bot, but maybe trying to get involved in that bot side again. As the real power of Ashe Seraphine, and why it is kind of the primo bot lane right now in this meta, is how much power it gives to the rest of your team. Just the utility you get from both those champions, the scaling too, and then you get to factor that into a meta where top lane gets way more experience now, so top lane's just stronger for the entire game, and jungle is all about taking the fighters and abusing the fighter items, which Ashe Seraphine, you know, helps empower a lot. But Yunara Lulu, Yunara is ahead, and if Yunara gets ahead and stays ahead, the amount of damage that this champion can pump out is pretty absurd, and one that I think a lower damage comp of IG should be kind of worried or threatened by as this game continues.
Especially when enabled by a Lulu, who's not going to only provide, like, insane damage for Awesome, but also be able to deny some of that with a polymorph that we're seeing right now. Hero's entrance right on top of the way is going to make Guwan's life miserable. And NIP, not quite on the same page about whether they were going to try and quick assassinate Wei or not, do end up losing their jungler just around the next dragon.
I think the goal there for Guwan was going to be to ult in, EQ out, and the EQ didn't connect. So that's just the second dragon going the way of IG.
Not the worst thing in the world, as a bit of copium for our NIP fans, but pretty good for IG.
Yeah, it's, I think this is one where sometimes Rise can cheat his own power trough just because of how strong he is, but he is, of course, double scaling right now with the Roa and the tier. Roa being pretty freshly completed. As Breathe was looking to maybe sneak a walk down, but Wave was spotted. Maybe a little bit more caution here from Care. And I think revisiting, you know, Ashe Seraphine starting with the first 2 Drakes, we kind of expected that in the game script, Dia. The way we got there, though, was a lot less linear than I think what IG would hope, and they really have to deal with an Awesome that is going to be a lot more fed as this game goes on. Yeah, I keep your eyes out for Guwon. It's going to be drop a Cataclysm, try and EQ out, and the EQ just straight up doesn't connect. I don't even think it was canceled. Oh, it was canceled. Never mind. I mean, kind of. I think he got stunned, too. I also don't think it connected. I just think I didn't see him move at all, even before the R came down.
For like 8 different reasons he dies is what I'm taking away there. Because even if it had connected, he had an encore coming at him. He had everyone positioned around it. That Jarvan was dead 10 times. Care, maybe not exactly the same situation, although he is forced to flash. Breathe follows him up though. The Realm Warp not going to take him out to safety. And IG do collect a kill top lane. Well, they miss one in mid lane. Xaxi and Shanna Crystalera already down. And just tanking the tower for Awesome turns into another kill for this unstoppable Yunara.
Was traded out, so 1-for-1 overall with numbers for IG, but IG trying to kind of transition here. It was maybe looking to get away the wave. Overall, I mean, again, Awesome. All 4 kills in his pockets on the Yunara. That is exactly what you want. And we just have to see now, what can NIP get out of it? Because meanwhile, the team game has been being lost. As every neutral objective, including the Rift Herald now, has gone the way of IG.
I'll tell you what I want them to get. I want them to get 3rd Dragon out of it. I think that this composition was always going to lose the first 2 dragons. They should have been able to contest for the 3rd on paper. Now that you have a 4-kill Yunara, surely NIP get dragon control.
I mean, I think that it kind of has to be a must for them at this point. If you're giving away Soul Point and Infernal Soul at that. Honestly, a good role for NIP is I think that overall they have a little bit more damage in their comp profile. Given, you know, there's a Galio mid. He's not going to abuse that Soul quite as well as the other members. We're going to build some more scaling.
Oh yeah, no rage.
Ooh. Ult in 5 for Breathe. Does he fish?
May as well go for it. He's definitely putting himself in range. We'll see what happens underneath this tower as Breathe is just going to seemingly clear the wave and not go fishing. Save that for a rainy day.
I think for NIP, again, like, this game is slowed down a bit. They don't really have Summerstones that are out. Waves flashes, though. This is going to force him out.
Have a Galio in range either, but Breeze walked all the way up here, and Public Execution just barely whiffs onto Zhuo. Did save the fishing for a rainy day, but still didn't catch anything.
No Transcendence is pretty big. Right? A lot of the power comes from Transcendence, and now caught out.
The Awesome CC train does force a wild growth out, but Awesome is still awesome and manages to go 1-for-1 in that situation. NIP should be able to walk things out. Wade does want to chase Guwon though, and may very well be able to collect this kill. The Flag and Drag this time will not be canceled. NIP get away. Teleport forced out of Koya. Plates collected by the Rift Herald. They're generally great. I know, not great. Good situation for IG. Turning into an okay one now that they're losing bot tower.
Yeah, I should pick up top in a return, though. And that is one where going 1-for-1, they get the shutdown on the Xaxi. And I think the thing for me is that Awesome pops his ult pretty early. So you're going to see it's Mikhail's, and he pops the Transcendence here, but he ate the Ashe, though. Doesn't feel like he can step forward because he sees Breathe and Hoya's behind. So you burn the ult, and most of the Transcendence goes into the wave / nothing. So in the back half, when he gets something, I think that's a little bit bold. There's no Mikhail's. He's rocking no cleanse. He wants barrier for the lane. So now it just kind of becomes a DPS war that Xaxi clicks around well enough to dodge out on Guwon's Flag and Drag, and doesn't get taken down. Well, he was able to actually get a shutdown onto Awesome. So I think overall, IG pretty happy with that, and that is at least something now with Awesome, again, missing those summoner spells. They have to play around Mikhail's, but that is the target. As the Dragon has spawned, and NIP as you called out to you, a lot of their resources being invested in the Spot River, which they have control of now.
Already pushed out the mid lane as well, just as the dragon spawns, so they could just try and burn this, but Breathe is here. IG very aware of the low HP pool of this dragon. Hoya's rage is practically perfect, though. He's gonna go Mega just now as the dragon hits half HP. Wei likely gonna have to go for a smite steal. He goes for it, and he gets it! Stealing the dragon away, securing the third one, as now Awesome fires from the back line of NIP as the team fight kicks off. Already Wei is down, but it's a trade for Guwan as Awesome goes over the wall, looking for Renard this time. Unable to land those last two autos, but in comes the Realm Warp, and a CC'd Renard is a dead Renard. Awesome collects another kill. No dragon for NIP, but a small team fight win.
I mean, the smite win for IG, I think they're perfectly fine with that, honestly, as that team fight, the Xin Zhao and the Galio, yes, they went down, but they wasted so much of Awesome's time because a lot of the Transcendence was, again, fired into his Xin Zhao ultimate, as Crescent Guard neutralized a lot of it, and eventually they chased down Reynard, but watch this entrance from Wei. He gets it, gets low, just gets the smite steal. I think Guwan smited the tad early, a lot of damage coming in though, might have been trying to combo, and then look at Awesome. Majority of his ult, yes, he gets Wei. Yes, Renard is burning most of the rest of the time, but can't get onto the priority targets, so it's just a 2-for-1, and Dragon going over to IG. They're going to be very happy with that result, as they now getting threat and soul points for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you now have to be sort of Clark Kent-like as NIP. You can't afford to let even a single dragon go down, because that solves a lot of the damage issues that we were talking about for IG. It's not going to be perfect, but it's certainly intimidating. Awesome. Feeling intimidated right now is actually forced to jump over the wall, burn the ult as well, so that cooldown missing for the next little while. And IG, with most of the momentum, with all the momentum right now as we hit 20 minutes. Barons spawned. IG have control of the top side jungle for NIP. And they've got a Galley ult as well if they want to fight.
Yeah, Hoya's mini fishing around, and he's going to get yoinked as Wei gets it successfully. And I think this is another thing that's kind of rough for NIP. They got no grubs. So we kind of mentioned early on in draft that they might be able to 1-3-1. As we see Hoya. Oh, actually going to get Reynard.
Our slam into the wall, cancel the teleport.
Okay.
That's how it goes.
I thought he was going to sneak out, but you can see the Gnar winning the side lane matchup. And again, the Ryze and the Gnar, they can play the side lane as well, having no grubs to help take those towers, maybe slingshot back in gold, or in this case, just get more in their pockets. It kind of slows down NIP's game and what they can do in the side lane. So I think the real lack of neutrals kind of has to be the story for this one, as it might just dictate the result of the game's ult.
Awesome, going hard in the mid lane, flashes forward on Shijachi, picks up the kill. Well, the side lanes are run by NIP. It looks like the mid lane is as well. Unfortunately, the jungle is not, as Care goes over the wall and gets a little too close to Wei for comfort. Hoya's here now, and finally, this Xin Zhao raid boss will fall. But NIP showing they can strike in a few different directions. They get the solo kill top lane, they get the 2v2 kill in the jungle, and they're able to answer the jungler who's going off in their own side of the map.
I mean, the Yunara is still huge, and Awesome was able to step up and gun down Jachi and Mako there. Yeah, I didn't exactly see how this one started, as looks like Guwan was found by Wei. Honestly, I think Wei needed to get here a little bit sooner. It probably would have been late, but you got to try and disrupt Awesome at any means necessary. As that public execution for Breathe also got him in, might have been a little bit overkill. Maybe if he throws that down on the control ward in the brush, might be able to help Wei or save it for a bigger target later on. But I feel like the game, if Breathe is somehow able to find Awesome, that might be the game. Because if Awesome falls, I don't really have much confidence in NIP to win the rest of the fight. But if Awesome is able to kind of fire away and keep on doing what he's doing, if it wasn't for the neutrals, NIP would be up big in this game.
And if I may be so real with it, Awesome's positioning could be an issue as well. He hasn't really been punished because he is so ahead on the Yunara, but there is an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, there is a Xin Zhao, there's an Encore and a Beat Drop, as well as the public execution. Breathe is one of the players on IG that can turn this game around by finding the critical Yunara, but he is not the only one. There are a lot of options to lock down And Awesome, who has been positioning really confidently, deserved or not.
Right now for NIP, their control was not exactly around the Dragon side. And for a team that's about to, you know, be hitting their Infernal Soul, not exactly ideal, so we're going to have to fight over the wave and try and get this all fight.
Oh, execution does land onto Awesome. In goes the Galliold on top of him. The Encore connects as well. Awesome is not allowed to play League of Legends today. The rest of NIP disengaged, but IG, they pull off the perfect play you were talking about.
Oh, man. I mean, just as things looked like they might be getting NIP's way, I was about to talk about how many items Yunara had versus Ashe and what Yunara can do in a fight. Man, that public execution really took, really made for a rough day in the public square that happened if you're an NIP fan. That really took the wind out of their sails, and I feel like this game now feel like we know it's going IG's way with Infernal Soul secured.
Oh
yeah.
No, oh no.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, healthy bit of copium for everyone. Soul. It's not like you can't win a game into it, but it makes the game that much harder and in a way that NIP really did not want to deal with, compositionally or otherwise. They drafted to be able to contest 3rd and 4th Dragon. They lose 3rd and 4th Dragon, although to their benefit, while we're in replay, they do just straight up kill Xia, so maybe this Baron becomes realistic.
That'd be big. I think going back to that 3rd Dragon too, that steal from Wei is so significant. Because we'd still have a game right now if that was the case instead. NIP 5v4, down Soul, but up a member.
Oh yeah, again, Mega just at the right time to keep everyone off of the Baron that will go down in the favor of NIP. Renard gets caught in the aftermath. The 1 kill plus Baron going over to NIP. But the real question, Cubby, is what are they going to do in the next 3 minutes?
Well, Soul's not up yet, but we'll see how much more gold NIP can get. This is still a pretty big gold advantage in a very fed Yunara. So maybe this one's not quite over yet. As, oh, that is devious. That's devious. Wow. That the boys all got in the car and went to the town, you know? No questions asked.
I will say, you know, bright side, Jachi didn't burn any summoners because he didn't have the, you know? Like,
he was definitely dead.
If we're looking for a silver lining, at least you know, this one's over. Losing the Baron does still feel really bad for IG, though, because it loses them the side lanes that, like you talked about in the mid game, already weren't going super well for them. Hoya still feels really confident when pushing on his own, which he's currently doing in the mid lane. You've got Care, who's extremely flexible in how he can play. And between that, there's a whole jungle that NIP now run because of the lane pressure that they've got.
Yeah, ultimately this is kind of a stabilizing Baron for NIP. Doesn't look like they're going to get a whole lot out of it. Feel like, again, this gold lead, if they're able to come into this next fight and keep the Yunara safe, things still should be competitive. But that was a very clean execute on a Yunara that was sumless. So, sums will be up for the next fight. And we'll see if Awesome can be a little bit closer to, you know, Awesome Possum, extra awesome, and less close to, like, playing dead Possum. We're trying to be more on the Awesome scale than the Possum scale, you know?
This time he's got his flash up. If Possums could flash.
I feel like they don't respond well to flashes, to be fair. You know? Usually that leads to scurrying away.
I'm hoping for Awesome's sake that he's removed the P for a reason. Having access to both summoners, less than Mikhail's, surely a good news sign. The public execution can just change all that. We've seen it before, and Breathe is fishing for one right now. Does get spotted by NIP. Credit to them on the scouting. And Care still making this Baron work down in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Does get semi-collapsed on, but it's good macro moves, good patience out of NIP.
Honestly, that was kind of nice from NIP, because Kara's hitting that tower alone. Like, hey, where's the Ambessa, guys? We saw what happened. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Awesome step far forward for that. Galliol does come out. Bernard's not going to connect on anything. Cataclysm right after that leaves him with no options. 1 for nothing in the favor of NIP, and Awesome now unleashed 2-step forward. Public execution on cooldown as well, so he's got really nothing to worry about. A pause. Going to get hit.
They didn't get Awesome's Flash. I lied. That's actually a really big play. If they got Awesome's Flash and it was like just the kill, I honestly would be like, okay, that's kind of whatever. The fact that he kept Flash up, you're starting to see these engages from IG. They're really stepping into the meat grinder of Yunara with how far ahead Awesome is. So it is Infernal Soul, Dia. We did say that this one, we expected to go to the way of IG, but honestly, with how big this Yunara is and kind of the lack of damage, if this Ambessa is not able to get on Yunara, I still feel like we have a real chance to win this as NIP. Even being down the soul, just with how we've seen some of these fights roll out so far.
Especially given the way that we just saw that one play out, because it was Awesome that stepped forward and chose to face tank a Xin Zhao. I think in a lot of other games you see that. You see a fed Yunara step forward to auto the tower, maybe a bit out of greed, to be honest, and instantly that gets punished. IG weren't able to punish this like small overstep, this small bit of aggression from NIP, even with the Xin Zhao on Yunara's forehead.
Yeah, I mean, Xin, the downside there is that we saw the Crescent Guard. Awesome was able to step into that and get all the damage down, so you couldn't really buy a lot of time. Renard was a little late, and honestly, Renard's been kind of quiet this game. I think a lot of these Galio engages we've seen, I like how Guwan's played them, because the Cataclysm against the Galio, if he doesn't have Flash, he just dies in those walls. And that buys space for Yunar to kind of click around and do what she wants to do. So, frankly, I feel like we've seen some good stuff out of NIP. It just is that if that one dragon wasn't stolen, or they were able to pick up maybe a Rift or a Grubs on top side, which they did draft for a pretty strong top side, maybe we'd be talking about this game a little bit differently, Dia. But instead, it really is Infernal Soul staring down a 6k gold lead, with half of that being on the Yunara herself. Yeah,
I mean, like you say, had that Smite fight gone their way, had they picked up third dragon of the game, it's pretty different. Because NIP, we're probably talking about them taking steps to win the game from then, with Soul as an option that they can fall back on, keep farming, keep getting better, with up to 4 Infernal Dragons that they could grab at that point, with an increasingly scary composition. Right now, IG do always have that potential to pop off in a fight because they've got the Infernal Soul, because they've got a couple of items themselves, and of course the public execution that we keep talking about. But with the next dragon coming up, the fact that it's not a regular one, that it is in fact a much older, wiser, more experienced, and importantly more deadly dragon, can put an end to this whole conversation pretty quickly. Now, I think no matter who picks that up, Elder Dragon is meant to end games.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I think that IG, even one Elder, I don't know if they can end off that. It feels like they have so much ground to cover in terms of turrets to take, and just dragons were taken quite quickly in this game. But if it goes the way of NIP, I think they can end. They've taken enough of the base where it really is just breaking the rest of it. So we'll see. We might be in for a 2-Elder bout here, Dia, which I think, again, frankly, favors NIP. So this game is in a really interesting spot for me. We have a very curious time for a pause, because I think we're going to get a lot of answers in the next couple minutes, as whoever gets Elder is going to obviously have a pretty big advantage. But I think the keys for NIP: keep that Yunara safe, man. And any public execution that hits Yunara, no. We got to be, like, flashing into the public execution behind Yunara to catch it so that Yunara doesn't actually get it. That's like, the level of extremeness we have to take to make sure that our Yunara can try and live. Because, if Breathe gets on Yunara, I think that we're going to see a fight just like we saw in mid lane. If not, then we're going to see this Yunara melt people, because I saw a 4th item get completed before we got into the pause.
You know, in terms of players who have been ready and willing to give their life for Yunara, Guwon's been doing really well so far. Hoya doing a great job on the front line. I've called out his Gnar, his Rage Bar several times with just how well he's playing that around team fights, something that he did well in Split 1, that he's transferred right into this game. But Guwon so frequently has been positioning himself, especially between Enchanted Crystal Arrows and Awesome. And I think one of the big focuses on cooldowns that we should have here as well. We've got public execution, of course. Mikhails can always do a lot, but Encore is a huge cooldown from Mako as well, and especially enabling Wei. it's not like IG can't fight. In fact, IG have a great fighting composition, but we need to see a lot more encores either connecting onto Awesome or connecting onto multiple members, because right now, they've been sort of afterthoughts in these team fights.
I agree with you, and I think that's part of the posturing that NIP needs to do, as we have 30 seconds, or 90 seconds, should say, before this Elder. The issue is that if you put people in between the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Awesome, which sounds awesome in theory, but it empowers the Encore if Mako's able to chain that with members in front. So just some of the, even more synergies you get out of this Ashe Seraphine combo that has been so good. But what can help with all the above, a QSS has entered the equation for Awesome. And I think that makes life a lot harder on IG to try and find these chain kills they really need or are looking for.
He's got Mikhails, he's got Lulu, he's got a QSS, and he's got Transcendence for a little doubt. He may as well have Olaf ult.
Well, welcome to Season 16, man. This is an Enchantress arms race to the max.
I feel bad. I feel bad for IG having to deal with all this, because as much as I'd love to sit here and say it's as easy as connecting an Encore into an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, into Wei being on top of Awesome, even if you put all those three things together, NIP can still outplay them with 3 buttons.
They're behind. They're electing to play through bot, which is usually not the better option, as Guwon's. Oh, what a catch!
Stun does land off the beat drop as well. Guwon low, and IG would love to finish this. A flash forced out of him, but public execution gone from Breathe means that Awesome can do whatever he wants. Does take a lot of damage before he has to back away. And with the Elder Dragon just up now, the damage that IG has done could be enough to take the objective. I don't think NIP can afford to back off.
Yeah, IG gets heals too with the Seraphine, so that was really good posturing as Breathe, but Serpent's Fang got in, got big. Wei
should be killing care here. It's another flash forced out of NIP, and NIP, who is continuing to lose ground in this fight. Flash forward from Breathe. He wants Awesome. He will get him. IG do the damage, pick off the right members, and get the Elder Dragon served up to them.
I mean, it's a really good start on the Guwon for this fight, but it felt like the retreat from NIP was just far too split. I don't know if it was Hoya not having Mega, or realizing they were quite low on health bars and could not out-sustain the Seraphine, as we had a TP come in from Kara. They were going to look to maybe posture this Baron, but of course, Elder on IG is uncontestable, as IG are going to get in and take this Baron and be double monster buffed up to see how much they can get to you, and they have a lot of standing objectives to get through, as we were talking about earlier.
Next 20 seconds will mean all ultimates are up for IG as well. All ults, all Baroned up, all Elder Dragon. As we said, no matter which way this game goes, it is meant to end games. But as you pointed out, IG do have a lot of ground to cover, so they'll need to make moves like this again in order to make that happen. A big part of it, though, was weirdly Electrocute on Breathe, as he's able to, even at this stage of the game, do enough damage to Awesome in the course of one combo to force him out of the fight entirely.
See, that's also welcome to Season 16, where the enemy top laner, they've got more experience. Serpent's Fang completed on the Breathe, and we were praising Breathe's Ambessa diving in, as we felt like he was one of the better Ambessa players on Weibo, and Breathe showing up and showing out once again on IG. As I know for him, reading some of the interviews, it was more of a, I guess I'll come back, rather than like, I'm thrilled to come back, as I know IG is still really hoping to run the Shy and Rookie has been a few of the rumors behind the scenes, but Breathe and the first series, it was a lot of Renard that was one of the bigger players, or brighter points for IG. Breathe this game has been my pog, as man, the 2 fights that he's gotten to take out Awesome, and then the 2 game-winning sequences really for IG here is their Kraken inhibitors.
Guwon split from the team, trying to cut the wave, is going to get hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but no Guwon for NIP means that they have no engage, they have no frontline. Hoya's got no rage, Awesome can't step up, and Renard will just walk back and execute him. Always has the option to join as the Galio as well. Awesome can't really step up, but as the public execution gets used, maybe it's his chance. In though comes Renard, finding the taunt, the knock-up, the kill on Awesome, and IG, they execute perfectly, even as the game was slipping from their fingers, to find the win in game number 1.
Down kills, but up a Nexus. That's all that matters, Dia. As they were able to find Awesome in the moments where it counted. I think Breathe played really well around that. And we saw some good macro from IG. Wei had a clutch steal in there. That third dragon, I think, really changed the script of the game. But that was a close game. We came in there saying that NIP might be able to get a win. A little bit more experience playing together as 5. I think that they actually played a pretty good game as 5. Just around those big objectives. Fell apart. And IG had better setups, better execution. And definitely some big arrows there from Jacci on the back half, who did struggle in the laning phase. Did grant Yunara that big lead. Was able to help come back and help make sure that Ashe Seraphine still reigns supreme.
You said the magic word, Cubby, objectives. Objectives really won IG that game. And I know that, of course, no objectives are complete without good play around them. That's really what stood out to me about the IG roster. They drafted for this really early on, control the first 2 dragons, managed to out-execute on the third, turned the fourth into a possibility as well with some well-timed team fights. They were looking for the right plays, but most importantly, the right plays at the right times in order to knock on objectives to them. Even though we did see them lose control of the Baron, it didn't seem to stop the way that they were planning to play the game.
Yeah, and I think that we saw, I don't want to say in a nutshell what Ashe Seraphine is, but Ashe Seraphine for me is a combo that if I were coaching, I would really not want to give over. I think that there is some credence giving it over in game 1 because you don't have to deal with it for the rest of the series, but I view this as something you almost have to split up because they complement each other so well in the laning phase. And if you get ahead or get out of laning phase, just the utility that you bring to a team, both champions bring a disgusting amount of utility to the team, whether it's Ashe Slows, Ashe Vision, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Then you look at Seraphine's kit with the Root, the Heal, and the Encore. And then you combine it, you make it even stronger in the early game, and then they scale that way where, that Elder posturing, NIP can't even stick around because if they do, they have to try and survive all the W's coming out from Seraphine, right? That stack up on top of each other. It's just impossible to match that sustain too. It's a real problem duo. And to see that given over with Ezreal Karma not being answered, and then see them honestly play pretty well into it, and then still get the same result is almost a bit of a bummer, but also why that combo has been so high priority just globally, as Ashe Seraphine is kind of viewed as the bot lane duo to have right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but agree. IG did get the better end of this draft. They managed to keep control of it the whole way, and some of that was NIP giving this over to them as well, because you'll remember NIP had the chance to split up the Ashe Seraphine, and instead they ended up going with their top side, drafting the Ryze and the Gnar, who, to their credit, had pretty good games, but nothing that really matched up with the impact that Ashe Seraphine could have for free, especially once Breathe and Renard scaled up and were able to bring their utility to the table.
This is quite the graph. I mean, in a nutshell, it's like objectives for gold. What wins in the end? Yeah. I fear it's objectives in playing as a team, which, to be fair, that's how Riot designed the game. I'm kind of here for it, and I think team play is fun, but it was Awesome that had that huge lead. Awesome just couldn't get it across the finish line. I think Breathe was probably the one that was the most responsible for making sure that's what happened. And then Jacci at, 3, 6, and 4 still gets to end up having a big game, even though we saw him get punished a lot throughout this one. As both AD carries led our teams in deaths, Dia.
Yeah.
A lot of action,
So they got to get up in there. And Awesome was certainly doing his job of doing that. Well, we look at these highlights. I know that you had teased it in the game. How are we feeling about our player of the game? Are you still going Breathe?
I think it has to be Breathe. That Electrocute on Ambassador, we don't usually see that in the Gnar, so we want a lane that is usually Gnar favored. And then just the impactful plays that he had later on to make sure that Awesome fell as, the coach was happy about some of those clicks. We didn't see that one on the main broadcast. I mean, again, I thought Awesome had a lot of really good moments in this game, but just not enough to get it across the finish line for the rest of his team, as he was found and punished later on.
And I like, if it were just for this play, if Infernal Soul had been the thing to take IG over to the edge, I think I would have given player of the game likely to Wei.
Yeah.
But for his impact in the rest of the game, I do agree. It felt like he was quite secondary to what Breathe was able to bring, just because of how much impact the Ambessa was able to have and how much threat Ambessa was able to place specifically onto Awesome, with how much more mobility and backline threat she's able to have than Xin Zhao.
I just kind of stinks that this game came down to, like, Breathe walking up to a Yunara that had both sums up, hitting public execution, one-shotting the Yunara, and then that's, like, just kind of the game.
Yeah.
And I know that there was a lot more game to it than that, but again, the fights where Breathe was able to get up in the face of the Yunara were the fights that IG and Breathe won. Whereas
this
the fights,
fight.
Yeah, the fights that didn't happen, NIP won. So I feel like Awesome, we give him a lot of kudos for the lead he had, but probably could have played it a little bit better. As like that trade is not one that was good or worth it. I know that he's pressured with Transcendence to go in and get something done, but that was bigger than just how NIP split as a team. It was really just two fights, two big moments, Dio, that made the game feel so hard for them. And a lot of that was, like, we need to give kudos to Wei and his objective stacking and how well IG played around that as a team later. That's part of why this game felt so hard for NIP, because the objectives did all go the way of IG. But, yeah, those two teamfight executes just a little bit too big, and I think it's going to be a Breathe MVP.
Yeah, the last couple of fights, like you mentioned, I mean, Awesome didn't really have any real opportunity in this fight to do anything, but previous to that, one of the things that stood out to me about Awesome that we called out as a potential liability in the mid game was that he was willing to step up, that he was willing to take these big risks. And it's a difficult thing, Cubby, because on one hand, you want your AD carry to be able to do that. That's why you draft an AD carry who can step up and outlive it, but it looks pretty silly when you step up and die, and I don't know whether this comes down to an Awesome throw or whether it's just everything fell apart around that. How much blame can you realistically place on an AD carry who's ahead and wants to utilize it?
I think that AD, I would prefer for you to be a little bit safer than a little bit too aggressive, because I think that you have to, like a lot of the game is played around you, and when you step up and are caught, the game cannot be played around you anymore, which I know that, like, sounds simple, but I think we've seen it a lot, and trying to find that balance is one that I know a player like Leave, who also has history with NIP, is still trying to figure out how, because he's also someone that I feel like has really good mechanics, but tries to use them too much. So yeah, Awesome there in that aspect, wasn't able to get it done. And Breathe, that was a pretty sweet Ambessa game, as it goes Deathwitz, ends up winning the two team fights that, for his team based on good Ambessa play that they needed, and I think brings home a pretty rightful pog.
Good Ambessa play. No ganks, by the way. I'm typing that in all chat if I'm playing this game.
I like your style, Tia. I like your style.
Yeah.
That's you are correct.
Yeah. He's chilling. Won the lane against the Gnar. The electrocute pickup. Really exciting as well, making that lane a real breakout one for IG. And, of course, ultimately winning them the first game with some great Ambessa play. Not going to be a possibility in game number 2, but perhaps Breathe will be able to push his team forward to the next level, even in the second game, bringing us a little bit of something different. But as we are always trying to push things to the next level here on broadcast as well, it is worth noting that we could use some support, as we've got our coffee links up all the time. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. All the initial payments will go into upgrading our broadcast, making graphics like you're seeing right now. But a huge bulk of it also pairs on-air talent like us and all of our content creators. You can subscribe to our coffee, which is linked in chat right now if our mods are on it, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for when we're able to get interviews with these stellar players. These stellar players who are taking a break, one that we will take as well before we jump into game 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, where we have just completed our first game in IG versus NIP. It's weird, Cuppy, because what I wanted to start with was a landmark matchup for the LPL, but that's not really true. I've just been on all of the NIP series, and so I keep thinking, wow, this matchup is really definitive for the league. Who it is definitive for is NIP, because this was their big win last split. They lost it ultimately in the playoffs, and now they have the potential to lose it again, which would be a pretty big blow for the roster.
Yeah, you know what? Game 1, we learned the age-old lesson of League of Legends, which is objectives over gold. I feel like the game devs are pretty happy with the result of Game 1. That's where the game's been going for a long time, and it was competitive. We just saw the trades kind of being... It felt like NIP had these moments where they were able to find wins, but never really at the right timers to turn those into objectives. And I think that's something that is a good lesson at home. Sometimes if you can take a winning trade, it's not always the right time to take it. You gotta use it so that, if you get someone to base 30 seconds before dragon instead of a minute 30 before dragon, the earlier is going to be a little bit more valuable, right? Trying to throw off timers and stuff like that. And despite IG facing significant losses and Awesome having a very big lead in the bot lane that he was able to build with Shuo, just never really saw that turn into objective wins or a game win here for Game 1 as Breathe made sure that it definitely went IG's way as well with Zambessa play.
There are, there are some different directions that we could go with this as to why those fights never happened, how they never happened, what IG did well, and I think importantly where I'm going here is what NIP could have done better. One of the things that I would like to run by you here is Guwon.
Okay.
We snapped up the Jarvan really early on. NIP got this power pit, we'll call it, and Guwon, for all that he was technically serviceable, I don't think had a huge impact in this game, and I don't know whether that's compositional, playstyle-wise, or none of the above. What's your take?
I think Wei had a really nice turnaround in the bot lane for that gank that kind of took Guwon out of the game, but also some of the dangers of taking Jarvan early. This is even a game where I think Jarvan ended up being quite valuable, given a lot of, he is able to interact with a lot of the champs, but if you take Jarvan on 1, you can draft a comp that can deal with Cataclysm. And while we didn't see that approach exactly, I think that we saw them take the approach of at least playing around it well, looking at that bot lane gank, and then I will give him some credit. He made the game for Renard pretty hard, as he was Cataclysm in the Galio a lot, and we didn't talk about Renard a lot in that game because he was just melting in those fights that Yunara. It was RN, Cataclysm, or get it stuck, and then just die to Yunara, right, for the majority of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it makes me think of the last fight, under Nexus Towers. We finally got to see how the fight looks if Galio's on top of Yunara. Yeah. And it's a lot worse than when Ambessa's on top of Yunara.
Yeah, it's equally as bad. If the Galio gets help, it's pretty unplayable as this kid. Yeah, pretty tough if he gets on top of you, but we'll see what the strategy is this time around as we dive into Game 2D. I know that one of the big differences of strategies we had for the first game was that NIP locked in their top side first 3, whereas it was the Xin Zhao plus the bot lane for IG. The trend that I'm not exactly sure will continue, as Ashe Seraphine priority is, of course, so big, but one that I'm interested to see if that ends up being the case again. As the NIP early priority, it just didn't feel like Hoya really did enough with that early Gnar pick into the Ambessa. Wasn't able to quite get going.
Yeah, the Gnar Ambessa lane, again, weirdly quiet as well. I think on paper we mentioned that Gnar should have had a much better time in that lane, and even when we got into the side lanes later, we mentioned it, I think exactly once in terms of when it was actually happening, that Gnar was winning the side lane. He did that really well, and just, despite not winning the lane, was technically doing his job. I think Hoya actually was relatively stable for NIP, but wasn't able to either win hard enough or in the right places, which was so much of the thing that we were talking about for IG, because most of this game, the important parts of it, past 12 minutes, maybe past 15, they were losing on paper. They had less firepower, they had less autonomy over the map, but they were able to make the right plays happen at the right times. I think Hoya spent a lot of this game winning, but unlike Breathe, wasn't able to win at the right times.
Yeah, that's I think that's reasonable too. I mean, the electrocute definitely I think throws a wrench in that matchup, one that I'm not always too familiar with, because I usually just see Mbessa's default to Grasp, which makes sense going to the Nari. You can't really stack that one. And Breathe used it really well, so having that more assassin-y version of Mbessa ended up being really big. But yeah, I'm kind of interested to see, just as we dive into this next game, as staring at the mouse doesn't really give me a lot of confidence for how quickly we can go into the next game here. But we're adjusting our wireless mouse, you know.
Yeah.
Tia, are you a wired or wireless mouse enjoyer?
I'm a wired mouse enjoyer.
Still wired, yes, old school.
You
too?
too?
Yeah,
yes,
so way to
sir.
do it.
Yes, sir.
I feel bad. I've got the faker mouse down because Razer sent me it. I made an ad for him. It was the first time I ever used a wireless mouse, because way back when you started competitive gaming, as you know, I did like an old head, it had to be wired, and it's never bothered me. But I feel like wireless has like gotten big, or to the point where it's almost like better. At least I see more and more players using wireless mouses more.
Yeah, I feel the same way, like, because initially when I started out using a wired mouse, it was because I didn't trust the wireless mice to have good response times, because I'm sure that's the era that you were competitive in as well. Like, you know,
well, I tried to be competitive, but yeah.
Yeah. But now it's also because of battery things. Like, my camera technically could be wireless, but then I have to worry about its battery. My light technically could be wireless, but then I have to worry about it. Same thing with my mouse, same thing with my keyboard. I would just rather have them be plugged in and not have to commit brain power to, am I in the middle of a broadcast and my mouse is dying? That'd be, you know.
You see what the coach has for his draft board here, or tablet?
Yeah,
that was quite interesting, actually. It looks like he had pools organized, like, I always find it interesting how coaches want to organize their stuff, because I think there is a lot of value for visually having it, because there's a lot of data that you have to have and adjust as you go. But that was, sorry, that there's another aside. But
production, if we get that shot, enhance.
Yeah. Yeah. Remove the pixels, as they do in the movies, you know?
Yeah.
It's always nice.
I mean, it's on broadcast. It's public television. That tablet is off.
Yeah, I feel like that could be some good scouting if people screenshot that. Have a couple of oopsies there. As we do know that some of the teams, you know, go through our VODs in order to... We appeared in a couple of team documentaries with VOD review for LPL. They're you know, probably not watching this part of the broadcast, but if you are, you can see NIP's strategy, what they have right now, and scout it out. We'll see if IG has that ready to go for the next game, because we are... I've enjoyed visiting with you, Dia, but we're getting to the point where I kind of want the games too. It definitely feels like Guwan really wants the games. He is staring into the abyss right now.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? We spend a lot of time watching professional players play professional video games, and then when we're not doing that, we're playing our own semi or not at all professional video games. The fact that we're on broadcast right now and we have to either talk about professional video games, win, or interpersonally connect, it's an intimidating thing to be facing down.
It can be, but it's been a while since we actually got to broadcast together, which in the spirit of interpersonally connecting, it's been fun seeing all the success that you and Zephyr have had in Apex. I was going to ask you what rank you would have capped out at Apex for if you were playing at all.
I haven't been playing very competitively recently.
That's
but
fine.
When I was playing, ended up hitting Diamond. I needed to finish that sentence, because
that's
otherwise
pretty
people would
good.
think that I was like dodging the question.
No, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. Fortunately, though, we got some gameplay to help us out.
Whew, that was scary.
Yeah, I know. We would have had to connect more, you know, and you never want to do that with people.
It's okay, guys. You'll be liberated from that just now as we get into the draft. Similar bans to what we had in game number 1. In fact, almost exactly the same, with the small adjustment of a Nocturne ban, and of course, all the champions from game 1 being excluded.
I think a lot of priority should be put on the Pantheon now, as a couple of those primo junglers off the board from game 1. Also, game 2. 2 more taken away, but Orianna, the premier mid laner that we see kind of rarely escape the draft, has been left up. And, well, we'll see if Renard can play the pick that Rookie has been known for his whole career. Close to the levels of Rookie. As it's going to be an IG Orianna in the hands of Renard.
Second time that we do see the first champion that we talked about be snapped up real quickly, this time by IG. NIP, of course, got the Jarvan last game, and this time seemed to be focusing on what you're talking about, that exact same thing. The premier champion in the jungle going to go to NIP with Guwon piloting that, and this time Care on Azir.
Really interested to see what Wei responds with, or if Wei responds at all, because you could go Corki Nami here. That's one of the better bot lane pairings that's still up. No chance to match the pairing in whole. So I think Azir Panth, it brings a lot of power and value, but man, Orianna Corki Nami is a really powerful start to the draft so far for IG.
I'd imagine that they just slam that here because there's really no reason not to. It's difficult to draft into as well, and it would follow with exactly what IG did just last game, which was draft a strong bot side, worry about the rest later. They are going to be able to get Breathe last pick, but as close to that as they can get him as possible, all the better. NIP, on the other hand, will only get to draft half their bot lane, and to be honest, are likely to exclude it entirely until the second half, as they just grab a Renekton for Hoya, one of his better picks in split number 1, really effective on this champion, and most importantly, a winner in lane.
Yeah, so that trend we saw for IG taking bot lane first rotation, NIP second, it continues. And it also means that, I mean, NIP getting Yunara Lulu, I think, had a lot of value, but this time around, I don't know what they're going to get that they're going to like, because I think that you're incentivized to take Ezreal into something like Corki Nami at times, just to avoid the combos or be able to maybe match the Trinity Force. But with no Karma pairing, don't think that's going to be the play for Awesome. Remove the Bard makes sense to me, as Bard has a lot of power. I think that taking away maybe Nico as well. I don't have Nico as high a priority as I have in the past, but there's nothing really to keep Nico out right now. And those Nico ults could be really nice for helping Azir and Pantheon execute. But interested to see if IG uses the ban on that or something else.
I like that NIP have something that's long range like the Azir. I think they're probably opting into that a little bit later. For that reason, the Bard takeaway is really nice. You don't want to be piling all into one position when you know you're drafting into an Orianna already, and so letting your frontliners sort of take that duty on themselves and have other carries that can operate from range does force Orianna to pick one or the other, which is going to be the better scenario than being able to get a 5-man shockwave onto everyone. On the other side of this, you know, we have had some jungle, some top lane bans taken away. IG notably don't have a champion for Wei just yet, and we'll have to lock that in pretty soon.
Oh.
All right.
Lucian Braum or Lucian Milio? Lucian wasn't exactly what I wanted to see here. I know it's like something Awesome likes to play, but I don't view Lucian as being very playable right now in the meta. Or very good.
I will say it's exactly the opposite of what I asked for, was a long-range AD carry.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, so it's going to be tank top. I mean, Cassante taken away, but Sion's still up. Renekton will be happy early in that matchup, but then Sion gets to the point of no return. And frankly, I think the Fury and the Panth has some value. Wei on the Wukong. Wukong has been really deprioritized. He's just not quite fast enough this split compared to last split, where... I think that with the game being a little bit slower overall, his ults were really big to fight on. Now it feels like the game is being played a lot faster. That's what benefits a Pantheon a lot more, is, yeah, that Milio is going to get locked in. So, all right, Lucian Milio, I mean, we'll see if they can do something with it, as I think this is a combo that can be quite good, but Corki Nami should have a lot of early priority over that Lucian Milio in the bot lane.
Writing it all down right now so I don't forget. I mean, I'm a little confused as to why we went with Azir so early on. I mean, outside of just Azir's blanket power, Azir doesn't really seem to fit with this composition. NIP want to go in, want to blow people up. They don't have a whole lot of sustained damage outside of the Azir, so it's possible that Kara is a late-game scaling solution, but outside of that, it just doesn't really feel like he has a lot of synergy.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted the Nico, too, because if you hold people in place for Azir, that's nice. We have a Pantheon stun. a Renekton single target stun, and that's really all the CC that we have outside of an Emperor's Divide for NIP, and that concerns me greatly, as I think that the Wukong be kind of slippery. Sion should be able to tank a lot, and I view this as a winning bot lane, a like somewhat winning mid, slightly Ori favored mid lane matchup, and it will be a winning top side for IG, but I think bot lane prio, or winning bot lane, I prioritize a little bit more, and we'll see if IG's bot lane can lane better this time around, because IG's bot lane did get, or NIP's bot lane did get the best of IG's bot lane in game 1, so room for improvement there for IG.
And I mean, there is also the idea that, you know, with Renekton having a slightly easier time in the matchup against Sion early on, that Guwon can convert this into objectives. Importantly, Void Grubs really early. I think the Lucian likely meant to do the same thing, as already we've got a fight kicking off, and Breathe has just visited the bot lane. NIP were certainly not expecting this, but will they be caught by it? Flash from Awesome still gets slowed down. It is a winning trade for IG's bot lane, and a teleport straight up to the top lane for Breathe expends the summoner to give his bot lane the Giga advantage.
Yeah, we've seen more teams play around with level 1s and trying to get have other lanes interact, as I think that level 1s are something that, I mean, it was a big part of League of Legends in the past. They moved up those timers, and still should be a big part of League now. Just kind of forgotten about in Split 1. We've seen a lot of teams kind of kick back into level 1s, which I have liked. I think it's a big part of the game, and one that you can use and abuse, as Breathe does so nicely. And, well, Lucian down 2 CS in gold, but more importantly, 2 CS in experience, which makes this matchup that is already Corki Nami favored early that much harder moving forward.
Xiaoqi and Mako just able to step up really easily. Of course, the attack still working for Awesome, at least early on, but level 2s do change all of that. Let's think about the junglers real quick. We did have a ward placed by NIP on Raptors. That's going to spot Wei, clearing them just now as both junglers finish up their last camp's top side and move down bot.
Well, I gotta say, it is worth noting that while Mako didn't have his skin on this champ, this is a signature pick for Mako. Wow, that wasn't even close, right?
No, that's fine. Imagine if he had Flash, by the way. Imagine if they hadn't burned Flash level 1. That's over.
Yeah.
And
well,
the wave freezes for him. No!
It should... Oh, no, that's a cannon. Okay, that's actually a really good scenario for Xiaoqi. So, I mean, Zhuo and Xiaoqi definitely deserve some credit for how they've laned early on in these first 2 games. That's a nice comeback. And definitely some mistakes being made by Xiaoqi and Mako. I think that Awesome is dodging forward a lot. And IG is not exactly adapted to that or expected that.
It's honestly been pretty darn well played. I think even to get the winning trade, you know, it's nice to see from Awesome, but still a disadvantage as Xiaoqi off the back gets to come back with the tier, and with the wave bouncing back to him, gets to play a little safer early on. Awesome still has a lot of early power on this Lucian, though, and that's exactly the same thing that we're seeing topside. Early power in the lanes, the ability to push, and again, a refocus on objectives for NIP. This draft itself may not be anything that we go, oh, well, this clearly wins the game. But what it should do, what it needs to do, is focus around dragons and grubs, Rift Herald, whatever it may be, to get the biggest advantage in the neutrals for NIP, because that's what lost them game 1. Xiaoqi low again. Again, Awesome doesn't have Flash, but Xiaoqi's got literally nothing. First blood as he just gets run down. We've seen this story in game number 1, and we are seeing it again. Yeah,
IG's bot lane, they deserve some flack for this. This is not... I feel like it's been 3 or 4 moments now in both these games, Dio, where we've just seen IG go for a trade in a long lane that's not there, and then they just get ran down by it. And in this matchup early on, this is not supposed to happen. Or just Nami plus Corki should be able to avoid some of this early on, especially with the fact that Lucian missed 2 creeps of XP early. And for the second game in a row, IG's bot lane's actually, I mean, has some issues. This isn't just kind of underperforming or not playing well, and this is issues that almost warped game 1 into an NIP win because of the lead that Awesome had. So Now let's see if Awesome can do more with this lead, because this is a big one for him.
See what Way's able to cook up here as Care maybe over-positioned in the lane, does back off in the right direction. And there's some support from NIP coming as Guwon shows up mid lane as well. Renard a little bit too low to stay in flash range of a Pantheon, but as he expends his stacks, becomes a little bit safer. Both mid laners would really like to reset pretty soon.
Renard going to get starved out of a little bit here. Yes. Yeah, no cannon minion for Renard. So Care will take that, but he's able to get back, and Care has a little bit of an XP advantage from Way sharing more, so we'll see if we can use anything with that as we get into future doubles. That said, this bot Dragon might have a fight over it, because I think that with the lead the Lucian Milio has now, pretty much up a Caulfield's Warhammer on just a tier for Jauchi. Gotta believe that this Dragons, it might be in the cards here for NIP, and would be great for them to secure a neutral, something they did not do much of in the last game.
I would go so far as to say should be, not just, you know, that not only do they have the potential to do it, but it would be a disappointment to me were NIP not to get the neutral off of the early game setup that they've been given, created for themselves. However you're seeing this from whatever perspective we've got, there is about a minute and a half left until Void Grubs as well. Another potential as the NIP bot lane does at least collect themselves a plate early on, a little bit of extra gold to accelerate themselves even further. Caulfield's already completed for Awesome, making him extremely burst heavy in this lane, something that we're getting to see right now. Should have said right now.
Now that would be honoring Mako's actual skin choice. His skin choice for when he won Worlds was a Yumi because of his cat. So, you know. Opportunity for that later, maybe. But at the moment, bot lane fight not going to break out. The farming continued. Of course, that Dragon was not hit or started by Guwon. He went for the top crab, which did give him 6. As now we're going to have Sion go for a run. I think Breathe does get this wave, but he's probably going to have to execute.
Should be able to do so. I mean, if you're NIP, does this really matter? Does the Sion in your base, you know, like, it's not really impacting your game. Hoya's going to be just fine cleaning up his waves, and the two top laners not interacting with each other is not really going to change much. It's the bot lane where everyone is focused. And Awesome going for this off the back of an ult from Guwon. Grand Starfall not connecting onto Jauchi, but IG perfectly positioned to try this Dragon. We're on it before this play happened and may very well choose to start it up again, as Renard does have Shockwave available if a little low on mana.
Another nice disengage from Wei. I think that this matchup, you really want to kind of calm things down as the Wukong into the Pantheon. As you're scaling, just what Wukong gets in his kit can be really big later on. So I think that disengage definitely helped his bot lane, helps himself a bit, as that Grand Starfall is a big cooldown that wasn't used to try and get the Sion in base, you know, wasn't used to try and fish for that kill, was saved for a bigger play elsewhere, and that play was just neutralized by Wei. So again, 2 games in a row where Wei's kind of coming to the help of his bot lane and trying to help neutralize the laning lead we've seen out of NIP in the first 2 games.
As of right now, the first Dragon of the game delayed from game number 1. IG were picking up their first Dragon around 8 minutes last time. NIP, this time with the advantage, are instead trying to create plays as Care goes for the Emperor's Divide in the mid lane, and Wei now looking for a little bit of damage onto Zhuo. NIP would really like to take a kill, then convert it into an objective, but they have the damage to do so only in Awesome, who's looking at Wei right now and still unable to complete the kill.
Should be enough pressure, though, to get the crab for the Pantheon, which can help with the Dragon, so can't see if that turns into anything. Mako, TP coming out now, too. IG
want to fight for this, and Guwon is alone. You have to imagine that they know, given the control ward that they just got cleared out of the mid lane, but everybody gets out of here, and we are so close to finding our kills, Cubby. Everyone is looking for the play, looking for the fight, but By that same token, it seems that both IG and NIP are aware of just how precarious this situation is.
I didn't love seeing that tidal wave go sideways. That was a tough look. But I feel like Kill might have been able to connect there. If that did connect itself. Not the case. Guwon going to remain strong on the Panth. As 10 minutes in, and outside of a bot lane landing advantage, it's been quiet. I think taking inventory. I would say that Breathe is a little bit further ahead of this matchup than what I'd expect. And I would say that everything else, outside of bot being a little bit up, is about as expected. As his first dragon. Did. Ults are up. NIP might be looking to get frisky here, Dia.
They need to be getting frisky. Awesome. Channeling ultimate immediately. Guwon comes in with the Grand Starfall. This is the play NIP we're looking for as Wei recommits with the Cyclone, but there's no Shockwave to follow that up. In from the back comes Sion as Breathe does force a dash out of Awesome. But NIP, they get 2 kills, and most importantly, they get the Dragon Cubby. Finally!
That was big, and I like the take a lot from NIP because I think that we were fighting on different cooldowns. But from that last play, see Tidal Wave on your screen right now is still coming up off cooldown, and there was no Shockwave. So taking that Dragon, I think that's one that you try and take off of your lane priority itself. NIP, yeah, they were down to the lanes. In fact, they recovered it, used 2 TPs, used the Pantheon ult, and turned this one around. That's a nice win, and there's no Tidal Wave to break this play. There's no Shockwave that really stopped NIP from coming in either, so it is 2 big ults being down, it's Wukong being a level down, and that's a winning fight for NIP. They were able to cash in.
Kara being able to escape Breathes Pain Train as well. Really welcome. NIP transition this into another objective, so though I will note they were behind the clock on where IG were in game number 1. Getting the first 2 objectives like this, still a really good news story for NIP, and the requirement of their composition, of the way that they've played in the first couple of minutes, certainly coming to a head. Renard gonna get scooped up right into Guwon, whose stun has yet to connect, but a flash forward from him will secure the kill on IG's mid laner and leave NIP with a continuation of the lead they've built in the first 12 minutes.
Yeah, nice punish. Of course, we saw it earlier. Kara got the ult for flash trade into the Orianna with Guwon there. This time around, Guwon able to burn his own flash to make sure the kill goes the way of NIP. Easy peasy, as we see a lot of Orianna into Azir, and that's a big part of the matchup, is playing on your timers, not the enemies. So I think that Kara able to, again, find a fight where his ult was up, or he was not. That's a dragon. And now punish the flash being taken down with Guwon. Some good stuff, and Guwon kind of getting back into what we saw at NIP's first series, where he played really well to find the win.
Awesome! He's just 2v2 killing them under the tower! IG losing control of the bot lane in catastrophic fashion.
You know, Dia, I feel like game 1 was what happens if we have one team with a lot of gold and one team with a lot of objectives. I'm fearing that game 2 is starting to become what happens if one team has all the gold and also has all the objectives. As
yeah.
NIP is, they're starting to run away with this. I mean, I was talking, I didn't think that Awesome could find the 2v2, but that bot lane, the Corki Nami, that is one of those very, very strong pairings. They got the opportunity to counterpick again, and we saw them win and do this in game 1, Dia. Now it's just going to be if they can do it again in game 2, but got a lot bigger lead this time around as a lane and as a team to try and make sure this goes their way. As we get another look. It was the Super Mega Fire Kick that kind of helped set this one up. Lead with the W. Great dash out. The auto double tap on the Mako finds the double Q as well, as they kind of lined up for that with the flash. And, well, Awesome looking like the Flash. That was dashing all over them on the bot side. And we'll see if he can, again, make sure that this lead converts into a win.
I like the way that he's playing it right now as well. Doesn't actually just got the culling up, but without the insane amount of burst, without the low health bars on IG, he just goes, you know what? You're going to have to step up for a series of short trades if you want to touch this wave. And that, of course, we know is going to go in the favor of NIP, who have first tower as a real possibility here as well. This wave might just do it, especially with all 3 Void Grubs being theirs, and NIP definitely on the next wave crash are going to pick up that much more gold for themselves as we move to almost a 5,000 gold lead in the favor of NIP, just over it, with the majority of that being on Awesome.
Yeah, this is a really significant lead. Whoa. Gonna have some help.
Absolutely no way he does.
Well, he's trying to with that Q, but I think Guwon might actually get him now.
A lot of damage on this Pantheon, especially over time. I mean, Breathe does have a lot of armor stacked up with a Thorn Mail completed, but he'll be able to get out with just the use of the Flash. I respect that Breathe is trying to make these plays happen, but it is Guwon that is really doing so, absorbing a Shockwave for nothing to get a Flash out of IG's mid laner. But IG do strike back in some ways, picking up the Rift Herald.
It's something, but this bot lead, I mean, it's a Trinity Force completed by Jotchi, and Awesome has 2 items. So, that's a problem. And one that I don't really know how IG can get out of. This is a 4K gold deficit. I think it's got to come off the back away, and Renard's syncing up to find these Cyclone in the Shockwave combos. But then Milio pretty much gives you an extra half a health bar to play with if you are Awesome. And this is going to be a tough one to take if you are IG.
I don't love this. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't love it either.
Thankfully, IG recognized that. Early or late, doesn't matter. They didn't lose anything but the dragon, which was the minimum they were going to lose in that scenario.
Hopefully get some gold in the Orianna, because I think IG opting to play around or away from the objective again, kind of smart now. They will have more scaling on the top side. Breathe is already pretty far up in this game compared to the match where we'd expect for him to be.
I've seen this story before.
Yep.
On a sandy platter, Renard is being served up.
You'd think that Pantheon would, being the warrior that he is, would be kind of against sandy platters. I feel like he deserves a little bit more than that from his camp.
I agree, but you know, on the upside, it is from an emperor, so you know, being served sand by a peasant is very different than from a
gotta be polite
king. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
If not, he might get kicked out of the castle. Which currently is happening to Renard.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I criticized the Azir early on from a compositional standpoint, and to the benefit of NIP, the Azir, good or not, has been largely irrelevant, but in the best way. He has served up the correct kills, he has done the CC in the right places. Whether it's Azir or not, neither here nor there, but he's doing fine.
I agree. They've really tried to play around this pick and matchup in a way that if you do play into Orianna, she doesn't have the mobility tools that you have as Azir. And Care and the rest of NIP have made good use of that. As, it's been bot lane winning the 2v2, and then it's been the mid lane 2v2 with the help of the jungler. Would help build up this 5.5k gold lead. We saw Wei maybe take a peeksy there, didn't commit onto Awesome. And it's going to be IG dropping a lot of side lanes as they try and maybe drop a Herald mid.
Awesome. Has definitely been recognized by IG, though, in the same way as his Yunara during Game 1. IG know that their path to victory must include an elimination of Awesome's Lucian, who does eat a full shockwave underneath the tower, but is underneath his own tower. There's no follow-up from IG, who just managed to get the Rift Herald gold and ultimately have to back away in the mid lane.
Yeah, they allowed the opposing solo laners to push both lanes into the inner turret, so they're going to have some cleanup now for a couple waves, but I mean, IG, they get something. I just don't know if they're going to be in better shape to fight the upcoming dragon. I know Baron spawns first in a minute, but we've got that dragon in 2. Would be soul point for NIP. Another Infernal Soul is that deal. As they're keeping things nice and hot.
Like 2 minutes from now, it does feel a little early for IG to be fully turned around on this. I will say, you know, Trinity Force completed is a spike for Jotchi, despite the fact that there are 2 items on Awesome. Maybe fourth dragon a little bit more realistic, but you really don't want to have to. You don't want to have to do that.
I don't know. I think that if you're IG, it's like when and where do things get better for you. So I think Wukong really needs 2 items. You're staring down 2-item path. The more I think about this, the more it's like, this is probably a no, or you're going to pass on this. As Awesome making sure that they have full mid priority. And IG is still struggling to find answers in this game.
Crux of this composition as well, Orianna for IG. Somebody who needs to hit their item timings as well. I think you definitely want to have 2, 3, if I'm honest, items on Orianna. Plus, I mean, the closer she is to level 16, the better. And Renard needs a long time to do that. Fortunately, he's been spending a lot of it in the side lanes. With 30 seconds left on this dragon, IG are at least positioned to take it if NIP don't. But it's up to NIP to make the right play right now. They've got Care up on the top side. Teleport's available. Awesome, still very much the focus of this fight.
Again, was the focus of the last game, and Awesome was not quite able to deliver the victory, as he was found by IG in a couple of these big fights. Did help the game go IG's way. But again, this game, I mean, it's the goal and the objectives that sit in NIP's pockets. And I think for IG, their chances of trying to disrupt this dragon are slim. Hoya is spotted on a ward, but this dragon's been started. And Breeze's walking down, so IG might look for the fight, but also might just look to trade this for mid-outer.
Renard's got Shockwave to make this happen. Breathe has shown up to the play. IG, they want to contest for a dragon that is already gone. Do they pick the fight in the aftermath, or do they disengage to try and take mid lane tower? Flashing forward with Hoya. We've got a Renekton in the front line, a Renekton that is very quickly losing all of his health, but Guwon flashes forward to take his place. In with the shield bash, he's going to survive. IG don't lose a member, but a Grand Starfall comes in to follow it up, and it's right on top of Jiaxi, who goes down, losing IG, their first member of the fight, and opening up this second-tier tower for NIP to wail on.
I like that from Guwon. The tower wasn't down yet, but the fight was really at the tipping point where if they were going to get anything or not, he had to go. He goes in. Dragon, 2 towers for NIP, and frankly, I think that looks like enough to wrap up this game too, Dia. Again, for IG, I just don't see how they really get back in here. It's got to be off of Wukong Orianna. We didn't really see that, and this was a split fight, and I thought Hoya went way too far up. Hoya, for me, is pretty killable in this scenario. They blow everything on trying to get the Renekton down. That big one, though, from Jiaxi, it snuck into the backline instead of being on Hoya. I think if he's synced up with his team, they at least get the Renekton. Outside of that, though, Awesome and the Milio bonus health bar coming in just too big. I think it's the second game in a row where, for me, IG's bot lane, they drafted the lane that should have been a little bit more dominant early. I felt stronger about that. Oh, hold on. Can't talk. Fight.
Guwon once again surviving with the shield vault. And Awesome, unfortunately, steps a little too far forward. We saw that haunt him in game number 1, and game 2 is certainly no exception.
It's a lot of gold going over to Wukong. And frankly, IG really needs that, and for me, it's NIP probably need a few mistakes out of them for them to win for IG, because we've seen, I think that, like, this game, it might be comebackable for IG. I just think that there is still a lack of crowd control for NIP that IG might be able to punish. Also, the Scion might be able to buy enough time where he can kind of make sure his team actually gets the fight they want. But this is a really big lead for NIP. I mean, this would be a pretty big throw if they managed to chuck it. And that shutdown that Awesome gave over, definitely not a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that should NIP lose this game, it answers some of the questions that we had about how far the team could go in Split 2. They would need to make some drastic changes either in the way that they are practicing or other, is what I'm going to leave it at, should they lose this game, because IG shouldn't be able to win it, right? We've had so many roster changes for them. Their synergy should not be at the level that NIP's is, especially after playing a full LPL playoffs together. NIP have the objectives, they have the gold lead, they've taken notes on game 1. If this isn't their game, you can't just chalk it up to luck.
100%. I mean, this has been... I think that Breathe has played really well this series. but kind of an uninspiring IG performance looking at the bot lane. Like, Jotchi and Mako have gotten blasted in lane both these games. And that's not exactly what you were hoping for as IG putting these two together, especially in a matchup where coming in. I really thought that on paper, Jotchi and Mako should be stronger, but it's been that experience playing together from Awesome and Joel that's really helped. That and counter picks that have paid off. Counter picks that have not been dealt with well by NIP. Or by IG.
Let's see what Awesome's able to continue cooking up, because it's, to be honest, not like we haven't seen some faltering there in terms of how IG is able to address this ADC. I'm, in general, a fan of the way that Awesome is played, so don't get it twisted, guys. Like, what, you know, when we are seeing him step too far forward and he does get punished, it's a real problem, but it's also something that, as we mentioned in Game 1, you want your AD carry to be confident doing sometimes, because if you always play the most conservative game, you're not really getting an AD carry that has character, that has style, that can straight up win you a game. Awesome, he can win them the game, he can lose them the game, and it's up to him to decide which that is, and up to IG as well to see how they can address it.
20 seconds before Dragon, and mid priority has not been addressed by IG. It still is NIP with control. Breathe tanking what he can. The rest of his team can funnel in behind. IG, they have been able to sneak into this banana brush, which can be quite nice, but I think NIP is pretty up to this and aware.
Not quite level 16 yet for Renard either. Just level 14 on Orianna. A couple items complete, but not at the third just yet. Wukong Orianna can destroy a fight, but those two need to line up perfectly. Right now, ball's already placed on Wei.
Oh.
In theory, IG are ready for it. They have priority on the Dragon, and they're actually going to start it up, giving Hoya access to a very tiny flank with a lot of damage dealt on NIP. NIP are giving this Dragon up, and IG out macro and even out micro in this fight to get themselves a big enough advantage to take the Dragon.
I mean, Breathe just caught all the damage, and it was a big rocket with a Nami on it that chunked 3 from NIP. That was enough to force them off, and that's a really big win for IG, and I guess kind of why, after I said I thought this game was too big a lead for NIP, I started waffling a little bit. Not to take inspiration from, you know, other LPL greats like Raz, who likes to flip-flop predictions on the desk. We don't stand for that. We're waffling predictions in-game as we get more info, but you can see kind of the Sion's ability to deal with the Lucian, the Azir, and that top side that the Renekton, I mean, has fallen off by this point of the game. I think the size of Breathe and kind of how NIG were able to funnel in behind them, that lack of crowd control for NIP to really pull the trigger, it could prove that Sion just kind of becomes this big worry later on. And I think as long as Breathe continues to manage his way in the fights well, that's one way that IG can kind of fight the gold deficit if a lot of that damage is being soaked by the Sion.
Yeah, realistically, as we talked about with sustained damage coming from the composition not really being the focus of NIP right now, Care is the one who realistically has to deal with Sion in the long term of the fight. We have seen in a lot of games of League of Legends, professional and not, that you can fight a game around a Sion as well. You can just kill the rest of his team and have him watch, which is kind of messed up, but it's possible. If, however, Sion is going to die, realistically, Care is going to do the majority of the damage, and for that to be a realistic thing as well, he's going to need a few more items, and thinking about 2 items left until Care's really able to do that. Same timing as Renard is going to be able to blow up his entire team.
I mean, again, the gold lead, Awesome does have the LDR. That is damage into Breathe Sion, but look at what Breathe Sion is building. This guy doesn't care about Azir whatsoever. We are about stacking that armor, making sure that this Lucian that did get fed can only hurt us so much as these fights break out. And Breathe has seen him drop quite a few side lanes now to make sure that his team can at least step up in mid. This has given a little bit of free time now over to Care on the bot side, who is going to wrap up this turret, so more gold over to the Azir. That feels good.
Nice. Thank you very much, and serves Breathe back into his base.
That's a lot of weight
like
for those Sand Soldiers, by the way.
It is.
Uh,
They're
they're-
hardworking, you know?
They are.
Yeah.
They, a lot of weight to be thrown around with that Scion.
Shurima obviously taking a lot of inspiration from Egypt as well, and those guys built the pyramids, so Scion's approximate weight probably shiftable. And I guess that's technically a pun. Technically.
Yeah.
My bad, guys. My bad.
No, I was here for it. This game slowed down. I feel like we have to dip into trying to connect interpersonally, but, you know, also history. We can go into history, too. But 90 seconds away from our Infernal Soul 4 NIP spawning. Baron's yet to be touched, and frankly, I don't think that we're going to be seeing Baron get hit here. As I think it's going to be about that long setup for the Scion and IG yet again. Can Scion really get in, kind of spot NIP as 5, and almost mark him? Or be the one to tank up the damage, or at least walk up when that Soul Furnace, that W, is available. If not, I would love to see if NIP can find an angle or get IG to overcommit so we can see Guwon maybe pull the trigger early. There's that GA is available and ready on the Pantheon, and that might be one way they can kind of break the formation that we saw IG play well as they got that last dragon for themselves.
And the frontliners for NIP have been doing a really good job. Hoya, we saw in the last dragon fight, just tank up an insane amount of damage, still get out alive. Guwon recommitting with things like the Grand Starfall has been critical for NIP's success. On the side of IG, I am, as an NIP enjoyer, wary of the fact that Renard has hit level 16, and while he hasn't completed his third item, he is darn close. Not quite enough time to do it before the dragon spawns in 13 seconds, but...
They're dropping inhibitor right now, by the way.
Shot! G! Does do quite a bit of damage to Awesome. I've noted the inhibitor. We'll keep an eye on it, as seems unaddressable.
It seems, I mean, they could address it. They're just choosing not to. They're going to try and rip this dragon, deny the soul. NIP's response should be to hit the Baron. So I think it's going to be a Wei solo mission. And they're going to drag Wei off from there. So now Wei's late to the fight, and it's a free inhibitor. So right now it's quite grim for IG.
Could lose
Wei's not here in time.
And inhib. And dragon. He's hitting Nexus Towers now. The game is happening around IG.
The dragon's still up.
Oh! Flash forward from Kara does miss. Hoya is ending the game, by the way, but IG, they are fighting in the pit to try and deny this. Baron, Guwon does go in on the backside, almost taking out Mako. Zhuo's going to finish him off. IG are still working on the fight, but again, the game is literally ending. Out goes the cancel from Zhuo, and Hoya is just going to sit in base, slamming away on this. Wei's here. Can they finish him? Can they stop Hoya? Flash from Hoya, and the last daughter to secure the game for NIP!
Oh my god! Oh my god! I cannot believe that's how that game ended. We ignored the bot wave. We TP'd top early. We said, Oriana, come join the team. We need to contest the dragon. And then they hit the Baron. Wei is late, so the Baron's given over for free. By the way, for free. We gave the Nexus and Baron for free. IG, what are we doing?
I don't even know. I don't know who to be more concerned about. Like, that game did feel like it was kind of getting away from NIP for a little while, and I was like, oh, I don't know, like maybe IG are coming back. But then IG let the game go like that, and I'm thinking, what are we doing? What?
I have NACL tomorrow. There is not going to be a game that ends like that in that dev region for the entire year. I promise you that. That's one of the grossest endings I've seen in a long time, by the way. Holy smokes. Yeah, oh my god. All I can do is laugh to you. That's
yeah.
And
you understand it from an IG side. Like, they do want the dragon. They also have to stop the Baron. The inhibitor sort of becomes a, well, we could let that go because we got time. We can just do the other things. And they just don't. It extends for too long. And oh my god, Zhuo canceling
not just the back, but also the teleport. He stopped Sion from going back like 5 seconds earlier, and genuinely with 5 more seconds, Hoya doesn't win the game there. It's still terrible. It's still terrible.
I'm flabbergasted. I don't think that they could have played that 2-minute sequence worse. I don't. That was tough. That was tough.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, it might have come down to Emilio Q. We will give some kudos for that. But even like, without even taking the backdoor into account, in a 5v4, we managed to not answer a wave, not take the dragon, and give away the Baron for free. That's terrible. Like, even if like we're talking about if the game ends or not, like if the Emilio doesn't cancel the TP or not, that's a terrible sequence that I just listed off, no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, both Nexus towers. It's... I really want to go back and get a replay of it, which I know we can't do. Like, we'll have to wait until later where we can bot review it. But like, maybe they'll do it in highlight. Did somebody have teleport? Like, could somebody have been matching theoretically Renekton in the side lane? Could we have physically sat there, or was this just a bad match? Like, what was there a tool that could have answered or stopped this and still let IG contest for the objectives that they did need to contest? Like, they needed to be there for Dragon. Needed to be there for Baron once it got started.
I think that you have to stop the bot push a little earlier with Orianna, and then your entire decision tree from there just gets better. But again, I do not know how that could have been played worse by IG. As this game should have been an NIP win. Awesome is my MVP. He played very well. He turned around the bot lane. But IG losing in that fashion, that is depressing, Dia. I do not know what else to say. That is a bummer.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, despite Hoy... I will say, the idea of giving Hoya an MVP when he's 0-0-0 and just hit the Nexus would be so hilarious that were I working for LPL, I would do it.
We need to send this game over to Esports Garage and Manny, as they recently had a video talking about every 0-0-0 performance and was it grief or not. This is a non-grief front. This might have been one of the best 0-0-0 performances I've ever seen. From Hoya. As he goes 0-0-0, has a definitive impact in a team fight where he got out with 0 HP, and we said he should have died earlier in the game, and then backdoors and just Giga Chads the end of the game.
Yeah. He was very impactful, I mean, relative to how 0-0 Renekton's can be in this game. Like you're talking about, awesome, I think likely gets MVP. Credit to you, like you know it as well as anyone, because he warped this game completely around him. I think Hoya's impact definitely remarkable for the fact that he was 0-0-0, and again, the game win is just hilarious.
0-0-0 useful Renekton. Honestly, if he gets Pog, we might just have to like walk off and call it a cast. I don't think we can have a better game than what we just witnessed. If we have a 0-0-0 Renekton get a Pog. And be like, maybe that was deserving, I don't think it's deserving. I think it should still be awesome, but I am here for the memes, Dia, as this game broke out into insanity.
I would do it for the memes. And I think that the LPL desk, they should do it for the memes. As to what happens from here, I am weirded out by this game because I think we were going to answer some really important questions about NIP and where they were at. And instead, I think we've created new ones about IG. When we came into this game, I went, okay, NIP, they've adapted to what happened last game. They're focusing on objectives. We saw they were a little bit behind where IG were in game number 1, and I was going, okay, we're going to see how their macro plays out. Is this a team that can really seriously contest with IG, or are IG, who have reinvented themselves, ship of IG, just a totally better team? And instead of answering that question about NIP, I'm going, what is happening with IG? Like,
I'm asking what the right way to play League of Legends is, or how is this game played? I might even start asking existential questions, like what is the meaning of life? As what Hoya, man, what Hoya just did, Dia. I give you a lot of kudos for coming up with this Hoya Pog. Do it for me. Okay, they did not do it for memes.
It would have been based. It would have been based.
It would have been really funny. But we're just going to have to send that one over to Esports Garage to see if it was one of the more useful 000 games that we've seen in history. And that I might have to question life in the break, as that was a chaotic way to end the game. Oh, my God.
It was. You know, and a lot of good news stories outside of Awesome here as well. We obviously talked about Hoya. We mentioned a little funny thing with Zhuo canceling the TPs and the backs from Breathe. We also had a Care mid lane that on Azir was pretty stable, actually created a lot of plays for Guwon, who was another good news story. I really liked Guwon's Pantheon here. I think NIP in general
Guwon played well.
Had everyone playing really well. I didn't feel like there was a hole in the ship here.
Yeah, I didn't either. I just more am scratching my head at IG. Because we lost the game by not making any decisions. I felt like they just had to commit to something. They commit to nothing. They got dragged around, and we'll see if IG can put up a better early game, because NIP's early games have been better in the first two games so far. Might be important for determining this game 3.
Yeah, and what on earth is going to go down on the bot side? Xiaoqi and Mako have been getting walked by Awesome and Zhuo, and I don't know. We'll send a little wellness check over to IG after that end game and see how they're doing. And meanwhile, we are going to take a break and return with Game 3.
Welcome back to the LPL English coverage of the best region in the world. In case you forgot after last game, that's where we are, Cubby. This is where the best League of Legends in the world is played, at least until we hit MSI and get to roll those dice again.
It makes you wonder why these two teams weren't there at MSI. No, it's you know, I will say we were wondering if there was anyone bold enough to vote for Hoya as the MVP of that last game. There was one individual, which I appreciate. There's at least one vote for top. I mean, a 0-0-0 game and getting an MVP vote, that's pretty electric. That's pretty electric.
Dope.
That's pretty dope.
And you know what? Like this does bring to mind the first game as well. I will be our Hoya shill. I will continue to do it. But you know, keep me honest. When he trolls, he does troll. Hoya had a really good Nara game as well. Again, very happy with how he was performing in the team fights. He's continued to be a rock for them with the Renekton. This is reminding me a lot of the early part of the split in the first time around, because we only had two, and this is our second one, where he was playing these more anchor-y top lanes. He's running things like the Scion, the Ornn, which we've seen him pull out and actually do quite well on, something we should keep our eyes on for next game. Renekton and of course Gnar, where he's able to be really stable in the front line. I wonder if NIP are going with this once again, with this sort of strategy, because they are in a new group, because they do have to return to basics in a lot of ways and see if they can execute those at a higher level. And this past game answered some of those questions, maybe for some people. I don't know how much we can really say after that game, except for IG WTF.
That was a game I witnessed, but yeah, I mean, I think in terms of Hoya chance, we look at Hoya right now on our screen. Maybe a Rumble game. We've seen Cassante banned quite a bit, respecting breathes Cassante. So could see a scenario that we saw in game one where we saw IG responding to a Cassante ban with a Rumble ban to prevent that from being in the hands of Hoya. So we'll be interested to see if that ends up being a big pick as Rumble game 3. Usually a champion that's out of the pool by now. And one that both these top winners can use quite well.
What are we thinking for this upcoming draft? Because we were talking about the Jarvan earlier, we were talking about the Pantheon earlier as like standout junglers. We are seeing NIP snap those up immediately, or whenever they get the chance.
Yep.
If we had to think about, you know, a couple top of the line junglers that NIP might go for immediately, are there any left, or at this point are we just like dragging the bottom?
Probably Nocturne Vi. We'll see if that gets banned or handshaked. If not, then we might start to get into Trundle territory. Or could see that Pocket Kiana that Guwon has that is so good make an appearance. But as we dive into this game, already taken out by IG, and again, my eyes go towards that Nocturne and the Vi being removed. Also, Cassante ban from NIP. Again, maybe setting up for that Rumble.
Yeah, the removal of the Ahri instead of Vi, because we actually have seen IG ban Vi in game 1, is really interesting. I think they really want to leave Vi open for themselves because the jungle pool is so depleted, and still deny from NIP the opportunity to go for Vi Ahri that did win them so many games in Split 1. Albeit in a lower group, it has definitely worked against IG in the past. Their continued Cassante respect with Orianna removed as well, given that she was played last game. And keep in mind that Nocturne was banned last game by IG. They could opt into that again and sort of force NIP into a first pick Vi.
Could be. I mean, I think that at this point you probably leave both up, but I'd put higher priority on Nocturne even with the Orianna out of the pool. So curious if they want to take out... Oh, okay, Vi ban. I was going to say, go for a Rumble ban. Like, it really feels like they're setting up for Rumble, but I will say playing Rumble into Nocturne is kind of hard because Nocturne can turn off the lights, really attack you on the side lane. So if it ends up being... I think NIP is a real choice between taking the Nocturne and the Rumble here. I prefer the Nocturne side.
This is continuing with exactly what they've done the last couple games, right? They go, whatever it is, Guwon needs a champion that's good.
Yeah, so now, I mean, you get the breathe answer, but you expect now to be attacked by something like Nocturne and maybe Ornn coming out from Hoya, as a lot of the other answers in the Rumble are gone. Better play a dedicated side laner and really make sure that your game is playing to get rid of the Rumble. But with Rumble locked in, opportunity to maybe answer Nocturne in the jungle or take priority elsewhere, as we have seen IG putting a heavy emphasis on taking their bot lane early on in these drafts, and it has not paid off for them, as Awesome and Joe have used the counters well.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like,
Yeah.
are we really first picking bot lane again? Like, it hasn't worked out 2 games in a row, but maybe this is the time, guys. It is just the Varus, so TBD what the support will be. I like the idea of Jhin, but for the lane, not so much. This is more of a team fight setup for Nocturne sort of pick, which can let the game be played through Guwon because Jhin enables so much.
Oh,
and Anivia
man.
technically a flex here.
Technically a flex. This, we'll see if it is in the hands of Joe or not. Varus is already a pick that Anivia can really punish down there, so I think there's a little bit more credence to Anivia's support in the draft, but with a Jhin showing early on, that is a champion that can be punished with tanks. So interested. I mean, Rumble's in that kind of tank position. Probably not a lot of beefiness to take elsewhere, but okay, we have a Skarner. Skarner saw some pretty big buffs, Dia. We had another 2% max HP damage given over to the Q. So I'm going to give a shout out to Fiji in NACL, who actually played this top in a Renekton and played it for a win. That buff was big enough that Skarner has kind of re-emerged the pick that we're seeing in these later Fearless games.
And especially if you want to deal with a potential top tank like an Ornn that NIP could draft later, Skarner will have special effectiveness into that with the way that he's able to deal with front lines and sort of siphon them off or circumvent them entirely by finding a nice impale. The Jhin should be able to play from relative safety, so I'm very curious what ends up getting locked in for Care if it is not to be this Anivia. But right now, IG are not being fooled by the Anivia lock-in, taking away Aurora. They are betting, as are we, that Anivia is going into the bot lane.
Yeah, I kind of like that Aurora, too, because it does cover the matchup in a Rumble, which is also quite useful. So kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone there. As Akali taken out. Pairing that maybe, I got to say again, Renard's a new player, one that we're not too familiar with. Could be a pairing that not only good with the Skarner, but also could play into maybe what they might be looking for mid. As TF taken away is a bit of a surprise.
They worried about a Silas here, maybe? If you're taking away TF, taking away Aurora, you've got a Rumble, you've got a Skarner, Varus. I mean, technically a possibility. Should they want
Still
to?
get the
Mid
Bard.
lane is open.
I would have liked to Bard ban a lot there. Bard's been banned for the entirety of the series, Tia. And I think not banning Bard there and giving that over would have been just kind of a nice single, like, yep, don't have that. Really easy to execute in Jhin and Anivia, but that Nocturne might be coming with a pretty fat shield behind it. That ends up being the Shen top, still flexible, as Shen can go support, but usually not in the Bard. And Anivia can go support or mid, but frankly, kind of expecting that to be support. Shen top, and maybe a Care Yone. Wow. Okay.
I'm excited. I mean, seeing Kara's Yone is going to be theoretically a treat. Could go either way, especially if IG choose to take a volatile matchup like this. Then it'll be extremely dependent on jungle attention, something that honestly neither jungler really wants to do early on. Skarner would sure like to hit 6, and Nocturne, I would say it's even more important for him to hit 6.
All right, well, we have an IG LeBlanc. I know the Orianna wasn't exactly what we were hoping to see, filling the shoes of rookie, but I'm curious to see if Renard rocks rookie skin, as he will be taking that champion. And it gives you a lot of mobility. Oh, boy, okay. D-up. Were we remiss by saying that Anivia is flexible between mid and support and not also mentioning Anivia top here, which could be going into the Rumble?
Oh, my God. I was not... Okay.
Yeah. They can't change it now. This is going to be a top.
I saw the Shen and thought, ha ha ha, that would be so funny. And
obviously a stupid thing for me to say.
No, it wasn't stupid. I
And-
wasn't seeing this either. I thought this is a Zeus only thing.
Yeah.
It looks to be a little bit more than a Zeus only thing. As Hoya is going to take a ranged top laner into this Rumble.
Let me change this on my sheet real quick. I mean, it is going to change a lot of how the top lane matchup can play out. In terms of how the composition plays out, Anivia having a lot more damage is going to matter. But I don't think that Anivia needs a lot of gold to be functional in this composition. A lot of this is going to be, a lot more zoning from Anivia than damage, at least in my opinion. Because you look at things like LeBlanc, Varus, Skarner, and Rumble are maybe the only two that might get affected by an Anivia, and even then, Rumble can get a lot of effectiveness face tanking Anivia. So it has to be a pick for lane, surely.
It is. It's really dominant in lane. It skills nicely, and we'll see what he can do this game as we're rocking with Anivia top, diving into our game 3 on the night.
You'd think NIP fans would be, a little bit more juiced after last game. It was a pretty exciting one, but as it is, IG still getting a little bit more support from the crowd. Perhaps the favorites still not wearing off even after their loss last game. I will notice real early on, we've got this bit of counter jungling that I think is spotted by IG, but not stopped.
This is pretty unstoppable out of the Nocturne, as with your level 1 between the passive, the Q, the extra damage you get from the Q if you're on it, it's hard to fight, and he deletes your Raptors, so it's going to be a Raptors takeaway start for Guwon, as that's part of why we're seeing a lot of Nocturne priority, and frankly a lot of Nocturne bans, because a lot of matchups he just gets off to a good start that you cannot stop. So Guwon, we'll see what he does from here. That said, I think story of the series so far, Dia, has to be that IG's bot lane has been getting blasted.
Yep. They have not had a good time, and honestly, I would be extremely surprised if that were to repeat itself in this game, because Jhin shouldn't be slamming this lane, whereas actually LeBlanc could do some serious work into Kerzione.
There is an Ignite. See if Renard's able to find it. I think there was... I didn't see if a chain was casted and missed there, or if a chain was saved. Either way, Kerr is playing a little bit of a game of cat and mouse here. As he dips into Fog, Renard shoves out this lane. And Renard, of course, is playing with no TP. So he, importance on getting a good base for the LeBlanc, very, very high.
Ends up shoving this wave into tower as well. I think the majority of this is going to be picked up by Kerr, but not in its entirety. LeBlanc can sort of keep doing this, mana being the real only gate here. Guwon secures.
Ooh, they got the smite.
Ooh.
No, I mean, the fact they got the smite... Oh, Zhuo missed! Ooh.
Not great for NIP. This doesn't have to be a disaster. We can walk this out. Flash out from Guwon just makes that all the safer. It's tough. It's not great. Missing the Gromp and then losing your flash. Bad. This invade, terrible.
Yeah, I don't think that play was there for NIP. I think once that Guwon smites the Gromp, you have to give the crab. I was a little bit surprised to see Zhuo pushing as hard as he was. As Wei's here burning some time, which is not bad. I mean, this has given some power over to the bot lane for the Varus.
Draws Kerr over as well.
Yeah.
Zhuo's got taunt.
Wei got it.
IG are just running the jungle right now. I mean, smite and a stun into the
No
wall
flash.
as well. Guwon not only loses his time, but is going to lose his life. First blood over to Wei. And IG are asserting themselves in NIP's jungle at 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm being honest, Dia. I didn't exactly see a play there from NIP. I don't know what happened, and now we're split. As our jungler was dead, Zhuo was forced to reset, and Awesome's going to bear the brunt.
And Mako grabbing the tower aggro makes that all the safer. IG
have answered one of the questions that we had coming out of Game 1, which is, will NIP be able to get a better early game than IG? No. No, they will not.
No. Doesn't seem that way. As props to Wei and Mako working together early. I think that Mako's last game wasn't his best, as maybe one of the few of those tidal waves back. That time around, sticking up nicely with his jungler. They take away, I mean, camps and more. It's a lot of pressure they were able to find, too, as Zhuo's down pretty bad for XP. That hurts, because Bard gets free XP and can roam faster, and Shen would love 6.
And Kerr is definitely feeling the Bard roam right now. Mako tanks up the tower once again, just to let a little bit of extra damage go onto the NIP mid laner. Kerr should be able to survive and farm this wave, but Yone has absolutely no autonomy over this lane right now. He is being dictated to by the LeBlanc matchup.
At that, and Mako with the help, too. This is honestly a start that IG has yet to have in the series, Dia. As again, the first 2 games, the story has really been NIP has gotten counterpicked bot, and they have cashed in. And they were able to turn that into 1 victory. Other game probably should have been a victory, but you
Oh! He gets it!
Oh, boy.
In Guwan's face, Renard gets that kill.
Well, you know, the W, the shield was down, and the Ignite comes through. Renard, that's a nice kill. As Yone does not have access to TP, does not yet have access to those tier 2 boots, so we'll continue to feel the pain. Meanwhile, nice walk from Jachi. Pops the cleanse. Guwan isn't dipping down into the dragon to see if it started or not. It's going to be Wei taking it, and IG off to an even bigger early game lead here.
Since we're securing the dragon,
Wei can get this right.
Start shifting the conversation, but only after IG complete the play. Awesome, forced to flash out over the wall, and Wei's actually going to chase him. Really wants this kill, and will secure it. Renard's here to back him up on Guwan as well. Could turn into more. Flash forward from Mako. Guwan slowed up and stunned, chained, killed in this game. 6 minutes in, we are up 5-0, and a dragon for IG. It is looking good for the IG fans that kept their faith after Game 2.
Yeah, I don't love these fights coming out from NIP. I just think that, like, that fight wasn't there. The fight we saw around the blue buff wasn't there. And things have kind of gone from what should be not great to far worse. I also think that the Shen and Anivia swap, you know, I can see the Anivia top, but I think Shen's support into Bard Varus is very hard and makes the lane much harder for them down there. As, yeah, we're seeing some fun with Anivia. Isn't that fun, Dia?
That's fun.
Break the wave like that?
I mean, I appreciate the observers showcasing it as they catch this as well. Guwan's first ult into the mid lane looks pretty good, but Renard get the passive popped and they're unable to finish the kill. Meanwhile, Awesome, not having a great time down bot lane, is going to be picked up. Mid laner for IG survives, and it is 1-0 in the favor of Invictus Gaming.
This game feels pretty over. Bot's ugly right now, as Jachi is up real big. 3 kills and a level. We've seen mid not be able to be turned, and this duo between Mako and Wei, what they've been able to get done versus what Guwan and Zhuo have been able to get done has been drastically different so far.
Taking a look in the picture-in-picture of what exactly went on bot lane, and that's the life of an AD carry. Especially in this game, Skarner is going to be doing that a lot.
That was nice. As Wei, again, props to Wei on the Skarner. A pick that I think got a really big buff for a kit that is already quite strong. And he's doing good so far. As there's no paranoia available and grubs will be taken, so IG dominating the early neutrals and dominating the early game. As signs of slowing down, I mean, you gotta believe it's like gotta come through the solo lanes, but there's been no real lead for either solo lane here for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, deficit in the mid lane, just given what Renard's been able to do so far. I could definitely see a world where Care gets a lot of time, and I mean a lot of time in a side lane, and we play it out like that, but that'll also rely on IG having pretty poor objective control, because the fact that they've gotten first dragon should mean that they're able to take this game pretty darn early. They play their cards right. We have the possibility of yet another Infernal Soul, as second dragon is going to be an Ocean Drake, and even the contest for their own jungle not going super well. Wei does get engaged on Care in to finish the kill, so a overstep punished by Wei on this Skarner. First kill given over to NIP, and it's on to Care.
That was a lot burned for that. They really wanted that kill. As... Oh?
Can we come? Paranoia right onto Renard again. Ignited, backing away. Temper Fate won't save him, but Renard doesn't need no hero. He gets out himself.
Really nice. I thought that NIP might be able to find him because they had Ignite down, so you're going to identify who the clone is, because they're the one that is not going to have Ignite, right? But Renard able to play out of that one real nicely. Care is going to get a plate for himself, but Renard gets the rest of the wave and honestly doesn't lose all too much, so I think IG is going to be okay with that.
We'll see how it plays out in the late game. But early game, I'm liking Renard's LeBlanc. He looks really comfortable on this champion, especially into this matchup. The way that he's played so far gives me a lot of hope for what he'll be able to do later on in the game when his job does become a lot more flexible, shall we say. There's a lot more opportunities for LeBlanc to go in for assassinations than play pseudo-control mage. Right now, top lane becoming the focus, however, for NIP as in comes Shwo and Breathe. It's not going to get the chance to play the game. Instead, trying to burn down Hoya, who still has egg, mind you.
I like this. So NIP with the swap, one of the issues is that they weren't able to get grubs. We're just going to slow this down a lot, but they're pretty much opting out of this upcoming dragon. And they try to make a proactive play in the map. They actually are going to get a few waves where in a very losing matchup, I mean, bot lane's not going well. They are at least able to get a priority play and get awesome something. As he gets 2 plates for himself, and they got the kill on the top side. They weren't going to fight this dragon. They were likely going to lose it, and bot wasn't going well. So by doing something proactive with a Shen, they actually make something happen that's positive. I'm a fan of that.
I mean, and hopefully they are able to translate that. This is going to require the game not get too far out of control, something that IG do seem keen on not allowing to happen as they cyberbully Care, chasing him into the red pit, and actually double flashing over the wall to secure this kill. Renard jumps over to try and actually get the extra gold for himself, but it'll be Wei that gets the plus 300 before looking for these Raptors again. Will he be punished the second time for going for Raptors? Looks like the answer is yes, although he does get quite a bit of health back and actually turns the play around. Shwo is low, so is Guan. Every single kill going the way of IG!
Well, Dia, it was the new item, the harness, the healing, and the lack of damage from NIP. They turned that one on its head. And that's not what NIP was hoping for. As, again, that is a lot of power going into the Skarner. He is going for Bandle Pipe second. That's kind of funny. We'll see if Renard can get out of this. Awesome, had a flash. Flash crit maybe could have gotten the block, but not going to be gone for. And again, this game just kind of continues to cruise in favor of IG.
Literally not once have I built that item. I've seen it. I've thought about it.
Oh, yeah?
Not a single time. I mean, to be fair.
The pipes or the harness?
The harness. The harness.
Okay.
Yeah. The pipes, you know.
This was nice.
It was.
That was really... Like, you catch him on the back half of that Q3, by the way, which is... where you can kind of hit the chain and they don't have the ability to dodge. It locks you out. And then he hits a third chain. So we got 3 chains here from Renard, and Wei still takes the kill. I feel like that's unjust, but they did double flash for it. On the flip, though, I mean, Jhin kind of stops firing, and the damage stops coming down, and Renard is still here in big. I mean, they chain the root onto the stuns on the Shwo really well, so Shen pretty much gets one shot. And Guwan just doesn't have the damage to get through the Skarner, so more kills going over to IG, and another poor choice by NIP.
So Guwan, pretty behind. 0 and 3 right now. Care, pretty behind. 1 and 2. Anivia is Anivia, so being relatively even, things are good. And unfortunately, Jhin is Jhin, so being even, at least in terms of damage, things are pretty bad. IG have a lot more ability to play the game right now.
That they do. As Hoya, we haven't talked about the Anivia a lot, but Hoya's been granted some free time based on just the game being played away from it. And is at least up in the matchup as both ults come down mid. Shen's there too.
A lot easier to execute this time on an immobile AD carry. Guwan's paranoia finally goes right for NIP. This is the key for them getting back into this game in a meaningful way. It unfortunately is not around a meaningful timer. The next dragon, third one, could be for IG. It's going to be Hextech's, going to be a Hextech Rift this time around. So NIP, I mean, you'd like to start stacking it. Fortunately, you're not facing down another Infernal, although to be honest, playing into Hextech,
yeah, it's probably
just
worse.
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Hextech Soul is that's a win con in itself. And I mean, for this game, you see some of the positives of the Shen Nocturne, but again, those ults are such long cooldowns. And if all you're getting from those ults is to take down an AD carry, and you're burning flashes on top of that, like, is that really enough? Joshi's flash is down. We'll see if they can punish with this next objective coming up, but it can be hard to get back to the poke Varus. So I'm, again, I think that this is still very IG favored. And the win cons for NIP, I mean, that's the other issue, is that you kind of want to get Yone Bork plus in order for him to start doing work. And there's not even a Bork yet on Care, as we're 30 seconds away from this, what could be Soul Point. So I think Care's going to get it out of base here. But it really speaks to how far behind he is, that we just got the Bork now, this late into the game, as the third dragon is spawning, and priority is not in favor of NIP, as Care is still coming out of base.
One thing that is nice is that Guwan is a constant. He is ulting on cooldown, and it's working out. He's picked the right target. Unfortunately, does get impaled, dragged a little closer to the tower, and Breathe is teleported in as well. So the play gets away from NIP, as into the Rift Herald goes way, being blocked immediately by the Anivia. So nice heads-up play from Hoya. Saves this for NIP. It's a 1-for-1 instead of a 1 for a whole lot worse.
Yeah, I thought that Mako ult was maybe a bit brief towards Joshi, but at least with Breathe there, they were able to turn things around. And this will be the Dragon going over to IG. So a trade of kills, and honestly a decent effort from NIP. You can still see this game is not in their favor at the script at the moment.
This third Dragon really raising the question, though. I mean, we were talking about NIP win conditions, especially the Yone needing to be accelerated towards some items. We'll take a look back at this replay, though, and see how Guwan is helping the team out.
And got the ult down. It's a nice stun over the, taunt over the wall from Zhuo. But the stun from Mako was a little bit better. And, I mean, again, that was a pretty big commit. Care wasn't in the fight yet. And I think a lot of the power of Care is going to come from side laning. But because of how far behind he was set by Bernard and the rest of IG, that Bork being late, and he just has access to it now. And I don't even know how much he can really get done on this side lane, as if Bernard gets help, might be able to take down the Yone. I think that's where starting to track the Nocturne and the Shen ultimates are going to be, that's going to be really important for IG. So if they go for any play away from Nox Shen, and Nox Shen's able to respond, I think that's a scenario that we could see NIP realistically get back in a game that has been all IG so far.
Speaking of, you know, we're tracking them ourselves. We do have Nocturne and Shen ult both up at this moment, so even somebody like Bernard does have to be careful, as he is side laning. Yep. A little bit safer on the LeBlanc, but in a long lane, especially if he pushes up, chasing LeBlanc down is actually realistic for a Yone plus Nocturne.
Yeah. Will get poked out. I think that's a good shout. Again, maybe where the NIP comp was really hoping to be big around this Yone, and why it was so important that Care was set behind early. we can see that Kara is surviving a little bit more of that big burst and poke damage that comes out of Bernard, but it's not been enough to at least start hitting these turrets or making a difference getting plates that way, which is big win for IG. In fact, they keep on delaying this, so I think Bernard and IG is still very happy with where this game is at. Baron spawns in 15 seconds, but IG not exactly a comp built to take Baron between Poke, Varus, and LeBlanc, so I think it's going to remain to be a Dragon focus here.
Should work out for them, as right now just a little bit of vision control should be enough to dissuade any sort of Baron sneak from NIP, who, to be fair, don't have the easiest time of it themselves. With Anivia Yone, it's a little bit more possible, but you gotta drag them out of side lanes, and Jin's not taking Baron, so it's gonna be a little while until we really see NIP with a realistic chance of contesting this. At least 2 minutes, which brings up the whole other issue of, can you stop one of the deadliest souls in the game from being taken?
Yeah, that's I'm kind of with you on that. We really have two, like, we hate to hit Baron comps in front of us, you know. Be all about this soul coming up. You did see IG do a decent job in game 2 of at least trying to slow down or deny the soul stack of an IP. That 4th dragon, I think this one's going to be a little bit harder, though. Because, again, like, you really need Yone and Anivia to be able to stretch this map a little bit, get some side lane priority, and then use that to try and bleed into dragon or objective priority. But every time we pan mid, it's just Varus auto-clearing waves, and IG are the stronger team that have been able to get that bot lane river priority when they want it. So, NIP's ability to challenge, I think it's going to be quite difficult.
One of the other concerns that we should note is that the majority of the lead for IG is on their frontliner, which into a Yone who is behind, into an Anivia who can't realistically stop Skarner, is much more of a problem than it might be in another composition where you at least have frontliners to deal with the opposing frontliner. What's going off up top lane, though, is we are making the Shen Nocturne play on the opposite side of where the dragon will spawn, but in the right timing. Breathe is going to fall. NIP get to extend this side lane a little bit more, open things up for Hoya, and create a threat that they can hopefully turn into an objective as they move a little bit further down the rift.
Well, no paranoia, no stand united for the dragon. So NIP, they have control over this side. They're going to hit the Baron. I think that given Zhuo showing that control war, that's going to tip the hat off to IG that it's a maybe. They're on there. I just don't know how much IG cares. Like, if they take Hextech Soul for the Baron, which they're going to get for free right now, that is a very worth and worthy trade. They can't even complete the Baron.
NIP are way too low, and Jiachi is showing up. His arrow could just kill everyone. In it comes. Carries deleted. Hoya trying to run from the pit, where we've got a Baron served up, leashed, and ready for IG. Guwon is going to go down. IG get the mid lane. They get a double kill on Breathe. They get the Baron, and NIP gamble and lose big time.
This was a series. This was a series of all time. I don't know what happened in the last 2 games between the ending of Game 2, which, if you missed out on it, please go to our socials, LPL English on Twitter, and check it out. It was disgusting, but in a beautiful way. This was also disgusting, but in a far less beautiful way. Again, I think it's really tough to fight Dragon when you're down Paranoia, down Stand United, but it begs the question, why even fire that play onto the Rumble and not save the tools, actually try to contest the Hextech Soul? I don't even care about the Baron going over. I just care about the fact you gave up Hextech Soul. That even if that Baron doesn't go over, you're still giving Soul for free. And for what? A Baron? What are you going to get with one Baron against the team with Hextech Soul? Instead, they get the whole kit and caboodle as well, so it goes from bad to worse. But, like, why are we in this position in the first place?
And IG, as you mentioned, knew this the whole time. They saw Zhuo. Yes. They flagged that this was a possibility. And importantly, they knew they had time. There's nobody there but an Anivia and a Nocturne. And while Anivia, well, I'll hold the point while Care dies. All right. Well, an Anivia and I'll hold the point while Mako actually
more attempts.
Mako might survive. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Flash forward actually from Zhuo does catch Jiachi, who goes down. Wei's here to try and answer that onto Zhuo, but Mako's a little bit too low to get involved. Maybe not, I say, as he snipes Guan over the wall. Mako collects that kill, and it's a 3-for-1 in the favor of IG, who have Baron and Hextech Soul.
Yeah, they're not beating Hextech Soul. This is a game that's going to leave us scratching our heads a little bit. As how both teams played around Baron and some of these big neutral objectives. Let's just say that this was definitely a series played earlier on in the split, Dia. We have some scaling to do on both sides here between IG and NIP. As I think we can make some better decisions around these big objectives.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, what do we do? Like, Anivia, sure, can do the Baron. Yone even can do the Baron. Awesome, probably gonna die, given what the Observer's given me right now. I will say I've really liked Renard's LeBlanc. Like,
it's been fun.
He is not playing too fancy. Like, he's not getting too big for his britches. He's not trying to force plays as an assassin, but he's making it work.
That was actually a really nice escape here from Mako. Because I can kind of understand going for the Nocturne Shen play then, because Rumble and LeBlanc were showing in a top wave equal to River. Hold on, playing picture-in-picture.
It just keeps going. IG know that they have the brute force advantage. Hextech Soul, and nearly 10,000 gold lead. And I think the Baron's just about to expire, if not expiring as we speak. IG have the ability to win this game. It's a matter of when and how they do it. And now's as good a time as any, picking up the inhibitor. They could look for the end of the game here, given the death timers. 27 seconds left on the biggest wave clear for NIP. Guwan's going to have to engage with his face, and it's up to Care to make some magic, miracle play happen, and he doesn't get to play League of Legends.
Nice root from Jachi. Burns to the Ignite from Reynard and the rest of the team. As this was a series, Dia. We had excitement. Okay, we're going to have a little bit more excitement as IG don't feel like pulling it off quite yet. I mean, if you're NIP, you can at least come away with our bot lane played well in lane today. I think that's a real positive. And definitely a concern that I have for IG moving forward.
And I'll throw a little bit of love this way as well. Guwan, pretty good news story for the team. Still the case. Outside of, missing the smite in game 1, that, any jungler, it's going to happen to them. And of course, this game where Nocturne hasn't really had a lot of impact, I don't think I can really blame this loss on Guwan. I think he's been a really active jungler. I like the way that he's been going about this.
Yeah, I think this draft we cooked a little bit too hard on the side of NIP. I think that's where I've landed.
You think the Shen support into a Nivea flex top was maybe a mistake?
Yeah, I think I think not banning Bard was an oopsie. And then if we're going to run a Nivea with Yone, I think Jin's not quite enough damage. But everyone kind of hates on Jin, and you saw Rumble early and Varus. I think that's one of the better conditions for Jin.
Yep.
If we're going to play it, Jin's still not great.
And I think the issue with Jin here is, like, not so much compositional, although that does exist, but the fact that Awesome has been just straight up winning lane.
Yep.
And Jin keeps that from happening. Zhuo did die, in case you guys missed it. In case you blinked, Renard took him out, but Guwan wants to make that right and commits onto Jachi before getting impaled and falling himself. Awesome is able to collect a kill onto the slightly overextended Rumble, but a triple kill for Renard makes the boo-boo go away. IG very happy with this fight so far and are going to pick up yet another inhibitor. They are playing things slow, controlled, and even as we get a little bit silly, I'm not particularly concerned about IG's chances in this game.
Nope. I mean, again, I think LeBlanc this game, it's pretty much all conditional CC for LeBlanc, if you think about it. And we've even seen Renard use distortion to get out of a taunt, which was quite nice. But we're seeing some of the power of LeBlanc or some other champs when you don't have those point-and-click CCs in the game. And they had this in mind. I mean, they wanted the Yone, they banned the Akali, right? That's a pick that can be played quite well in Ione and also benefits in a game with a lot of lack of crowd control, especially the point-and-click variety. But to see Renard in an IG team, not using IG LeBlanc, but that's okay, play LeBlanc at this level, that's got to be kind of a good sign for IG fans at home. That maybe this young little mid laner can step in and fulfill the shoes of an LPL legend. As Joao, an attempt was made.
3 items on care. How are we feeling? The NIP scaling win condition.
How
are we feeling? Elder's Dragon being taken. How are we feeling?
They didn't even look at it. Probably not good.
Okay, wait. Guan goes in. If Guan gets the steal, he's a legend. He does not get the steal. That's okay. I still love him. NIP, unfortunately, though, are not going to be feeling the love. That's a fun ult, but it's not going to save your game. And at this point, what would? Double kill for Xiaoqi. Hoya does a lot of damage, if anybody cares.
I like your that's a fun ult call. That gave me joy. Hoya's going down. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. All right. Wrap it up, Dio.
Yeah. We're calling this one in. It's been a wild series. It has had its ups and downs for both IG and NIP, but ultimately it is Invictus Gaming that come out on top. The 3rd time in a month that these two teams have played each other. And IG, in terms of the series record, keep themselves on top.
You know, I feel kind of uninspired at the end of that series. I should feel pretty inspired. We saw some heroics from both teams. We saw plays we never thought were even possible in League of Legends, Dia. we saw a 0-0-0 player get an MVP vote and unfortunately not win the series. This was quite a joy. I will say, made me happy to see Renard have a good game 3 and Mako kind of bring it back in the series. I think Mako had a bit of a stinky series until that last game where he went off on the Bard.
His Bard was crazy, actually.
That was very good. So
yeah.
A ban that I think NIP wants back in a series that was gettable for NIP. We came into the day saying that this could be competitive. We know that community sentiment a lot higher for IG, but NIP blitz Team WE off the Rift in the first series and have that cohesive synergy from last split that the new IG lineup that has 4 out of the 5 new members in it are really still looking to have. And we did see some of the holes from that with IG today, but still a win's a win for IGs. They find a pretty dominant Game 3 victory to make sure the series goes their way.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like we were talking about, this does feel like it comes down to a lot of smaller factors, perhaps bigger when we look at them in-game, but some very weird play coming out of both IG in their loss and even NIP in this 3rd game where they ultimately fell. First game felt a lot closer, felt a lot more like we were getting a sense of what these teams are about. Game 2 felt like a giga throw, where NIP, granted, were playing a good game. And Game 3, I don't think NIP just ever really logged in.
It didn't feel that way. I mean, I think the plays they tried to go for early being turned around, you could really see how, for folks that might have missed it, they tried to defend their blue buff at level 4. And man, IG really took that fight and ran with it, won with it. I think the duo of Wei and Mako played a lot better across the map. And the duo of the Nocturne Shen, which we saw them get small wins when they used the big cooldowns, but really nothing outside of that. And when those big cooldowns are down, not exactly the same champion. And IG were able to make pretty good use out of finding those windows to find those fights and skirmishes and win.
One of the things that I'd love to see NIP continue with from this series, if we exclude Game 3, is Awesome. Awesome did play incredibly into a bot lane that both in draft and from players on paper, they should be winning. IG should, with Xiaoqi and Mako, be slamming Awesome and Joel, and I say that with all love and respect in my heart for Awesome and Joel. I'm really excited that didn't happen, because it means that Awesome and Joel, to a degree, have leveled up significantly from what we saw in Split 1, and I want them to continue doing that. Where NIP started with these more standard drafts, I think is the key to success for Ninjas in Pajamas, be it against IG, be it in other teams in Group Ascent.
Yeah, I think those are some good shouts, and Awesome definitely deserves some credit and kudos for how well he played. I also just want to make sure that we get those games that Awesome is able to more consistently carry, because going back into the series, I mean, you highlighted the dragon that was stolen in that game 1, that third dragon that really helped enable IG to get to that early soul. When I go back to that game, I also think of that public execution that hit Awesome in the middle of mid. He had flash up, caught it, he goes down, and that was a big swing in the game that went IG's favor. So sometimes it's moments like that where, you have the lead, you have the gold as an AD carry, you got to make sure you can play cleanly as. Well, this game, going back to game 1, Dia, we did see one team with all the neutrals and none of the gold, and the team with the neutrals won. This time they got all the neutrals and all the gold, and they made pretty quick work of NIP in this game.
Yeah, this was not close, as I think a lot of people would have picked up on from the point where we had that blue buff play. Again, despite a game where, of course, everyone is going to look pretty good, Renard really impressed me. Waze Skarner, of course, is something that I'd look out for, but even when going up against a tougher team, I'm excited to see Renard's LeBlanc once again, because the way that he was playing in this mid lane, I think he really knows the champion, and he's able to bring a level of control and sort of hybrid control mage assassin that we see a lot of LeBlancs get the balance of wrong.
Yeah, I appreciate how you've been early and often to kind of point out the good stuff that we saw from Renard's LeBlanc, as I think the way that he was playing, like the Q3 from Yone and then going back under that and finding the window to find that chain that can't be dodged, that's some of the good stuff you look for from these players. And when you play the game at this high of a level, it's those kind of things where that's a moment where a player can't dodge, right? And you can guarantee that you hit that skill shot in the chain. Those are always big, so it was good to see some of those positives from Renard, and also Mako just having a really big Bard game. It was a bummer of a Nami game, so nice comeback from him.
Yeah, I mean, his Seraphine also wasn't fantastic. As a Seraphine endurer myself, I'm sure I couldn't have done much better, but it's tough. So in terms of this meta, I do wonder how Mako will deal with it, because the enchanters don't really seem to be great for him right now. I like the Bard who does fit into the pseudo enchanter, but it's not really the same.
No, it's not. But still a pick that a lot of those enchanters, they don't have mobility, so it kind of enables you to play engage, or at least create some priority without actually doing it. It was a respectful attempt from Guwon, even if it didn't work. I was in the call like the Elder's gonna go over without NIP ever seeing it, and it's a little that I knew. Guwon had different plans. He tried.
Guwon also played pretty well. I mean, I liked the Nocturne. I think that the other issue that NIP have, which is a little bit more difficult to diagnose or figure out how they're going to work around it, is that we saw this in game 1 as well. They can make plays. They have the tools to make plays. They have the players that are willing to do it. I mean, especially Awesome and Guwon, who are willing to get up in people's faces. But when it comes to timing plays that aren't directly around an objective, that are meant to get them an objective, they really
Good call,
missed.
Dio. Good call. I think that's a really big highlight for the series, and how you're kind of wrapping up with that, because we did see positive plays from NIP, but we did see some of those made in windows. They can't turn it into more. That really was the story of game 1, where they were up. They lost the game up in kills and almost up in gold. They were up in gold until the Nexus fell. They didn't get the neutral objectives, and a lot of those plays were called at the wrong time, as they weren't able to turn them into more. So something to think about, as I think if NIP could clean that up, I mean, it was an interesting day of some interesting moments from both of our teams, but NIP definitely a team that we still have some hopes for in this group of 7.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot to be proud of. IG as well. I think while we didn't see Breathe really be able to have as crazy of a game when he was on Rumble or Scion, his Ambessa is definitely something to look out for. I like the way that Breathe was playing, and is another player that, given the fact that he was subbed in for IG this split, and that the roster is still in flux, is trying to earn his place almost as much as Renard.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, Tian. Maybe a good one to end on. It's been fun casting with you today, man. But we've got to we have to hand this off. We have a fun next series coming up to a different group.
It's true. It's true. We'll get you guys with player of the game, player of the match a little bit later on, but it's late and we're gonna get Covey to sleep. Thank you very much for bearing with me, Covey. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in.
It was fun.
We will have some fantastic commentators, K-Man and Yanni, in to take care of you for the next series, WE versus TES. See you next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, as Yanni and K-Man are here to take the baton from Cubby and Dia after what was a very wild first series of the evening. I laughed, I cried. Hoya somehow went 0-0-0 and was, in my opinion, the MVP for a game, but that's another story for another time. Now we get to worry about Top Esports versus Team WE, K-Man.
I could not be more excited, Yanni. We've already gotten some action here today. I think it's fair to say that the bar has been raised after the first series, and, you know, I'm pretty hopeful that that's going to carry through. We've got two teams with a lot to prove, both coming off of some good and bad performances at the start of this split, and I think we're in for some action. Neither of these teams played particularly scared, which is very exciting.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the Top Esports sitting at 1-1. Team WE still looking for that first win, but proving that they belong is what's really important here. Team WE graduates from Group Perseverance, 2-0'd by NIP in pretty disastrous fashion. NIP looking kind of strong, not going to lie. And meanwhile, on the other side for Top Esports, a lot of questions surrounding their roster, but Zweon, the rookie addition to Top Esports, struggled a little bit in his first match, looked good in the second one. Let's take a look at that Top Esports roster. The aforementioned Zweon in the top side, Tien in the jungle, Cream in the mid lane, then Jackie Love and Feng Yue down on the bottom side.
Yeah, pretty unfamiliar roster to a lot of Top Esports fans from the previous split, with so many changes coming in. Top, jungle, AD carry, all different, but the core of this team remains, and we've seen what they can look like at their absolute best. There have been a lot of moments for Top Esports already this year where we're seeing them push forward and play with that signature aggression that we know from this team. It's all just making sure that those lanes end up in good spots after the early game to allow for those more aggressive plays in the mid game.
Yeah, and a lot of that aggression is coming out from Tien, who, as you have beat the drum on multiple times, is the greediest jungler in the LPL and probably one of the greediest to play the game. And this jungle matchup today is certainly going to be a fun one, but I like that you highlighted a little bit of the potential weakness of some of these lanes. The bottom lane specifically has really struggled to get off the ground at times, even with favorable matchups.
That 2v2 has been rough to start the split. Even in the wins, they have really struggled to be able to generate their own tempo and their own advantages on the bottom side. I think part of that has to do with just, obviously, Feng Yue is a decently inexperienced player, Jackie Love coming back after a break. You know, we've seen in basically all forms of competition for this team that it can just be tough to be able to adapt to a meta now where everyone is pushing forward on the bot side all the time. I have a lot of faith in both of these players. I think Feng Yue is a good playmaker, and Jackie Love obviously has more than enough talent to be able to make it work. It's just about locking in. This is a big series for them today, with them being such heavy favorites and going into another bot lane that I think also has a lot to prove. I think there is a chance that this Top Esports team and the bot lane in general, the 2v2, can go a lot better for them today.
Certainly a get-right series for either of these bot lanes, potentially. But needs to be a get-right series for Team WE overall. I mean, this is a team that has struggled quite a bit. Even in the first split, things were not perfect for them, not ideal conditions. And, you know, we'll see what they're able to do against this Top Esports team, who, again, has been a little hot and cold to start things off. Obviously, you know, losing their first match, but coming in and beating up on AL really was a huge surprise to many.
I mean, a 2-0 over AL is one of the best results you can get in the LPL. I know that AL stocks are a little lower right now, but this team was the #1 seed going into the playoffs last split, still top 4 at a bare minimum. I mean, they are one of the obviously most experienced teams that we have here in terms of success over the past year or so, and to so convincingly be able to take the fight to them and kind of put them on the back foot, it's a really encouraging sign. We know that this team is going to get better. We're going to talk a bit about some of these players moving forward, but Jackie Love getting back into pro play, Tien getting back into pro play, Feng Yue, Zweon obviously taking some time to get kind of caught up to speed here as younger players. Like, there is the expectation that every single game for TES will be better, and that's already something that they started doing in winter before a lot of the roster upgrades.
No doubt about it, and you've seen it in literal game-to-game with Zweon, who is the player that we'll be spotlighting here for this matchup today. I mean, again, the first series against Breathe, not very good, but he put that work onto Flandre here. You can see a lot of his numbers really big in the damage department, certainly on the upper end of the league so far in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk all we want about how, you know, I don't know how this team is going to perform without 369. Zweon went out against Anyone's Legend and said, I don't care. Like, it does not matter to me. I'm going to gap Flandra, one of the most historic top laners in the LPL, in lane. I'm going to pop off in team fights, solo kill after solo kill. The mechanical performance was really impressive. The big question that you always have for players that show this kind of promise so early on is, can they keep it consistent from a game-to-game basis throughout an entire split? I have a lot of faith in the talent level and just the overall culture on this top esports team, with a lot of these players obviously having some experience playing together. If Swayon feels, naturally like a fit for the shot calling on this team and can be a little bit more comfortable with a player like 369 still in the back helping him with a lot of these games, then you definitely have to watch out. This team might still be pretty strong on the top side.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that progresses, right? Because it's going to be hard to really tell immediately. It's like, oh, that's clearly some 369 coaching, right? I mean, that NAR game certainly looked like he embodied the spirit of 369. So we'll see if we get more games out of that from Swayon on the top side. Let's go ahead and break down Team WE, a team that has been pretty consistent, at least on that top side, for quite some time now. It's Cube, Monkey, Karis, About, and the new addition Arha to the squad. We'll see how that impacts Monkey specifically, the guy who we have been beating the drum as the leader of the team, but with the way things have gone, maybe a change is needed.
It's certainly starting to become a conversation. It's been a tough start to the year, all things considered, for WE. They do find themselves in Group Ascend after a very good play-ins run that I think kind of salvages the fact that they were very up and down in Group Perseverance in the winter split. But now it's put up or shut up time. These games do not get easier for this team moving forward. You start off with a 0-2 loss to NIP. That was kind of your barometer for where this team is standing at the start of the split. There are beatable teams in Group Ascend. You have the chance to be able to progress, but it's going to have to happen sooner rather than later, and we're going to need to see some progress here today.
Yeah, I mean, many thought that Team WE were going to defeat NIP, right? And judging by what NIP just put on tape in the prior series, I mean, Team WE are looking like a lower and lower tier team here in the group by the minute. And as you said, they need to show us something. And I think a lot of that is going to come out of the support role here. We talked about how in 2025, Vampire was so good for Monkey, and Arha brings a different flavor to the team. And we just still haven't seen how it's going to work with Monkey.
That's the thing, right? Jungle support as a duo is probably the most important duo in the game right now with the way that things have progressed. We saw Vampire really be able to elevate and play with Monkey last year. You're hopeful that bringing someone like Arha in that's had some success higher up on the LPL standings will be able to help that, but they're very different players. Vampire is somebody last year that was much more committed to kind of roaming around with Monkey, actively playing with him in the 2v2 for a lot of those skirmishes, and that might have been at the expense of Taeyun, but they could play weaker on the bottom side of the map. Arha is a very different player, much more 2v2 focused, somebody who does love to set up a lot of vision control in the early game and doesn't necessarily want to leave lane a lot to play with Monkey, but you can still utilize 2v2 pressure to stack objectives, to force fights on the bottom side of the map. Theoretically, this should be a similar level of impact from these two supports, and if you can get that, that's something that Monkey really, really needs in order to thrive here in the LPL.
Not only that, you get to also have this lane priority for Monkey to be able to invade or to protect a Monkey if he's playing a jungler that has a tendency to get invaded a little bit more. There are still good things here that can come from them playing the straight up 2v2. And of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention you have About as your AD carry, who was the outstanding rookie in Split 1. Obviously showed a lot of really great promise. So we will see if there's going to be a potential paradigm shift, right? If things aren't working out the way they should. Now, the head-to-head that we have for today has to be about these junglers, because Monkey, as we've just talked about, has been the star of WE since 2025, and TN on the other side made an immediate impact for top esports.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head earlier, Yanni. This might be the greediest jungle matchup that we can get in the world right now of any regional jungle matchup. TN, always known as the most aggressive jungler in the LPL, going back to his time on FPX, really being able to revolutionize how that position was played, and that has certainly not changed with him coming back to pro play. He's still going for these aggressive invades. He's still trying to generate as much tempo as possible in the early game, and Monkey, at his best last year, was also somebody who was getting away with so many of these more aggressive early and mid-game plays. The problem for WE so far this year has been his inability to do that consistently with the lack of pushing lanes. If that can really start to go back into their favor, and if they can play off of, potentially, like we said, a bot lane, or even, a top side that does relatively okay, Monkey is a player that you have to watch out for, taking the game and running away with it when someone like TN can just be in a position where he might be a little bit more vulnerable to those aggressive plays.
Yeah, and really the speed at which both of these teams play is dictated by the early games of these junglers, right? If, there is a speed bump along the lines, you really start to see the pace slow down. And for a team like Team WE, in the past, when things have slowed up, it has been a struggle for them. This is a team that excels at fighting at every objective and just being up-tempo and being in your face constantly. Like, yes, most LPL teams elect to fight at every objective, but Team WE, if you gave them an inch, they would take a mile. And if you're able to slow down Monkey, they won't even look for that inch anymore. They'll just say, all right, well, we'll wait forever and a half to try to go and make our play. You can see the walkouts coming through. Top Esports has already taken the stage. I like how they line up in like the cellular, cellular data bar. Because Feng Yue is just so damn tall.
It's really funny. Some teams obviously have some taller and shorter players in some very funny positions overall. So seeing like a support that's the tallest player on the team, it kind of scratches that itch in the brain. There's a little serotonin of that.
Something's not right here.
Yeah.
We must get a swap off. All right, never mind. I didn't see who we have on the end for Top Esports. All right, at least on the one side, it's aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, you gotta make sure they line up correctly. But I'm super excited about these games, very selfishly, because I think there is a chance that both of these are just heavy snowballs. Like, I really do think that both of these teams care so much about where they're at 15 minutes. And if one of these teams has a massive gold lead, has started stacking dragons, has started getting objectives going, like, it's going to be difficult. Both of these teams really struggle at being able to play from behind. And, we might see some positioning mistakes in the mid game because of that, but that just means that there's going to be a lot of action. I think this is a quintessential LPL contest, and I'm really excited, especially with what Top Esports showed against AL, that, they might be able to step up here. And we know WE can play everybody tough if they're, in form and their lanes are going well.
Yeah, they've done so for so long now, and we'll see if they continue to do it again. I do wonder if any of these junglers are going to divert from their paths a little bit, given the way that the bot lanes have been for both of these sides, where they've struggled, but they clearly have some strong players there. Do you think that these junglers might divert from being super selfish and try to help out down there a little bit more? Or do you think they're going to just try to use their bot lane as a means to an end in the series?
I definitely think it's possible. I think both of these teams are set up to play around the 2v2. We talked about that a bit. If Monkey wants to start adapting the playstyle to play more for Arha on the bottom side specifically, I think that could actually be really advantageous for WE. About is a player who, if we go back to his time in the Challengers League for Gen G Challengers, Gen G Academy, just a year ago in Tier 2 in Korea, a lot of his time there was spent being the main character of that team, getting a lot of resources, being what they played for on strong side. It's certainly something he feels comfortable doing, and we saw that toward the end of WE's run in the play-ins for them to get into Group Ascend as well. I really expect that to be something that they could find a lot of success doing if they wanted to go in that area. The question is, does TN want to, overextend on that side of the map and basically take it away, force you to win elsewhere? Because it's the solo laners that I think you do have some concern over for WE.
No doubt. And TN could just decide, hey, you want to go play for your bot lane? That's fine. I will trust that my bot lane will be able to lose gracefully, and I'll go play for Cream, who I think is certainly a better laner than Karus. I'll go play for Zweon, who just absolutely dumpstered Flandra. Imagine what he could do to Cube. We'll see what happens with these champion selections here, K-Man, as we're into the draft here for Game 1, this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, some power picks taken off the board, as well as the Akali. Notable that the Akali is kind of a signature pick for both of these mid laners. Be interested to see if that ends up being a consistent ban in the first phase, but basically all the normal ones. Jarvan, Azir kind of being taken off the board over something like an Orianna, even over something like a Ryze. Certainly interesting, but there's the Orianna, and that aforementioned Ryze is available. Varus as well, left up. I would imagine that one of those two is going to be the first pick here.
Yep, and of course, Seraphine as a duo is available, so with your first two picks, you could always elect to go after that and give the priority back to Jackie Love and Feng Yue if you wanted. Remember that even with that priority, they struggled even a little bit in their last series, still were able to get the job done. Regardless, we do see the Pantheon hover coming out from TN. No real surprise, big playmaker on this guy who has been pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, you love giving a champion like Pantheon over to TN because it gives him the opportunity to use those aggressive playmaking instincts to find early game avenues. The Nami going to be the lock-in as well for Feng Yue. He's actually found a lot of success specifically with this champion and with combos, you know, the Nami combos, the Lucian, the Corki, things like that. Expect that to be the answer coming through on the third pick here. Vi left up as well. Plenty of junglers. Xin Zhao also available if they wanted to go in that direction, but it will be the Vi lock-in. Vi Rise is so scary to have to play into in the early game because you can just generate so much tempo through these skirmishes before going off into a side lane. WE's comp is already pretty strong in terms of the way they want to fight early.
There's a big worry here because now Top Esports could opt into a Lucian or a Corgi here and then take away a powerful bot lane from Team WE and the potential to expose Monkey, right? Vi is a champion who does not do well with getting invaded. So if you give her a weak bot lane, you have to play very careful, especially against TN.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting conversation is just how comfortable do they feel kind of sacrificing that bot lane priority. You know, we've seen, you know, we talked about them wanting to play more towards bot side, but prioritizing Cube on the top side, specifically taking away this Jace. When you look at Zweon's champion pool up until this point, this split, it's really just winning 1v1s on the top side. That's something that this team has really prioritized in terms of their lanes. The Jace early already kind of puts some pressure. It says, like, hey, you know, we feel like if we put you on weak side, you're going to have less of an impact on the game as a whole. He was a tank player down in tier 2 when he was playing for some of those good top esports challengers teams, but kind of a gauntlet thrown here that I'm interested to see how it ends up panning out for them.
Yeah, and it looks like based on the team comp for Top Esports, he might just have to put the tanks in the bag here. So we'll see if he's able to make that happen and how many advantages Cube would be able to squeeze out here. You know, this is a guy that we've given a lot of grief to, and a lot of it I think has been deserved. He has been just kind of there at his best, and at his worst has had an active negative impact on Team WE's game. So when you give him this Jace, you are expecting big things to come through. This York is going to be the final ban, which is a pick that has often gone into the Jace. So we'll see if we pick a top laner up here, if we want to go and pick up our mid laner. And yep, it's just going to be tanks in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, the Scion makes the most sense here. Obviously pairs super well with what you've got going on strong side bot. Definitely allows you to be a little bit more aggressive with the way that you play there early. And the question is, you know, can Zweon play this Scion at a high-end level? You know, you brought up Cube on the Jace. He's only played one Jace game across 2026 so far. It was in the winter split. He did not do very well on the champions. So definitely not kind of the pick you expect out of WE, especially with that topside pressure. Now with the Scion, it's going to be even more difficult to generate that early lead. Varus has made his way through the second phase of these bans. Not something you very often see out of that champion. Would be a pretty okay pick into this Corki Nami if you did want to go for that, and maybe something like a Bard to be able to move around the map. Nautilus could work as well if you just wanted to play a little bit more for these team fights. You'd have plenty of different forms of engage for WE, and that is going to be what they lock in. They want to go for that playmaking strategy to get Monkey on this Vi into a good spot.
I like these multiple point and clicks because right now on the side of TES, Corki Valkyrie is not enough for you to be able to get away. And while Ahri would be able to slide in and out, you know, if you elect to go a Victor or something like that, you have the same problem. Even in Aurora to a certain extent, you still have this problem.
Yeah, you definitely have to be worried about the lockdown coming in, and that's the big concern. I do like Aurora as a complement to Pantheon. I think this is going to be one of the stronger mid-jungle duos you can go to into the Rise, because you actually do pressure it out. Rise doesn't have the range to be able to deal with Aurora nearly as efficiently, and that champion really does a lot of damage, sometimes a bit underrated, but it's going to be the mid-game that I really tend to look at. This Vi is a pick that can really start to spiral out of control, and with things like Jace, Rise Realm Warp, Varus, you talked about the point and click from Nautilus as well as the follow-up with the hook. WE are going to have a ton of tempo to be able to play through this mid game if they actually do have their laners in a good spot. But if Top Esports can get to that late game, they actually have a lot of kind of quiet engage if you have the Pantheon on the backline here to be able to make these 5v5s happen.
No doubt about it. Now, Team WE locking in that Varus and that Nautilus to try and get some priority to make sure that this Vi doesn't get invaded on. I still think it's a high possibility. Arha is really going to have to lock in early on because while Nautilus can certainly put in a lot of work against the Nami, the reverse can happen if you position incorrectly for just a step. That damage that can come onto you can really result in losing priority in that lane and then, again, cause that cascading problem for your Vi. So that's what I'm really looking out for in this early game.
That's the thing. We've seen a lot of people punished very heavily for picking engaged supports in this meta. Will that happen again here, especially in a game number 1? Corki Nami can be so devastating from ahead. You can really snowball games on the bottom side out of control with that Pantheon pressure. I really do believe that they're in a position where their engage is easier in the back end of the game, but one thing to point out is that the poke is actually surprisingly good as well, coming in from WE with that mid-game pressure. So if you do end up getting to a point against Jace Varus where you don't have control over the river, it can get pretty scary pretty fast.
Well, we'll see how scary it actually is, K-Man. We are on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the final best of 3 of the day. Top Esports versus Team WE. Healthy Gyos. Really loving that, K-Man. So, think that it's so important to keep Monkey on time in this game, not only for just Vi in general, but we really want to get the grubs, I think, if we're Team WE, right? You give them over to your Jace, your Ryze gets a little bit of extra power on turrets when he's split pushing. I think that's really what you're looking for.
Absolutely. I think grubs are really big for them this game, actually, not just in terms of the pressure that you get in the side lanes, but just the early pressure that naturally puts on. With champions like Jace and Varus, it can get you a lot of gold in the early game if you are able to start snowballing that. You know, intentionally, I should say. Sometimes we get those grubs fights that are a little more chaotic, but I imagine there's definitely going to be some pressure on that top side. I'm really going to be looking at this mid lane. You know, Ryze, obviously a champion that can be a really big deal, was worth the first pick in terms of how strong that champion is, but Aurora generally does really well into these matchups where the range isn't a problem, and, you know, it's going to be up to Cream, who is one of the veterans on this team, to really have a big impact on this game.
We did talk about how Arha plays a little bit more for the 2v2, but with a Nautilus here, you do get a little bit more opportunity, especially with the Varus as your AD carry, to move around and have a two-man game with Monkey, which, again, was the basis of the recipe for success for Team WE last year. So we'll see if they're able to replicate it here. Again, Arha had a quite a fine split with Weibo Gaming in Split 1, so a big boon for Team WE if they can make it work.
Definitely a big pickup here for WE. They really wanted to try and get some major upside in that support position. Arha, a player that we have talked about potentially being one of the better supports in the league with the execution. Unfortunately, looks like we're getting an early pause here. I assume it's something Jackie Love related as we see him on the screen.
Yep, early pause, man. Come on, nothing even happened yet. What do you mean we're already pausing?
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
Super upsetting. I guess the good news is, you know, if there's one thing that we can diagnose from this game so far, it's that Team WE has already had a better early game than they did in their last matchup where Monkey had some jungle clear issues that were self-inflicted.
I think that's a low statement to make on maybe what ended up going down the last time we saw Monkey. Definitely a bit of a tumultuous game for him in Game 2 against Ninjas in Pajamas, where he was completely taken out of the game, was completely off of his mark. His laners were super pushed back because he was neutralized entirely by Gowan. That's not happening here. Hooray! Monkey gets to farm his camps, something that I'm sure he's going to be very excited about moving forward.
He didn't reset his wolves on first clear, so like, we're already doing better than we were last week, but you know, honestly, not a whole lot to break down for the moment. Although I do think that a little gun shy on the bottom side here for Team WE early. You know, I'd like to see maybe an early angle onto a Nami with a wave getting pushed in. The turret's able to help you out if they decide they want to fire back. But then again, there's just not too many opportunities, so it's not like the end of the world already.
Yeah, you'd hate to accidentally give a kill to the Corki in this laning phase. That would feel very bad in terms of the 2v2s, so I understand maybe the hesitation of saying, you know, we're fine, we'll wait. Definitely worth noting that it looks like it is going to be that poke Varus that we've become, you know, pretty accustomed to. That does increase the value of this Scion in the late game, who you start to look at that enemy team and you're like, Jace, poke Varus, Rise can do some damage. Like, it's going to become a little bit of a scary proposition as we go along. And, Zweion's a player that we have seen pretty exclusively on a lot of these more aggressive picks, even something like the Gnar, obviously, one of the more aggressive tanks that you can have in terms of engage angles and, 1v1 pressure. This is a big game for him on Sion to say, hey, I'm well-rounded. I can be what 369 was for this team, which is a stable, steady top side if you need me to be.
And at time, could roll some 9s and go and get you some wins. I mean, listen, it's what he did in the last series versus anyone's legend. It's a shame that, at least in this first game, his impact might be a little bit more muted. But if we do get to the late game, it seems like it's going to be pretty difficult for this Team WE squad to try and kill him. You are really banking on the W from Varus to do all these % health damages to really work down that HP bar. So obviously that is still a long ways away for the moment. So what I did want to ask you here is, what is the bar for success here for JackeyLove and Feng, given the fact that they have this Quirky Nami into the matchup that they're in? Like, what do you need to see for you to be like, JackeyLove's back?
I mean, if we're talking, is JackeyLove back? Because last year, this guy was incredible. I mean, he made a case for being the best AD carry in the LPL throughout parts of 2025, and obviously has been in that conversation throughout his entire career. But in order to get there, I need to see this bot lane go out, get a 30 CS lead, be able to translate that into dragon pressure, and really start to snowball this game out of control. If you were utilizing this Quirky Nami to be able to fight as early and often as possible, take away that mid-game advantage that you naturally think of when you think of a Vi and a Jace and a lot of these champions that skirmish so well around that one-item power spike. Like, that's the kind of difference-making AD carry play that JackeyLove was giving you last year, where you're not just getting, oh, this is what Quirky Nami normally does. You're elevating the champions into elite territory, which, obviously is something that we've seen him do before.
I think a lot of that is going to depend on Feng as well. Obviously, we're still, JackeyLove's still getting some of the rust off, but Feng has not played these lanes great so far. Now, the good news is that JackeyLove should make this guy better in the long run. Even if things are a little rough early on, I'm sure there's a lot of learning that Feng is still doing for the moment, but we really do need to see him step up a little bit in these early lanes in order for this top esports team to reach this potential. Because, with all the swaps that happened, we were like, TN's coming in, JackeyLove's coming in, we got 369. Oh, well, we have Zweion now. Oh, well, does this limit through the ceiling of top esports? I think they can still get there if Feng develops into a really solid laning support. We are back in the action, K-Man. So you can already see some pings on this bottom crab.
Yeah, we saw some action on the bottom crab in the first series. We'll see if that translates, as Monkey's actually looking mid lane here on the Aurora.
Karis is unfortunately not able to step up at this time. Wave pushing into him. Not great in the health department, so not going to see shades of what Tien was able to do with the Vi Flash, as he will go and pick up his bottom crab, go get some vision down here, and take his recall.
Yeah, he's going to be happy to say, all right, we're trading crabs. We're doing just fine, I imagine. Pressure's going to start right about now, and Tien wants that dive on the bot side here. Bout and Arha already a little low.
And level 4 as well for the top esports bot lane. This is pretty huge. Trying to get some spells out. We're on top of a bout. Bubble is there. First blood for Tien. Perfectly tanked up by Feng.
They get the plate, they get the kill, they get everything that they want in the exchange, and Tien gets the first blood. This is the top esports I remember. Early, aggressive plays, getting leads in this game is going to be massive, and especially getting a lot of that gold onto your bot lane can really change how a lot of these fights go in the mid game, because you need that bot side to be able to move around. So really love the play early on by Tien, and this is what he is so good at, being able to identify exactly when and where to put that aggression.
And it's not like there's much that Monkey can do on the other side. Vi is one of these champions that you are really waiting till you hit level 6 to do much of anything. Is Zweion having some trouble dealing with Cube for the moment down in CS. Again, not to be unexpected here as the melee into the range.
This matchup will get easier for Sion eventually when he gets some of those tank stats built, some of those items coming through. But for now, absolutely, this is a nightmare matchup for him in the early game. Question is now, can Monkey make a difference on the bottom side? The hook's gonna land.
Yep, here comes Monkey, but JackeyLove with a very nice Valkyrie to dodge out.
needed to time that just about as well as he did. Getting hit by the Vikey would have been certain death for JackeyLove, and those are the plays you gotta avoid. Those are the plays they weren't avoiding against Invictus. They're looking to land.
Yeah, big damage on the Fungyue. Barrier going to be burnt by JackeyLove here as the Team WE bot lane getting some advantages here. We'll see if they want to move in toward this dragon with a recall coming out from Cream. He's got no teleport.
Yeah, this is definitely some good play coming in from Arha, who's been able to really pressure out a bot lane that really felt in a great spot. It's been relatively neutral from the 2v2. You can kind of start to expect that to be more the case with Varus being able to poke out that Corki Nami duo, but overall, still a relatively even game state as we get closer and closer to those objective spawns. Dragon is up on the map. Do see TN once again pinging onto the bottom side, but Monkey is in the area as well.
JackeyLove down to about half HP. No barrier either. It's going to be a little testy for him. TN going to get landed on the hook, but they're going to go all in on About, and About will fall. The turn is going to go on to Monkey next. But Arha locks up JackeyLove, is forced to flash away himself. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Between Worlds went down as Cream is getting the better of Karis.
Yeah, it's a very good turn here from Top Esports. It should give them full priority over this dragon as Tien and Fungyue continue to pressure this out. See if they want to try and risk taking this. They are a little low. JackeyLove's going to be hitting that B button and will be going back to base, but a fantastic outcome overall for them, and that's the kind of mistake you can't make on Varus. You have to make sure that you're spacing a lot of this snap engage really well. We talked about it in draft. Top Esports actually have a very good engage comp with that Pantheon if you're not prepared for it, and fortunately for the young AD carry, he ends up falling and giving even more gold over to Top Esports.
No dragon for the moment for Top Esports as Tien recalled and is going to head up to clear his top side. Maybe going to want to fight around these grubs that are going to be up in a minute. Remember we talked about how it would be a godsend for Cube and Karis for their ability to split push. And with Tien already 1-0-1, has his Tunneler, has his Caulfields, it's going to be very difficult to fight this guy.
Yeah, it's not getting easier. That I will say. This is the problem with Pantheon, and one of the big reasons why he's been prioritized so heavily. People think about the map pressure and the ultimate being able to move around and, create a lot of this chaos, but even just in isolated 3v3s, he's one of the strongest champions in the game, and you can't really allow him to start snowballing. This WE comp is built almost entirely around getting these mid-game fights to go their way and to start stacking these objectives. It's not looking like it's going to be particularly easy. 20 seconds on the grubs. That's going to be a huge objective that we highlighted earlier that WE would love to be able to pick up for their Ryze and their Jace and their Varus in these side lanes. See how much pressure they want to put. For now, Monkey going to continue to protect his bot lane.
Both junglers have returned to the bottom side. About has his serrated Dirk, while JackeyLove has a Sheen, so there's a lot of power in these AD carries as eventually these guys are going to go run into each other. We see Karis has the ability to move first here. Just making sure he can kind of scare Top Esports a little bit with that Realm Warp.
Gotta be aware of the Ryze. That is the big advantage right now, that level 6s are being hit. Supports as well, hitting level 6 matter for some of these exchanges in the same vein. Tien just going to continue to farm. We'll see how much pressure they want to put on the dragon here. It does feel like they would easily have the inside track with the bot lane pressure that they have, but look at the squad, mid-jungle making their way down.
Already looking to move their way, and Cream has to just kind of wait until Karis shows back up on the wave. Funky has started up this dragon. Tien is on his way from the base, still has that Grand Starfall. JackeyLove goes over the wall looking for Monkey. And Monkey got caught by the tidal wave. Tien immediately shows up, and Arha is like, I hooked the wrong guy. He's in big trouble now. The root went down onto JackeyLove, but they are going to be able to find the Nautilus with just one spear to the back. 4 for nothing to start the game for Top Esports. They're going to get this dragon too.
Yanni, you asked me what I needed to see to believe that JackeyLove is back. I think him valking over the wall right in the face of the enemy jungler is pretty darn close to me thinking that he's back. That's how you utilize that pressure. Tien comes in with the ultimate. He's got that first item fully completed here, and they just take advantage of this power spike that they had generated for themselves with these good skirmishes, and now About is potentially in danger.
All right, we're turning on to Tien, though. Tien is not going to be able to get to the rest of his squad. We'll be able to dodge out on the arrow, but it does mean that Karis is the one who gets the kill. Now Arha going to try to link up and protect his mid jungle. Cream flashes forward, but gets caught. Karis flashes over the wall. Jackie Love is able to finish him off. Now they're going to look for Monkey. Cream is very low, but Monkey will leave Arha to die. It's a double kill for Jackie Love, and it's a disaster to open the game for Team WE.
WE want to look for anything on the map right now. They feel like the jungler has overextended looking for another bot lane play, but at the end of the day, they just don't have the damage to break through after killing the Pantheon. Especially with Cream coming down, that Aurora is really starting to get into a spot where she's going to be a little bit dangerous now with 2 assists. And the game just gets further and further out of control for WE. The objective's already being stacked. Tien now on the top side because he gets to respawn from the death, and the Grubs are also going to go the way of top esports. It just feels like everything on the map is in their favor, and they're going against a comp that needed to win at this exact moment.
Yeah, this is just so brutal for Team WE, and hold on, seeing a root come down. Jackie Love taking a lot of damage, not putting a whole lot back, but he'll be okay for now. It's just so tough because Vi and Nautilus, while they provide plenty of CC, they don't provide a ton of damage, and it means that these early skirmishes are just so hard for them.
Yeah, it's especially bad when, you know, the Corki feels comfortable enough with 4 kills now to be able to completely valve forward. Triforce done, 1.5k gold up. I mean, this is a nightmare for WE because you can no longer play towards the bottom side of the map. That Corki, wherever he is going to be able to instantly win these exchanges because About just does not have the damage to deal with a lot of what's coming out. Even with mid laners completing their item, Karis has an unstacked Roa, and Cream is able to complete his Rocket Belt. This Aurora is also in a great spot, about to hit level 11, you know, very, very shortly. Top esports have so much tempo and pressure on the map. Luckily for WE, it's still 3 minutes away from the next major objective, that dragon spawning. So they don't have to worry too much unless they overextend here, but Arhan Monkey looking around.
All right, let's see who's going to blink first for this crab. Is Feng Yue showing, just going to get the ward down. Looks like he might be trying to bait it out, but nobody is going to get fooled by that one. One of the players that is under a lot of pressure given this game state right now has to be Cube. He's got a solid lead for himself. He's going to have to take this winning matchup that he has and really make something of it when it comes to these objectives. His shock blasts are going to have to be impactful, and he's going to have to make an early impact too. It can't be at Dragon 3. It's got to be at Dragon 2 or at Rift.
Yeah, those 4 kills mean nothing if you get hit by the J Shock Blast for Jackie Love, so you definitely still want to make sure that you're not in too much danger in that realm, and that's where the Poke Varus can come in and really make a big impact as well. You do have to be very careful on the back end of these fights, but one of the big concerns I have for WE in that area is Tien also having quite a bit of gold here and really being able to utilize that stun well. You need to be able to start out macroing this team. That's the part of the map that you got to be looking at is the side lanes here for WE. If they can start to establish pressure, get more gold into the pocket of their solo laners who have small but noticeable leads here, then I think that's going to be a massive advantage that they can turn into more pressure elsewhere.
Love what they're doing here. Zoyan is sticking in that brush closest to Cube. See if they're going to be able to do much here with the Grand Skyfall as well, but Cube will flash away. So you get the Jace flash, but you do burn a lot for it. We have a couple of members heading up here as well. Zoyan wants to take the fight to Cube. Here comes a tidal wave. Everybody is here on top of it. Cube gets knocked up and taken down, but I don't think this is a fight that Team WE can actually win. Arha trying to retreat to the safety of his turret, but Jackie Love picks up another.
I mean, if we wanted to see greed, I think we're seeing greed right now. Top esports taking every fight that they can possibly think of at this point, and they are able to win all of it. Like I said, if Corki is there and you're not landing damage on him, you are going to lose the fight. It's a phenomenal angle here and really well played by both Zoyan and Feng Yue, the 2 players that we needed to see step up, the younger players on this roster. Jackie Love obviously doing a fantastic job to cash it out and to cash it in, but they can afford to make that play and put so many resources in because objectives are not yet up on the map. Now, 25 seconds on the Dragon, they still are pulling attention to the top side.
We are valking forward onto Karis and dealing 1 million damage. He is down to half HP and has to recall. This entire wave is getting denied. Top esports is just putting the screws to Team WE 14.5 minutes into this game, Gambit.
I mean, they're going to get this tower. They are just so fed on the bottom side of the map right now. It looks like they're totally fine just saying, yeah, sure, we'll get this Corki into as good of a spot as possible. Who cares that we might have to give up this dragon? Tien is in the area, though. I would feel a little bit concerned taking this fight without your super fed AD carry, but even so, more gold on the Jackie Love. He has a 2,500 gold lead at 15 minutes.
This is ridiculous. I mean, we said, what do we need to see to say that Jackie Love is back? And well, I think we're seeing it right now. Okay, man. I mean, we had some questions about how him and Tien were going to play to start the split, and you know, Tien, even in that first game that didn't go so well for Top Esports, did look pretty good and has only gotten better. It took a little bit of time for Jackie Love to get going, like that old car that you try to start up in the winter, but he is cruising right along here in Game 1 of the third series.
And just like that old car, Yanni, we are definitely traveling smoothly. There might be some sounds, there might be some creaks along the way, but we get to our destination eventually here with Jackie Love, who is just Omega fed. This game, I think it's fair to say. If you're looking for ways for WE to get back into this, you know, Rift Herald's on the map. That's very unlikely going to be theirs unless Top Esports want to go for a play elsewhere. With Tien on the top side, I imagine that he is going to prioritize this, and not really a good timer for WE to fight. They have to play this really smart. They still do have a lot of poke, and TES make a couple of positioning mistakes around these objectives and take a little bit too much damage. There is an opportunity for them to, you know, potentially not be in the right spot around some of these major fights, but that is definitely something that TES at this point are going to have to screw up, as Wayon might be the target here, Arha's here.
And that was one of Top Esports' early issues that they dealt with in their first series, was that their positioning was not 100% there around some of these objectives. But they're not being challenged on anything right now because Team WE is just unable to do so. We're going to go after Jackie Love here. The tidal wave coming through on top of it. He's going to be able to Valkyrie away, but can he actually escape? The teleport coming in for the protection as well as the Grand Skyfall as well. And Jackie Love is alive.
If you can't get him on that play, that is concerning, because that was Jackie Love very overextended. They had to burn a lot in order to make sure that he was safe. You later CC well. You just didn't have the damage. I know, no flash. Just waited for Valk. He didn't even have barrier up for the exchange either. He just kind of stood there and said, I'm going to live anyways, and he was correct. That is definitely a concerning trait here. You're going to have to land at least a couple more of those and get some more damage under your belt. Is a little bit of a top lane war here with Tien making his way in.
Yep, they're just trying to keep Cube nearby. A Monkey shows up, and the play will be called off by both sides. But listen, any attempt like that where Team WE is not able to get anything is a win for Top Esports, given the current state of things. The Rift Herald gets put down on the bottom side.
Yeah, Herald getting dropped on the bot side is actually really important because it's Aurora who is down there who's going to be able to pick up the gold from this tower, and getting Aurora online is like the last piece of the puzzle here for Top Esports that would make it nearly impossible to get back in.
Lens
might have overextended.
3v2 for the moment. He gets put on the wrong side of his Nami. Gonna look for the re-engage, but Jackie Love is going in once again, and down goes Monkey.
It doesn't matter. If Corki is here, you cannot win, and it feels like Tien is overextending. It feels like the greed is finally going to come back to bite him, but his team is in the perfect spot, and Cube is the next victim.
Yeah, Tien just doesn't take any damage from this guy. Cube will drop the hammer down, but he's going to get dropped himself. We're still fighting.
It's everywhere.
We're fighting over everything. Karis is forced to flash away. The turret has done the most damage this game to Jackie Love, I think. But even then, the turret is not able to defeat him.
You know, you get to a point where the Corki is tower diving a rise, and you start to feel a little bit worried about the direction the game is headed in.
Starting to feel worried.
Yeah, I think the panic meter might be off the scale at this point with the way that things are going. You're even getting Sion to split push on the top side. It just feels like nothing can go wrong for Top Esports in this game. Again, it finally looks like Tien might be punished for some of this greedy over-aggression that he has, but look at where Jackie Love is. He's like, hey, you want to take a fight? I'm here. I'm ready to go. And Monkey at this point doesn't have the damage, and he certainly doesn't have the survivability on a champion like Vi, where you need to snowball out of control. Gets completely melted, and Jackie Love at this point, 3,500 gold up individually on about. He's not just the gold lead, he is the gold in this game.
Well, the good news is, Rise scales really well. The bad news is, I don't know if you're going to get there. We'll see if Team WE can find a way to stem any sort of this bleeding. They were down 6,000 gold just a few moments ago, but are now down less than 6,000 gold, K-Man, so already looking a little bit better.
I mean, yeah, that's something. I think the worry for me with the Rise point is, what does Rise not like? Well, he doesn't like getting bursted down at the start of fights.
Well,
Never mind, I'll see you later, Ara.
But he did anyway. Immediate 5v4s. Zoyan teleports in. So we could just go for Baron here instead of this Dragon if we really want to do, but Top Esports is going to look to play things by the book here.
Yeah, at this point, they really can have whatever they want. There's no wrong answer on the map for them. Whatever objective they want to take, they are going to have the first track for. That objective might be Karis' life.
All right, well, About had to flash away. Karis is going to be able to Realm Warp out, so they managed to get him out of there. Now the turn, while this turn is still up, it will finally fall, and Tien is very healthy, and Cube is not. It is another kill for Top Esports. We got one, though, About sniping out the Nami. All right.
About picks up a solo kill. We're back in the game, right?
We're so back, boys.
We are so back.
2025 Team WE is back, baby.
The gold deficit has been cut to 3,000. Zoyan continuing to zone.
All right, we're seeing Monkey go in, 2,000 HP on this Dragon, and now Monkey's going to get engaged on. Good buffer with his ultimate. They do find Tien. Monkey is healing up. Jackie Love isn't necessarily healthy. Zoyan is looking to lock up the front line, but Jackie Love can't join this fight, so it's just the solo laners versus 4 members of Team WE, and Zoyan is taking a heck of a lot of damage. They're keeping this aggro. Zoyan flashes away. Cream is very healthy, but he might be the next victim. He gets hooked as the Dragon goes to Team WE, and Top Esports, their hubris gets punished.
Yeah, it's finally an aggressive play that gets punished for Top Esports, where they feel they can immediately go into that Dragon. Jackie Love is way too chunked out for a full exchange, as we're going to see in this replay. We're actually starting all the way at the beginning here. Karis and About going to be the main target on the tower dive, and at this point it looks basically unstoppable, but Jackie Love taking a turret shot, getting a little bit lower here even on the re-engage. You do have a lot of damage going down onto the Pantheon, and while you are able to pick up a kill onto the Jace, trading it for the Nami does delay a lot of what you can do here, because the sustain is now gone. From that point onwards, Jackie Love doesn't have the ability to be nearly as aggressive without his support available, and WE are at least able to pull off their second Dragon of the game and give themselves something to play for later.
What were we talking about a little bit earlier? Top Esports has had some trouble with these objectives when things are contested. You know, they are still a team that is growing together, with 3/5 of this roster changing from a split 1 to split 2. So, you know, we still have to congeal. We have to synergize. We have to get it together, and they are going to take their lumps at times. But the good news for them is their lead is still quite large for the moment. 22.5 minutes into this game. Karis is on 2 items right now, so he's hit that Rise power spike. That is something to note. And Monkey, with his 2 items, will be able to at least sustain through a little bit, but Cube is yet to make an impact in this game.
Yeah, he's really struggling on the top side to turn that Jace priority into anything, because they have no way to set up around any of these objectives. Green potentially a target on the bottom side. He's just so safe as the Aurora. This would be a very difficult play to go for if you're Monkey, but he could potentially still look for it. Doesn't look like he's going to find anything on that side of the map. You talked about Karis hitting that 2-item power spike on Rise. About got both of the shutdowns in that fight on Tien and on Feng Yue. So quite a bit of gold going into the pocket of the Varus that, see if it ends up getting used. We got wrong sides here for both teams.
Yeah, we are a little flip-flop. We are inverted. We'll see if this results in any positive play for Team WE, as I'm sure Top Esports is not expecting them to be where they are, as the 2-man unit of Monkey and Cube are still looking around. They've spotted out Tien. They're going to go after Tien, and Tien is all alone as Cube gets his first.
That's a really good play for WE. It's even more gold going into their pocket, and again, taking down the jungler does open up more opportunities to potentially dive on the bot side. Cream looks like he's playing it respectfully, but he's walking up to the wave.
This is crazy, Cream. He's going to use his ultimate, go between worlds again and again, but then gets caught by Monkey, and it's another shutdown. This one going over to Cube.
We're starting to see some throws go down, Yanni. We are starting to see some gold go back into the pocket. Jackie Love gonna narrowly avoid the chains coming out here from About, but Cube gonna take down the bot lane tower, and that 6k gold lead has been definitely chipped away at. We are definitely starting to get a more interesting game state between these two teams. The question is, what can you do with it? This is something we've seen a lot from Top Esports throughout not just this year, but, you know, people compare this to the 2024 version with Tien coming back, and this was certainly a product of their game back in 2024. They have to be able to lock in and play around that Corki power spike. You can't just be separated like this. Vision control is going to be paramount over the next 5 minutes.
One thing that we did talk about a little bit is that, you know, if JackeyLove gets hit by a couple shock blasts, doesn't matter how far ahead he is, Cube getting a little bit of power. I mean, you take a look at the rest of the team for WE. This is a bit of a difficult game for the Scorgi to try and play out with these point and clicks, and, you know, with Top Esports throwing Team WE at least a lifeline for the moment, they continue to make these mistakes in the mid game. We're talking about a brand new game.
Definitely starts to get more interesting. I think that is my key word for this game, is it's become very interesting very fast. Baron on the map, that's going to be the setup here for Top Esports. They have the pressure on the top side here. Kars is going to have to answer the wave, but how aggressive do you want to be? I talked about vision control being super important because you're playing around this Jace and Varus that can still chip you down, even though they're down quite a bit of gold, is the wording I was looking for, but it's going to you have to make sure that you're in a spot where you can capitalize if you do find one of these members in a bad position. They're just going to start up the Baron, though.
All right, shotgun Baron out of Top Esports. We'll see if Team WE is able to sniff this one out. Looks like they're heading on their way in, and Top Esports will pull off the Baron. Monkey going to charge up his Q. Looks like he's going out. There's nothing but... Ooh, okay. There's a shock blast. You see, it's starting to get a little bit of chunky damage.
It's scary. The poke on this team is very for real. Tien as well does have that flash available. You have to watch out for a potential engage coming in from the Pantheon. This poke is really important to be able to get down to pressure them off of these objectives, but with Dragon also spawning now, WE are going to have to make a decision eventually.
So are Top Esports, because if you just sit around, I mean, you can only dodge out this poke for so long. You know, you need to start this objective up or set your feet and turn around. WE still as a 5-man group. They could give this away if they wanted and elect to go for the turret with these waves coming in. And this Dragon getting down below 2,000 HP. Looks like Top Esports will be able to move back over into the mid lane here. Cream and Zweon, the first ones there. This Monkey just wanted those plates.
He is going to get the plates at the bare minimum. He's going to get some gold for his trouble, but Top Esports make the correct call. They just say, hey, we'll take the Dragon. We don't need to worry too much about a lot of the poke coming down. Soul is going to be a pretty far away win condition for either of these two teams with 2 apiece, but still denying that from the other side, from WE here. Tien being able to go back and get that Guardian Angel potentially for the next big fight around this Baron. Both really consequential things, and you're right, Top Esports do kind of have to make decisions in these exchanges, and that's something that they've struggled with, but as long as they are able to play front to back and JackeyLove is able to stay safe, you have to consider them still major favorites in these fights. We've seen WE really play comfortable in a lot of this mid-game, but their work is still cut out for them in this one.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, about on 3.5 items. Cube is almost there as well. I mean, you do have heavy hitters that can make plays with their poke on some of these less tankier targets. I mean, even if Tien gets hit by a wayward arrow or a shock blast, he's going to be feeling it, right? He's got some health, he's got some armor, but he's no Saya.
I mean, that's exactly why I was talking about the Top Esports engage in terms of what this comp wants to do. They once again are going to start up the Baron. Monkey's on the bottom side.
Yeah, he just decided to go farm his grub. We are at 10k HP and rapidly dropping. Karis is not around to Realm Warp him in. We have a teleport coming in.
It's just gone.
From Cube. Tidal Wave is here to kind of break up the squad. There's charge up an arrow, but no Gumayushi to be had here. Now Cream going between worlds. A lot of damage onto a bout. Over the top comes Pantheon. They're able to get on top of him to keep him out alive for the moment. Tien is going to go into Guardian Angel, but Monkey's got to flash over the wall and try to get away as JackeyLove continues the charge. That's Baron and a kill for Top Esports.
It's perfectly played by TES. Monkey just not recognizing the threat that TES can put down on the Baron is farming his camps on the bottom side. Tien's looking for even more.
Cube is in trouble. He'll get to the blast cone, but gets blasted himself. There's another one for Top Esports.
That's a 50-second death timer. They're going to get a lot off of that kill here as they push down for this inhibitor. JackeyLove's falcing forward.
Yep, JackeyLove's been doing that all game long, and Team WE have not had an answer for it. Middle inhibitor turret going to fall with that inhibitor as well. Cube is still down for 30 seconds. Zweon goes in, gets hooked. They're dumping a lot of damage into him, but his health bar is not really moving that much. Cream a little low on mana as well as Zweon, so looks like Top Esports will exit through the mid lane. Or will they?
Oh,
JackeyLove always
I'm
wants
getting
more.
Nervous.
Almost got caught there, but still has both of his summoners up, and Team WE will weather the storm for now.
They survive. I mean, the game is still going on, but it undoes so much of the hard work that they've spent the last 10 minutes fighting for. They are right back down 6,000 gold, giving over that Baron, giving over the kill, reacting late to a great call by Top Esports. Again, it's the greed, it's the aggression, it's the decisive decision-making from TES that ends up coming out on top and giving them such a big advantage. Playing around these big carries can sometimes be difficult, as you pointed out, with the lockdown CC that's coming in on the side of WE, but if you are in the right place at the right time and have that vision set up, you can do a lot more than the enemy team can. Dragon spawning in a minute and a half, it would be sole point for both of these teams. We'll see if TES even want to wait for that, if they potentially want to try and end the game on the bot side.
Well, their Baron's still up, and only Kara showing on the bottom side. The potential is still there to go and make plays. Weon is looking to grab the attention of multiple members of the side of Team WE, but he may have bit off a little bit more than he could chew, as the shutdown is going to go over to About.
It's another shutdown for the Varus. It's something. It is definitely a mistake here for the Scion to be that far forward. The waves are just slightly desynced on this Baron push to really be able to capitalize in the right way. JackeyLove sees a mid-wave. He's going to be stepping up for the mid-wave. Monkey, unfortunately, not in a position to punish it. You always have to make sure you keep an eye on JackeyLove when he's killing any minion in the mid lane after 30 minutes into the game. But at least now it's going to be an overall neutralized game state with Dragon spawning in 40 seconds.
Killed the rest of the Baron push for Top Esports, so, rookie mistake out of Weon. It's okay. The expectation is that there will be some, so really hampers what that Baron would have gotten you, especially with Baron being worth a little bit less gold this time around in this new season. I guess it's a little late to call it new, but you know what I mean.
Oh,
Talk about Cream for a second and everything he's done to About. About will fall. Tien gets onto the backside here, but he's taking a lot of damage. Cube will be able to take him out, but Zweon's coming in on the flank, and Cream has just completely taken over this fight and this game with that play. It's more kills to Top Esports.
I said it earlier, Yanni, but this Aurora is in such a phenomenal spot this game, and Cream, who has stepped up time after time for Top Esports across 2026, does it again in a big team fight, and that could very, very likely be the game as we see Top Esports marching down the mid lane and looking to end it here.
He's been quiet for most of it, and when they needed somebody to go and say, we are ending this game, it is Cream, the guy who was a big force for this team in Split 1. A reason why they were able to be competitive. Now with an infusion of talent into this team, Top Esports growing by the day are going to take game 1 over Team WE. Soon.
Yeah, the hooks are coming down.
Hold on.
Could be interesting.
Right. I didn't think we were going to dive that hard for it, guys. Never mind. Top Esports is going to have to turn tail and run. Now we've got a teleport coming in from Cube. He's going to have a nice sidestep, and the shot blast is going to get a kill. And Top Esports overstayed their welcome, but Arha's going to get turned on and take a bunch of damage and go down next. But a new challenger joins the fray. It's About. He still has his shield up, but the shock blast is not going to hit JackeyLove, and we play on, K-Man.
I mean, I really thought the game was over, Yanni. I think we both thought the game was going to be over on that push. Fortunately for TES, they just commit too much to try to kill the Rise, who actually survives for a very long time in base. And we continue to play on, but Top Esports really striking the third nail in the coffin, we'll just say. The fourth one not quite bolted down just yet. Dragon on the map should be pretty free for them to take if they want to play for it. Both of their carries are alive and available if they want to look for an exchange here, but see how aggressive they might want to be. This is Soul Point, and potentially even more damage coming in for TES if they want to play for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Team WE, you can wait this one out if you really want to. I mean, you're really relying on Karis to get some more minions, get a little bit more gold in the inventory, hopefully get a 4th item before the next big fight. You just have that actualizer. But, in terms of raw strength, I think About and Cube are about as big as they're going to get.
That is the worry. The worry is that this doesn't get easier for them moving forward. Cream completing his death cap certainly makes things even scarier for this Aurora, who is already one-shotting the Varus and the Rise and the Jace and whoever she can land any of her abilities on. Top Esports happily going to be pressuring out this Baron the moment it spawns, and really don't see an easy way for WE to make this engage happen. JackeyLove, though, actually taking up quite a bit of damage with that Baron starting, so is going to be at least in a more precarious position. But WE, it's now or never for them.
All right, Team WE, let's see you grit those teeth. What can you do? Karis is going to get knocked up, but now we're turning on to Jackie Love. We have the damage. He goes down, but look at Cream's damage. Did so much in the middle of everybody. He goes golden. Tien going to be able to find Monkey and take him out, but the hook is on. They get a kill, but it's just not enough. You don't have any more damage with Karis going down. Arha is forced to flash away, and Cuba's going to be long out of the fight. Good buffer on the stun, but Tien might just be able to run you down. The teleport from Zweon to cut off Arha, and that is 4 more kills for Top Esports, and pings are on the Baron.
4 more kills. At the bare minimum, they get the Aurora and the Corki, which means that while it is Baron, it's not quite game off the back of that fight, and so that's some level of reprieve, I guess, for WE. But once again, they're at the point now where they just don't have the comp to be able to make this work. You talk about Ryze, you talk about the poke coming in from the Jace and the Varus, but the Aurora is fully online. You full commit into making sure this Corki can't play the team fight, but it's not just Corki anymore. The Pantheon, even on the back end, ends up making this fight really difficult by making Cube irrelevant, and the Jace is so much of the damage on the side of WE. The moment that the Aurora can come in and really start bursting them down, that's when it's impossible. So while you are able to at least, salvage the game, it's looking harder and harder moving forward. Baron going over to the side of Top Esports, and it really does feel like just a matter of time before this game is over.
Underrated moment in that fight was Jackie Love was alive for a long time through all that CC because Karis had to use his Zonia, or his Seeker's Arm Guard, because he got hit by that tidal wave and he had to dodge out of the Nami bubble. And, with all that attention and all the damage put on Jackie Love, Cream was able to slip through and take over that fight. I want to give a lot of credit to Team WE because this early game was an absolute disaster class. Like, things were really and truly awful. It was like, 11 kills to 1. And, while this game has never been in their control, I want to give them credit for at least fighting and showing a lot of guts here.
The WE that we saw against NIP would have lost this in 20 minutes. That I am sure of. So for them to still be here at 35, trying to defend their base is certainly at least some sort of consolation prize. As see this bot lane tier, I guess, inhibitor tower end up getting sieged. This is looking like it might be the final fight.
My goodness, Cream is just so ridiculously strong. Here comes the Scion. Tien getting in there as well. Nami tidal wave is going to fall a little bit short, but Arha will go down. Cream is a little low. For the moment, it's a 5v4. With Cream and Fungiway missing some health bars, there may be opportunity. Cream is going to be able to go back, and now that's when they're going to say, hey, let's go after Jackie Love. Karis is going to flash forward. He's got a big shield. Jackie Love goes down. Karis is still alive, but here comes Cream. He flashes in and blows up the Ryze, but he gets out with a sliver. We've got Monkey respawning, but the arrow snipe takes out Cream. It's Cuban about versus some members of Top Esports that aren't big damage dealers. So Team WE stay alive once again.
They keep themselves alive again. How many base pushes is Top Esports going to need before they can close this one out? Cream has to back because he goes a little bit too deep early on into the fight, and the moment that they see Cream hit the base, they are like, okay, well, only one of the damage dealers is here. We can full commit onto Jackie Love, and while it does cost a lot of them their lives, without any pressure coming in from the Corki when the Aurora does finally arrive, it's, not enough to be able to completely turn the fight around. It's desynced from Top Esports once more. Well done by WE. If they weren't down so much gold, perhaps this game could be a bit closer with their decision making, but again, it really does feel like delaying the inevitable. And now, what I thought was an impossibility this game, Soul is actually on the table potentially here for Top Esports.
This is real Captain America trying to fend off Thanos vibes right now in this game. But the fact that we've made it to 38.5 minutes and the Soul, as you mentioned, is quite frankly astounding, and again deserves some credit for Team WE. They may be walking into their deaths here as they're going to look to take control of the Dragon. Dragon is now up. They must have it if they want the game to continue.
Yeah, and this looks like it's going to be the setup for the fight. Remember, Tien can get in here with the ultimate.
See if he wants it. Cream had already been chunked out just a little bit. They're going to look after Zweon, but Zweon is going in. Looking at multiple members. About is forced to flash away, but now he's got to deal with the big bad Scion. Cream trying to come from the side, looking for About. Tags him up, does a lot of damage, but doesn't actually finish him off quite yet. So he survives for the moment. The rest of Team WE fairly healthy, as Top Esports have lost a little bit on their health bars.
Yeah, I mean, TES lost the health bars. They've used every ultimate in this fight. WE still have tools available if they want to try and go for the steal.
Now had to take a full recall, so it's a 5v4. 4,000 HP and dropping. Karis and Cube chunked big time. Monkey's just gonna have to go and try to get the steal, and it's secured by Jackie Love, the captain of the squad, getting it done. Karis goes golden, surrounded by Top Esports. The shield can't save you now. About had rejoined and goes down. Cube, the last man standing, but he will stand no longer. That is an ace for Top Esports, and now, 40 minutes into the game, they'll take game one.
They made it look a little bit suspect, Yanni, but at the end of the day, they are able to pick up the victory as these Nexus turrets go down without even interference. The pushes into the base pay off as TES is going to take game number one and go up in this series 1-0.
A little disappointing with the way that it shook out, but you know what, K-Man? It's the LPL. They just wanted to fight some more. And you know what? Top Esports probably got a little bit more out of this game than they would have if it ended 15 minutes ago.
I think that's maybe a more unique takeaway. They got to play around Soul. They got to try and figure out how they might want to set up around Soul fights, and they got an extra Baron on their resume. Perhaps they just want to pad out the LPL game time. Either way, you know, credit to Top Esports. They controlled this whole game. Like, even when they were losing fights throughout a lot of this, it was mostly due to some good engages by WE and just some overextensions from some members at Top Esports. That's naturally going to happen with this team and with this roster, but they were so consistent in the early game here. What we were asking for was early game pressure. It's exactly what they gave us.
And for the side of Team WE, I just have so many questions. We draft Vi just to give our bot lane Varus Nautilus into Corki Nami. Varus Nautilus is not known for being a particularly strong lane with champions that synergize well together. And I think at this point, I think I've seen enough. I think you need to start drafting for your bot lane a little bit more.
That was the thing that we highlighted in the pre-show, was that one of the reasons I thought you brought Arha in was because you wanted to play more for the 2v2. You actually wanted to go out there and be more aggressive on that side of the map, and it felt like the Nautilus was never really going to get that done. Of course, a lot of things end up going awry in that early game. A really nice tower dive from TN once the bot lane hits level 4 changes a lot of that mathematics, of that game, just in terms of, you know, how much early pressure you can get on the bottom side. But you're absolutely right. This is a comp that needs to win in the mid game, that wants to play around Vi and even around top side with Jason. I don't know if playing towards Cube is going to be the win condition that makes me feel the most comfortable for WE.
Yeah, I'm not with it. I think we need to go and draft for the spot lane. I think that we either need to have Monkey on a champion that can skirmish a little bit more, or if you're going to put him on something like Vi duty, you have to just trust in your AD carry. I know that the meta has sort of shifted to the solo laner, specifically the top lane, making a larger impact, but when you have a guy like About, when you give him Arha, you just need to play for that. I mean, you know, obviously it's Poke Varus, but I mean, he still did 50k damage, right? Like, that is something. He was trying to squeeze out as much damage as he could, and when you are just this far ahead of Cube, who got a lot of those kills and a lot of those shutdowns, and Karis wasn't able to do much, it's very clear who the big damage dealer of this team is going to be.
I mean, yeah, like, I hate to say, like, of course, WE, what were you thinking? But it's just recognizing the talent on your team. I understand maybe wanting to try some things, and especially going into Zweon, who's obviously very unproven at this level, somebody who was more aggressive in the 1v1s in the first couple of series that this team played, to feel like, hey, let's see if we can kind of test this guy. Can he survive on Sion? We even saw Cube really pressuring him out in the early 1v1. If you were able to really snowball that out of control, things could have gone fine. The biggest issue was just that TN was better than Monkey in this game. To me, the jungle diff was a really big problem for WE, where TN's early ganks got Jackie Love into a position where he was so fed that basically any fight they took in the mid game was not going to be successful. And if you're playing around Vi, if you're playing around Jace, if, you know, Varus and Ryze as well, you can't be losing in the mid game. That just makes your entire game plan so much more difficult to execute.
Couldn't agree more, and I just think a lot of this has to do with the fact that things did not go well early. I mean, TN was able to make plays before Monkey could hit level 6, and that's really due to no fault of Monkey. And if situations like that happen, like, your Vi is going to be behind. And, you know, Cream, I think this fight here is an example of how well he played this game. I mean, that Rocket Bell to pop the Edge of Night just to immediately blow up About and make him a non-factor in this fight was really what definitely sealed the deal for Top Esports. It was sealed most of the way. Like, you know, the Ziploc bag was almost all the way closed, and then Cream just... Whoop.
finish it off. I think that's fair to say. I was glazing this Aurora pick and draft. I think that is something that generally just works in a comp like this. You want to play around these more aggressive engages, and the Pantheon and the Nami can really set up for that. There was going to be a time here where, to me, like, Aurora became inevitable. Like, there was just no way that you were going to be able to deal with that champion consistently, and that's exactly what happened, is that backline ended up melting. You've only got one Edge of Night. That is the truth on that Varus. Once that's gone, you're dead. There's no way to survive in that fight any longer. Of course, you know, Cream definitely deserving a lot of credit. That he was so good in the Winter Split. I think we're not giving nearly enough credit to how important he was to a lot of their success in Split number 1, and, you know, at least here at the start of Split 2, he's definitely shown that that improvement was very real. Him and Jackie Love were both phenomenal as carries in this game, and I think showed exactly what you wanted to see for top esports fans.
Yeah, and if Cream is going to continue to play at this level, I mean, you were feeling quite good. You're thinking like, hey, you know what? This was a split that we were super excited we were going to do so well, and then we kind of came down because we're like, you know, how is this going to work out with Swayon? But, you know, if Cream is going to play this well, I don't think it's going to matter all too much, K-Man. You know, we didn't really talk about Swayon too much, and generally when you're playing a tank, that's a pretty good thing. Couple of mistakes, but nothing game-breaking.
Yeah, I mean, the one mistake you can point out is that push with that first Baron, where he really ends up stalling the game a little bit. I think if he doesn't make that mistake there, we're probably not looking at a 40-minute game. It's probably a little bit different, but still very good from him, and a very deserved, I think, Jackie Love player of the game. It would have been the exact direction I went in. 78% KP, 31% damage on the Corki.
Look at that damage to gold, 222%. Absolutely crazy. It is the finally welcome back game for Jackie Love. The first 2 series of the split have not counted. Now we are going to start counting because it fits the narrative. With that player of the game that was well earned by Jackie Love, we're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we return, Top Esports going to look to make this 2-0 while Team WE are going to fight to force a game 3. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English as we cover the best region in the world, the LPL, and I don't think there was any more encapsulation of the best region in the world that last game with Top Esports dominating Team WE early and then making absolutely zero mistakes in the mid game en route to a 40-minute game? That doesn't sound right.
I think the math is not mathing somewhere on that one, Yanni. I think maybe that clean mid game might have been something that I dreamt up last night, but overall, Top Esports won game one. That's the takeaway.
Bro.
I think that is the thing that you're excited about. They were at the very least able to get a gigantic lead, and we highlighted this in the pre-show. Basically, Top Esports, if they can get leads in their lanes, if they can start to get early advantages, they can ignore a lot of the parts of their game that can be more inconsistent. That aggressive, greedy tendency that they have to over-engage in a lot of situations can, actually be a benefit rather than a negative for them.
Yeah, and for Team WE, I mean, we've answered some questions here, and that is, listen, we can't play for Cube. I mean, Cube had this advantage in lane, wasn't really able to make too much of an impact until the game was already out of reach. And now there's even more questions like, all right, well, what are we doing with Monkey? What are we doing with our bot lane? We drafted a bot lane that wasn't so great, and we aren't making things easy on our new addition plus our outstanding rookie. And it's very disappointing, K-Man, because this team needs something, because the magic has long since faded, and now we need a new spark if Team WE are going to be more than just a team that's going to get farmed in this group, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think at this point it's very easy for me to say just one Enchanter game. Like, one game where you play for this bot lane 2v2, where you get about into a position where he can be the main character. I get that he wasn't very good against NIP. He made a lot of positioning mistakes, but he was okay in this previous game. He was dove really early on, couldn't really do a ton on the Varus, and then got, I think, 3 or 4 very key shutdowns throughout a lot of those team fights and was outputting a ton of damage on the Varus. if you can just put this guy into a spot where he is a little bit ahead of a Jackie Love Feng Yue duo that can still be pretty volatile in the 2v2, I think that's where you're going to find your most amount of success. Monkey has been much, much better at playing for his lanes this year than he has been at playing for himself, unfortunately, and if that's going to be the case, then just index into that. Don't feel like you have to overcomplicate the problem.
Yeah, and while the top esports bot lane looked like they could do no wrong in that first game, they weren't pressured at all. Like, you have to try to force them to make some mistakes because, again, Feng Yue, his laning has been exposed a little bit. Still, again, very early on. This is not a large pressing concern. It's something that come along with time. But in order to try and expose those mistakes, you have to kind of force them to be potentially opened up. And we didn't see that at all. They were essentially gifted a free lane against the Nautilus. We just have to see something more, whether that's, as you said, enchanters, whether that's, hey, we're just going to be playing in your face with engage, even though it's not the flavor of support right now. It's got to be something.
You have to win. Like, that's the thing, is it has to win bot lane. Like, you can't go into game number 2 with the way that game 1 went and feel like you are comfortable with a losing matchup on the bottom side of the map. I just don't think that is something that I would feel good about for WE in this one. For top esports, I think on the other side, I like their draft a lot in game number 1, but what they all kind of lacked and what I think they could have been taken advantage of, in a sense, with, is the fact that they didn't really have a lot of mid-game pressure. You want to talk about the fact that this team makes a lot of mid-game mistakes? Well, kind of forfeiting that over in draft does make it even more difficult to imagine a world where those mistakes stop happening, I should say. So I am excited, for how TN played, but getting him on something that does give you a little bit more stability might actually be good for this team. TN was always really good at being able to play the more normal champions, but just play them like an absolute psychopath. So that might be the direction I'd be interested in seeing TES head in game number 2.
Yeah, they had solid engagements, but it's a little bit more telegraphed with a Pantheon, with a Scion, and with a Nami, right? Because unless you're Grand Skyfalling in, Pantheon's gotta get real close to start a fight. And even if you are Grand Skyfalling in, you have the indicator there. So maybe something with a little bit more snap engagement, like a Xin that can just engage on a dime once he tags you with Wind Becomes Lightning is something that would have given top esports a little bit more of like a mid-game direction. So maybe we'll see them go toward that. That ends up being available. And, I do wonder if Zwayan is going to be able to play a carry this time around into Cube, and we'll see it flip-flopped and Cube back on a tank. And then we'll really get to see more of Zwayan's level as a top laner. As a tank, sometimes you don't really get to be like, wow, he played that tank so well.
Yeah, it's not the flashiest role unless you're a Scion that's like diving into the backline and solo killing people on your own, which he can do. We've all experienced a Scion that is able to solo carry a game, but not his role in the previous one. He was in a position, obviously, where he had to be much more stable on the top side, and I think he accomplished that role relatively well. What I really want to see from this team, from top esports, is I want to see solo lane pressure. Again, bot lane did great in game number 1. I think Jackie Love and Feng Yue full stop kind of have to be a good weak side bot lane for this team to compete near the top of the LPL. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to be a top tier team in the region if they can't flex onto the top side or onto the mid lane. We saw last game as well, though. Cream was excellent. Playing for him, I wouldn't hate. I think he really has been the best player on this team across this year.
No doubt about it. And, this is the series where you can experiment with that a little bit. Karis has, at times, played really, really well, but most of the time is solid mid laner, right? Cube, as we mentioned earlier, most of the time is just there. A lot of times can be a net negative for his team. So for top esports to be able to kind of flex their muscles and show that they can play multiple styles coming into the second split here, even without 369, is going to be huge for their ability, as you said, to move forward and be a legitimate contender. Here for the Game 2 draft, seen a lot of similar bans, including Orianna and Azir, both gone.
Yeah, a lot of the power picks off the board. Xin Zhao remains. I think that is definitely kind of the main one that I'm looking at as a potential first pick. That's what we're going to get for Monkey. Definitely the strongest jungler left available, but again, puts a lot of pressure on this WE team that already really struggled to find early game fights to be able to once again keep pressure. Ashe Seraphine definitely could very easily be the answer on the other side, and you can basically throw everything I said about playing for mid lane out the window if you get that Ashe Seraphine. Bot lane would be very strong again.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take it away from Xin. I mean, Xin just plays with those champions so incredibly well. And, maybe you want to go force WE on an Enchanter. You were calling for the Enchanter earlier, which is it's good. Lulu plays very well with the Xin.
Yeah.
But I wonder if the Lulu Aphelios game that they had where, Monkey had that jungle issue early on of the game, kind of got out of control early, gives WE second thoughts about doing something like that.
I really hope not, because again, I think something like Yunara Lulu is kind of what this team needs on the bottom side of the map. It gives them something to do in terms of their early 2v2. Even if you want to go for something more aggressive, we've talked about the Aphelios coming through for this team in the past, but is going to be that Yunara lock-in? Sorry about that. The Yunara lock-in and the Lulu to follow, that obviously is what we expected here, and gives them a bot lane that they can prioritize, actually play for, and it gives about that main character syndrome that I think he was really comfortable with in tier 2 that, maybe he has lacked a little bit across this split.
And Bessa going to be the final lock-in of the first half of the draft. That could go either over to Tien or to Zweon. And we have seen Ambessa versus Yunara in some of these team fights where Yunara is up a little bit too close at times. We'll see if About has similar issues here. Second half of Picks and Bans. Renekton going to be taken off the board, so Cube is not going to have access to that one.
Yeah, I mean, Cube is a big Renekton player, as we know. I think something like Yorick still being up definitely is an option for this WE team. It's something that they've really relied on over the course of this year and last year. I mean, he was a huge Yorick player in 2025, so that's definitely going to be kind of on the mind. Cassante is another option that is just naturally going to be a bit more stable. They're actually going to ban out the Mel in the mid lane here. More Karis power to be able to play off of this Xin. I wouldn't be surprised if WE is actually looking at some sort of assassin here in the mid lane, something more aggressive to play the 1v1 with. The Akali's banned out, but with the Nocturne ban on the other side, they might want to try and just be able to control this as aggressively as they can.
Wonder if a WE LeBlanc could show up against some not so tanky targets. Obviously, Seraphine can give a lot of shielding, so we'll see what WE wants to go with after this top esports pick. Throwing around a couple of different options. The world is your oyster for whatever they want to do, because this is where you're going to just figure out your mid-jungle duo, or even if we're going to see, a top lane pick here, this Nefiri could be flexed, but is more than likely going to go in the jungle.
I feel confident that this is Tien's Nefiri. We want to talk about greed and aggression and playing through your jungler. Yeah, that's Nefiri. This embodies the Tien spirit, and I think him being somebody that can pilot this and really be the main character does signal to me that they want to try and pressure out Monkey as much as possible. Do not be surprised to see a very aggressive mid laner, maybe something like the Annie on the table to be able to follow up on that Nefiri that we've seen that combo work really well. It's that Yorick that I hinted at, made a lot of sense for this comp. Pretty much guaranteed that was going to be the lock-in here for Cube, and he ends up putting that there. Do they want to go for the assassin? Do they want to go for something more stable in the mid lane? That's going to be a massive question. Victor is on the table if you want to play for team fights with Yunara, but again, all those assassins outside of Akali are options as well.
It's going to take so long to get going if that's what you want to do. You don't have that second step to get your Yunara to the late game, because step 1 is in. Step 2 can definitely be Hui with what he brings to the table. So that'll be the lock-in there. And now top esports, we'll see what we want in the mid lane here. Again, we saw that LeBlanc covered a moment ago. A lot of really nice options here.
How aggressive do you want to get with it? Do you want setup or do you want follow through? Annie is the setup. Ari could be the follow through if you want to dive Buddy to be able to go to the backline. Annie to me makes the most sense here as a lock-in, especially for someone like Cream, who's very good at being able to shove and roam and help his jungler. Something that he feels very comfortable on, but it's going to be the Ari. It's a more aggressive version of a comp that we've seen a lot of times throughout this split, and it does create this idea where it's like, we want to win early. We saw what Top Esports did in game number 1. They got that snowball going, and they never really looked back despite some of their mid to late game problems. They're going to need to do that again here, because the scaling against Hui, Yunara, with something like Lulu, even a Yorick pulling attention away on the other side, that can actually get pretty scary pretty fast if you don't have a gold lead.
What I really like about this top esports comp on the other side is that the levels in which Zweon, Tien, and Cream can play at in these fights just allow for encore extensions from Feng and get deeper and deeper into that backline because of their ability to, play not at max range in some of these fights. Team WE, I think they're going to struggle quite a bit. But we'll see if Karis is going to be able to fear a lot of these members trying to go in and keep this aggressive top esports top side at bay.
Yeah, if you want a worrying thought here, I think Ahri is phenomenal into Hui individually. And if you're going to be able to get consistent tempo in the mid lane, we've seen that is really what dictates a lot of games. Who can push forward, who can get that tempo so their jungler can just play more aggressive, especially when you're looking at a Xin Zhao versus Neferi matchup. You're looking at two junglers that need mid lane to go their way. The Hui's going to be on the back foot, especially early on. Top Esports can take full advantage of that with Cream on a champion he's very familiar and very comfortable with. I imagine they're going to have a lot of ways to play that mid game out.
For Team WE, I think that if this Xin doesn't work, you have a lot of problems that need to get solved, because this is a game where Monkey is going to have the rule of the roost in the early game, and it's going to be on his shoulders. And how well are we going to link up Arha with him? How well are we going to play this 2v2 in the bottom side? Because we've seen Yunara be able to trade back once she hits 8 stacks of her Q passive, right? These are things that we need to see Team WE be able to execute on if we want to seriously consider them as a team that can, be on, not exactly in the basement of Group Ascent.
Yeah, I think we need to see that pressure come through. We hyped up the bot lane. They got their chance here. It's Ashe Seraphine. I mean, we wanted to see something that they could, come out and, really, really punish. And I think the Lulu gives you the option to do that. So we'll see what they can do. Obviously, it's going to be a pretty greedy play for About to be able to try and get into a position to carry, but should have the opportunity to be kind of this hyper carry towards the end of the game. And if he can get online, if he can get to that spot, About's a really great team fighter at the end of a lot of these games. He's also a really great mid-game skirmisher that could upset a lot of the plans for Top Esports. To me, I think if you're just straight up looking at the scaling on this team, I actually favor WE in that department going into the later part of the game with that Hui, with that Yunara, with the Lulu as well, even the Yorick pulling them apart. So as much as we like this Top Esports draft and the Neferi's going to be in a good spot, it's certainly not a free win for them.
Not at all, and it's going to be a struggle for About. There are a lot of things that he needs to avoid. I imagine that this could even potentially be a cleanse game, which would certainly hurt your early laning prowess, but it is what it is. But if not, you are really relying on your ability to dodge out on some of these skill shots, and hopefully the Mikhails will be very, very true for Arha.
That's the big piece, right? Your Lulu's got to be good. I mean, I've been on record many times saying I think Lulu is right up there as this S+ tier champion throughout a lot of these patches. I think she does a lot more for these teams than, she gets credit for. And I think especially, we talk about the Lulu with the Yunara. Lulu with Xin Zhao is also incredibly difficult to deal with in the later part of the game. Not only can you make him real big and real difficult to kill in general, but just the overall damage that she offers and the sustainability that she adds. I really like this draft for WE if they want to play towards their win condition. Monkey has been so hit or miss throughout 2026 up until this point. He gets the strongest jungler in the game to go out there and try and skirmish against a champion that kind of needs some time to scale. He's going to have to be able to control the pace of this game, even if his laners aren't in a perfect position early.
A lot of misses so far, and, you just talked about his laners, and one person that we haven't talked about a whole lot is Karis. And his first split was actually pretty fine by most measures. And it feels like to take a lot of the heat off of what's been happening elsewhere, you need to have him on champions that are just like, hey, shove and roam, shove and roam. The good news is, with this way, you do get the opportunity to be able to do that. The bad news is, it's very easy for you to get caught on these roams with Hui.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be real careful. I mean, you talk about Yunara needing to be a little bit scared. Hui needs to be very scared this game because one RH arm and your game might be really cooked. Like, you cannot really afford to get very far behind in this mid lane matchup against Ahri in particular. And as you pointed out, Karis, an assassin player. Like, this is somebody who has kind of been more comfortable doing that shove and roam, more, aggressive style, if you want to put it like that. This is a player that has generally been, much more comfortable being that, main character, main carry as he's been, finding those flank angles in particular in a lot of those team fights. I'm taking a look now. He's played Hui a couple of times throughout his career. He's got a 20% career win rate on Hui, a 1.7 KDA, and he's not played it at all in 2026. This has not exactly been a successful pick for him over the course of his career. He's going to need to change that here today.
Listen, maybe he hit the hyperbolic time chamber, and he's been working on the Hui. That's why it hasn't come out this year. So we're going to need to see a big performance from him. A big performance from multiple members of Team WE, right? Because if you only have one player who is going to carry the torch, that is not going to be good enough to win against this iteration of Top Esports. I think that much from what we've seen out of Top Esports is true. That you're going to need multiple players firing on all cylinders to beat them.
Absolutely. Like this is one of the better teams in the LPL. I mean, the gap between a lot of those teams from around number 3 to number 6, I think it's pretty wide open. Even number 2 right now, I think it's pretty up for grabs. An MSI spot is going to be very, very interesting. But Top Esports, a team that is talented enough to be able to make a run for something like that if everything were to go right. If you're WE and you're looking at the rest of your schedule, it's obviously not going to get easier. You have to pick up at least some game wins. You know, obviously they're going to have their backs up against the wall in a lot of these series, and best of 3s against some of the best teams in the world and the best region in the world, as was proven at first stand. It's going to be a more difficult uphill challenge, but unfortunately for them, like, they're gonna have to show up or shut up at some point. They got into Group Ascend, you know, to make that push. They were able to get top 8 last split, and at some point they're going to have to say, okay, this is when we get, you know, our power spike. This is when we start taking games off of teams that, you know, actually can be international competition.
Remember that these teams have met a few times recently. Top Esports was able to beat Team WE in 5 games and nights rivals. With Team WE in the run back in the lower bracket were swept out by them. Any factor of revenge needs to be executed upon here for Team WE, even after losing game 1. Let's see what they'll do here in game 2.
Glad to hear that there's some WE fans out there after that game number 1. It's not always an easy pill to swallow, watching your team kind of slowly bleed out in that first game, but we're back on the Rift here for game number 2, and I think they have a draft that gives them the opportunity to get a measure of revenge against Top Esports. We're highlighting this bot lane early. A lot of action typically in the early bot lanes here in the LPL, but it's going to be this jungle matchup that I think creates a lot of chaos. TN, once again, with a really aggressive invade, actually goes ahead and is going to look to take the blue buff away here.
Just TN doing TN things. Now, his chickens were warded, so they may have an idea, if that ward doesn't spot him for quite some time, that something is amiss. But it's a matter of how long will it be until they actually figure that out. Jacket level Fungyue, getting level 2 early. Putting the pressure on About and Arha. It's hard for them to fight back, really, early on.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, a difficult bot lane to play out early. You know, things will get a little bit easier once Lulu starts getting some items underneath. It's not going to be quite as efficient to push in and just absolutely dominate, but this is the problem for Monkey. His camps are gone. Tien is going to be able to take away this romp, and he's too late. The smite comes down. He's level 3. Can he get out, though? He is.
Yeah, he's just fine, dude, because the advantage that Fungyue and Jackie Love gave him means that they were able to move first, and now Monkey is on the wrong side here with Tien and Fungyue on the way. Tien will dodge out of the wind, becomes lightning. Monkey will elect to fight him on the chickens here. See if anybody from Top Esports is going to respond, or they're just going to fight it out right now. Monkey does have the smite. He's going to be able to get it, get some healing off of it. Tien will be very, very sad.
At the end of the day, it's relatively neutral, I guess, for both of these junglers, if a little chaotic. Fungyue going to spot out Monkey here and, you know, be able to dissuade some of those plays, but overall, we'll see if WE want to go for even more.
Okay, Fungyue gets tagged, but not much more beyond that other than Monkey getting a couple of camps back for himself, so the world is not ending for the Team WE jungler for the moment. Now the question is, will Team WE be able to do anything off of this? With Monkey nearby, Jackie Love and Fungyue playing close to their turret, meaning that Monkey can't actually go in and do much.
Yeah, I mean, what this has actually kind of turned into is okay for WE, all things considered. Spot lane needed to be given some reprieve from the Ashe Seraphine, and that's exactly what Xin Zhao, essentially being able to split this jungle, is going to do. Look at the vision coverage on the bottom side here. It's going to be really difficult for this WE bot lane to be punished early on into this game. Monkey going to get his wolves as well. So overall, while it is a small gold lead in favor of Top Esports because of some individual lane leads, certainly not something that I think WE are going to feel all that bad about.
Yeah, it could have been a whole lot worse, K-Man. So if you can take that, live with it, not give away any early kills, this is something that is just fine for Team WE. Remember, they have some really good scaling with about Karis later on this way will be able to make an impact. And of course, the split pushing of Cube. There are tools and ways to go and win this game, and if things are at an even state early, it's good.
I mean, even his best case scenario for WE, we keep talking about it. They have tools to be able to pressure out in the early game with this Xin Zhao to be able to fight more efficiently, but I mean, at the end of the day, this team just wants to get to the point where Yunara and Hui and Yorick can really all do their thing in the later part. This slower early game definitely benefits them. Eventually, we will start to hit these mid-game power spikes once the level 6s start to come through for these solo laners, and that's when I expect it to really ramp up. Tien obviously at level 4, almost at level 5. That Neferi is really what you gotta watch. If Tien is gonna be just as greedy as he was in game number 1, constantly look for these engages, if that champion gets out of control, it becomes a lot more difficult. Cream now hitting level 6, and Kara's gonna match as well.
Dragon has spawned. We are seeing Team WE head to this bottom side, but not going to start it up. I like what they're doing here, trying to play in this pocket of Tri-Brush, and Feng Yue is walking right toward it, has no idea where they are. Tien might be there to back him up, but I think it will be very, very low before Tien's actually able to help out. The double root is there. Feng Yue flashes over the wall, but Monkey flashes after him. JackeyLove trying to help his support, but is unable to get it done. It's first blood over to Monkey. Now JackeyLove's got to go into melee range to deal with Monkey. Tien will hop over the wall, and they will be able to trade out.
It's a traded kill, but the kill going onto Ashe is very valuable for Top Esports. It allows them to continue to pressure out this bot side. It looks like a very good play for WE, but with Tien being in the area, it ends up, just being a little bit more neutral overall. Still, you're happy to trade any gold, I think, at this point in the game, even if it's not in a perfect scenario. Cream's got to be a little careful here in the mid lane. Karis definitely has kill pressure. That ultimate not available. Looks like it was dropped a little bit earlier to get to that health bar in the first place, so definitely a good play by Karis to continue to be able to push that lane in, but right now we're just looking at a very even game state, and once again, more scaling coming in.
Let's take a look at the replay on what happened here. The fear and the spiraling despair. That's going to be plenty of damage.
Yeah.
Oh, the dragon even helped out too. How about that?
Always good when the jungle's on your side in terms of the damage coming down, but so we look at where the gold is allocated as these objectives start to spawn. Mountain Dragon, of course, as we saw, up on the Rift here, and available to be taken. It will not be Mountain Soul this game. Grubs in just over a minute. We're seeing a decent lead for the Ashe because of that kill onto the bottom side, but Monkey is very strong right now. Continues to try and contest these jungle camps. Again, not going to give them over for free. He's going to get the smite and level 6.
Yeah, that's just how it's been for Monkey against this guy. Tien just walks in and takes whatever he wants, that aggressive style of jungle, just continuing to fight on every single front. And he's even clearing out this ward, letting Monkey know, yeah, I'm still here. I'm not afraid of you. 45 seconds till these grubs are up. We mentioned them just a moment ago. How big would this be for a guy like Cube if Team WE can secure these?
I mean, Yorick with grubs is one of the scariest things to face in the game, especially now that you get so much gold from that side lane pressure in 2026. So definitely something you want to be aware of, but overall, you don't want to over-aggress. A lost fight at grubs could be detrimental, I think it's fair to say, for WE's game plan. Karis taking a lot of damage here, is able to output at least a little bit back, but this is the problem. Ahri into Hui is constantly going to have that pressure as WE try to get something here. Arrow dropped.
Yeah, now we're going to tag JackeyLove and slow him up and transcend oneself, but the root is there. Now it's Monkey dashing to a minion, getting to JackeyLove. Barriers there, but they managed to find him. Really good stuff from the Team WE bot lane. Now it's Cream and Tien going after Karis, and he never stood a chance.
Absolutely love that play for Top Esports in the mid lane, but well done by WE to at least get something on the bottom side. I think they figured their mid laner was a little bit toast in that exchange and just tried to get as much as possible. Unfortunately, with that kill, they're not going to be able to move down and take that dragon, which I think was the ultimate goal of what they wanted out of that play. Still, more gold going into the pocket of Monkey. We talked about him having so much pressure in the early game. This Xin Zhao is the early and mid game for this WE comp. The bridge into that Yunara. Getting more gold onto him is going to be very, very essential. Gotta watch out for Cream, though. An extra kill for the Ahri definitely makes things scary at that one-item power spot.
Definitely using some high-quality materials for this bridge. We'll see how things continue for the Team WE jungler, who's off to a solid start despite Tien's nuisance that he has been. The grubs are going to go the way of Team WE, so going to be a big boon to Cube later on. We'll see if he's able and gets the ability to really flex those split push muscles later.
I know a lot of teams have really started to prioritize grubs less, but I don't really know why. I think that objective is still incredibly valuable, if not more valuable than it's been in a very long time, and WE are going to feel very happy to be able to pick those up. About just going to be free farming down on the bottom side. He is down 200 gold, but
Cream.
I think 200 gold's pretty good. Cream?
Yeah, you got stepped into the root. You're just going to lose half your HP for it.
Yeah, loses half the HP. Does get the ultimate off of Karis, so at least did something.
Okay, Maiden's dead.
Power
Hold
spike
on.
top lane.
All right, Zweon just used his ult to try to get away from Cube here. The ghouls are going to put a little bit of damage into him, and Zweon, I'm sure, would have rather had that HP back than 8 gold, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, top lane shenanigans. I'm sure Slayer would love to commentate his top lane ultimate chicken, but as we see, it's unfortunately not going to do too much for these two champions. Eventually, Mbessa will get to the point where those ultimates become a little bit scarier. For now, Zweon just going to feel comfortable farming this up. Teleport now down onto the bottom side.
Oh,
Cream's going to be here. They could look for a play around this dragon.
Fungway is going to walk in first. Ward's going to get spotted out and now swept. So they're using that teleport just to get a lot of vision cleared out here. Looks like Top Esports might be setting up for this first dragon of the game. Cream going to walk over another ward as he heads over to the mid lane, but Karis, very little mana, is going to take his recall, so nothing coming out of that teleport.
Yeah, for as much as we're talking about Monkey's big lead as we see here, TN actually is quite a bit up. They're even in gold despite the 2 kills on the side of Monkey because of the farm advantage for TN. Both have that first item completed. This dragon can actually be really, really dangerous for both of these teams. WE going to start it up, and it does feel like Top Esports, with the position that they're in, just do not want to make a mistake and are going to give it over.
Yeah, Karis had teleported into the mid lane. Was first to the wave, so Cream had to back off for a moment. He's going to move down, poke his head in, but with the bot lane of Top Esports taking a recall here, that is that dragon secured for Team WE. So a good start on the objective front for these guys. All in all, while they are down gold, you can be happy with where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not been a bad early game for WE. You do see that gold continue to grow, but so much of that is the mid lane advantage that Cream has been able to generate for himself. That will eventually even out for Karis, and it'll get a little bit easier to be able to play, but they're looking for a play with this arrow right now.
Cube, watch out! Cube! Cube! Oh, all right, he's fine.
Almost.
Yeah, no, he's not fine
They're
anymore.
still
They go in. Yep, everybody's there. It was just a matter of time. It was the calm before the storm. And Top Esports picks one up.
Yeah, Jackie Love feeling a little bit down on his luck to not get an assist on that play with the arrow going wide, but the kill definitely still very important. Getting Cube onto the back foot and getting more gold onto this Mbessa makes these engages a ton easier down the stretch of this game as well. Monkey has to spend a lot of time and a lot of HP on the top side here clearing the waves. It is tough to face a level 11 Mbessa, and Zweon is doing a great job of utilizing that power.
Yeah, and I really love that Top Esports is willing to play for him when he's on these carries. Obviously, we remember the Gnar game in the last matchup versus AL, but that Jace game, he got a lot of help, and there's no shame in that, but it was nice to see that Top Esports is willing to do that instead of saying, hey, we're just going to weak side you all these games. No, we're gonna pick you carries, and we're going to try and give you the resources to carry.
Yeah, I mean, he has been a player that's been talked about a lot for Top Esports for fair reasons, and matters a lot in terms of their success, so we will see how the rest of this game goes now with the kill onto the Mbessa. We're starting to hit those first item power spikes. This is where I think the game kind of has to turn up for WE. Xin Zhao is in a good enough spot to be able to make these exchanges worth it, but these objectives, you've gotten them for free at the start. That's probably not going to be the case for much longer. We've got 3 minutes on Dragon, but just under 2 minutes on that Rift Herald, which is going to be a pretty big objective to fight over. And I'm curious to know how much pressure WE want to put onto that side of the map if we're going to see those rotations come through as we see these quests start to get completed.
Speaking of pressure, multiple members down on the bot side. Jackie Love is able to sniff that one out. With Monkey recalling, looks like he'll be fine. Tien's going to show up here. Karis going to try to use that water path to get a little bit of a speed up, but Tien is right on top of him. He's going to flash. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we are fighting. We are killing Jackie Love. Monkey is forced to flash away and lives with very little HP. Throws up the Team Liquid thumbs up. And Team WE make a play.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the tower ramping up there, so I was shocked at the amount of damage that went down onto the Xin Zhao, but very nice play from WE down on the bottom side. Once again, just utilizing the pressure that Xin Zhao generates to make a cross-map play. It's something that Top Esports and TN in particular have always been really bad at, is these cross-maps and making sure that you're not losing out. As we get a replay of what exactly happened, it's just a free dive onto this Ashe. They have it set up really well. Monkey ends up tanking the tower. The moment you knock Feng Yue away, even with the ult coming down onto the Yunara, they have more than enough damage, and the ramp-up's not enough to break through that Lulu ultimate. Very well done and a very smart play by WE.
And JackeyLove held on to that arrow, so it looks like they're going to be trying to use it for a play up on this top side in 20 seconds with the Herald spawning. Arha and About up on the top side to help Cube get this push in. Zweon shows up as Feng Yue is en route, as well as JackeyLove, but for now he's on a 3v1 with Monkey showing up. Now a 4v2. The siege is still there with the Maiden and everybody else. We'll be able to squeeze out that second to last plate. Still a ton of priority up here.
Yeah, a ton of priority with the Rift Herald spawning. They clearly want to get this tower as fast as possible. Cream is free farming on the bottom side, but right now it will be tower going down. Yorick's going to get all of that gold. As I mentioned, this Ahri's getting a lot off of this play with solo tower on the bot side. Going to be even more accelerated already with just about a 1,000 gold lead, but Rift Herald going to be in the pockets of WE unless there's a major fight here for TES to take.
Feng Yue currently has no flash. It got burnt on that top side play. Herald is going to be reset here. Zweon and Tien are going to hop back on it. And Team WE, who I thought were going to go fight for it, looks like they might let it go for now unless they want to go for a retake of some sort. With 4 members stronger, they're clear out that mid wave, and now this retake could be coming through. Clear out some vision. They're still relatively healthy, but a little gun shy on this play.
Not really sure what they're so scared of.
Oh, JackeyLove. He flashes away. He will be able to survive. Guess they might have been afraid of that.
Yeah, I guess they were just trying to bait something out there, but JackeyLove is going to be able to survive. I'm just shocked that they don't want to go for the full engage and try to fight over that Rift Herald. I presumed that's what that top lane pressure was for in the first place, but they're going to be happy with the turret and back off after that. Tien kind of going to get away with something there, being able to take that Rift Herald entirely for free with the Ahri, who has all of the gold on the bottom side of the map. Again, overall a win for Top Esports, but gun-shy I think is the right term. WE might have had an opportunity there that they were unwilling to take. Dragon at the very least is up, though.
Yeah, we'll see if they aim for this one. Remember, they have really good scaling with the Yunara here, so they could elect to play a little bit more passive here, especially with the fact that they already have a dragon. It's okay to give this one away if you really want to lean into your Yunara a little bit more. And Shannon Crystal Arrow heading up to the top side here, and will not land on the car. So we're 0 for 2, JackeyLove. You got to step it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite hitting those arrows. We saw that actually decently consistently against IG as well, so see if that ends up changing around here. Is Top Esports going to get some more pressure onto the top side? Dragon will go down in exchange for that second Drake to WE. That is absolutely a win condition for a team that actually is going to love forcing fights in neutral objectives later on in the game. Having to walk into Hui and, you know, getting that pressure with Yorick on a side lane and saying, hey, you have to either choose Yorick or us around these objectives. They're going to feel really happy to be able to get that advantage going. The big question is now, what happens with the Rift Herald? Cube gonna get a solo tower on the bot side as these top laners trade some gold, but if that Rift Herald can kind of equalize things in the mid lane, still could be Top Esports' favor.
And one more note about the dragons is that it is an Ocean Soul, and you know, oftentimes you're like, hey, we could just buy heal cut and it's fine. You gotta really worry about the fact that like Cube and Monkey are gonna be in these fights for a while. You're gonna get plenty of shielding from Arha to cover About and Karis, so they are gonna have the ability to gain a lot of HP even with the heal cut and make life a lot harder for Top Esports. So they will have to do something about those dragons. And we're going to drop the Rift Herald now instead of a little bit later on. We're going to look to find About. There's an instant McHale's though to keep him alive. A good Dark Procession there to keep the Herald from barging right into the turret.
Herald's had a rough day. You
Yeah.
had the Anivia wall in the first series. You got Yorick Cage here. It's been a tough day for the Herald, unfortunately, trying to find those.
Sometimes you just don't play your
crashes,
best.
but JackeyLove doing his best JackeyLove impression and having to burn some summoners in the mid lane to get out after taking a wave, but he is going to be able to survive, and no ultimate harm is going to be caused from that. For now, no major objectives to take. It looks like both of these teams are just going to set up as much vision as they can.
The pace is really slowed when it comes to combat, and it's so interesting because of where these junglers are currently at, right? I mean, Tien obviously with a very small gold lead, and if Monkey's in a pretty good spot, you'd say that Tien is too. And so far, we've been, you know, just chilling out. Very un-LPL-like game, to be honest with you, K-Man. Now, Tien has gone back and bought a Black Cleaver. He's got also a pickaxe on top of it, so the damage spike is certainly there. He's on his 2 items before Monkey. We'll see if Tien decides he wants to force a fight.
Yeah, Tien getting fed in this game would make things infinitely more difficult, and the map is very dark.
Oh, the charm goes on to Arha, and they catch about 2! How about that? It's a double kill for Jackie Love.
Jackie Love once again benefiting from the plays that Top Esports are making, and their mid-game ends up being the big difference maker. Charm hits again onto Karis. It looked like that was going to be a big problem for the Hui, but they're going to take their 2 kills. They're going to take their mid-lane pressure. They're going to continue to grow this gold lead. What looked like a WE-favored game state has very, very much shifted after a fantastic play utilizing Vision for Top Esports.
And after that play, 13,000 kills as an organization for Top Esports. You know, when you're getting maybe like 15 kills a game, that is very hard to achieve. Let's take a look at this replay, K-Man.
Yeah, again, it's just so dark for WE. It feels so scary to have to play through. The moment they... never mind, we're right back!
Oh, hang on. Jackie Love got very low, but he's alive. This turret's going to go down. Monkey wants a re-engagement, but here comes Cream in from the side. Monkey quite low. Zweon joins the party. He's also low. About. He's going to have to get away.
Oh, the flash.
Cream flashing forward, looking to tag About, but he finds Arha instead. And it's all the same to him. It's a kill and a reset. Let's go. Can you find more? Enchanted Crystal Arrow is there. And Top Esports are starting to take over this game.
They're not just taking over, they're getting everything on the map. They're making their way to the Baron, and that's going to be a 21-minute Baron take from Top Esports after a massive teamfight win. Cream is point and click on these charms right now. He cannot miss. What a fantastic game from him on the Ahri, and everybody is backing him up. Feng Yue with another great teamfight on the Seraphine. And TES, who felt like they were getting outscaled for so much of this mid-game, immediately turn everything around. We finally get a chance to see what happened at the start of this exchange. It's just Jackie Love expecting himself to be able to survive. So many resources burned to kill him under tower, but same thing for WE. They're like, there's an AD carry, we can kill him, not realizing that he actually has some teammates in his back pocket. Yes, you don't execute perfectly, but the moment that Cream and Tien end up showing up, About is overextended, and this flash from Cream, the charm coming down, yeah, About's able to get out of there, but you know who's not? His support, who ends up getting absolutely destroyed for a cube. The sacrificial lamb at the end of this with all of the CC getting layered down. And again, a mid-game that felt like it was played perfectly by WE to stall as much as possible, disintegrated in an instant with a great engage from TES.
A series of mistakes, not warding in that chicken pocket where we saw Cream make the last play. Not anticipating that Feng Yue would flash forward to save the life of Jackie Love with his heal and his empowered W. And a game that was a 1,000 gold deficit for Team WE has become 5,000. This molehill has become a mountain. 3,000 HP onto this dragon. Let's see if Team WE is going to go try to swipe this one away. Monkey's going to go in, but he's going to lose the smite fight on the backside. It's Cream doing a lot of damage, but About's going to try to go after him. And the charm is huge from Feng Yue. Zweon's in the middle of the fight. He'll flash away, and nobody gets tagged with that Hui ultimate. Team WE unable to find anything against Top Esports.
WE feel like that was their best shot at being able to fight a team fight back into this game. They polymorph Cream on the back end, but they just don't have the damage to really break through, and when he gets his dashes back up, it's really easy for him to escape, and so Top Esports are able to get out of there with the Dragon without any casualties, and they get to keep pushing mid with their Baron bot.
How is Team WE going to be able to fight back here? I mean, they are going to need to wait a long time. As mentioned, because they got the first 2 dragons, you can give away a couple, but when you're in giveaway mode, you're not Mr. Beast. You can't afford to just give away all this stuff for free. It's offset by the scaling of About, but I don't know if you're going to be able to get there again. I don't have the confidence that Team WE can do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder to play Yunara when you're staring down Ahri and Mbessa, who were both up almost 2,000 gold over their individual opposition. Now the Yunara looks a little bit worse in the composition, just generally. So About's gonna have a really hard time staying safe, especially with how active these pieces have been for Top Esports, finding the backline. We got full vision of the map here. And I think it's good to point out that, you know, who doesn't have full vision is WE. Their vision has been lackluster this game, but they might be able to take advantage of it here. Death Bush coming down.
Well, at least you got a flash out of that one, Jackie Love. That's considered a success. They're going to go find Monkey with Zweon right on top of him, but he'll elect to move out here as Top Esports, learning from their mistakes, playing this close to the vest. Cube, what are you doing? Why are you there?
Yeah, yep. Not really a ton of explanation for Cube there. Feels like he can help his team maybe a little bit and ends up just giving more gold over. It's just going from bad to worse. Play after play after play for WE. Even the thing that they were working towards, this dragon stacking, not working out, about trying to chase down TN, but he's got so much mobility, so much safety. They have to play towards the top side here. This Mbessa is going to be a big problem. It's just so hard to imagine a world where WE feel comfortable at any point on the map for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that's so crazy to say because if you look at a guy like TN on this Neferi, he's got no kills. Generally, if the opposing Neferi has no kills, you're in a great spot. You're feeling good about the game. Well, not so, because of the rest of Top Esports. Jackie Love's got 4. Zweon's got 3. And Team WE have a whole lot of nothing right now, K-Man. 2 minutes until these objectives are up, and Team WE may meet an ugly fate.
I'm really not sure what the avenue back is for this WE team. Obviously, they have some chances, right? I mean, they're down everywhere, but you get one good fight onto Yunara or Hui, and you can get some gold. York's still going to be able to split push at least decently effectively, but this 8k gold deficit is everywhere across the map. I will say, if you want some hope as a WE fan, if there is any team in the LPL that I, want to be down 8,000 gold against, it might be Top Esports. This is a team that is kind of known for some mistakes in the latter half of these games, but they're going to need to make a couple because, yeah, this one's looking pretty tough. They're going to need a game 1 level stall out, I think, for this to get easier for them.
Yeah, but the problem is they were able to stall out, and they still lost the game. You still had a moment where things got away from you. It just feels like it's the Team WE way right now. Is that you can stall out and make a critical error, lose all your progress, come back a little bit, make another critical error, and lose all your progress again.
It's unfortunate for WE that in order to win games in the LPL, you have to actively win team fights. I think that is a bit of a downside for WE. I think they would really hope that they could get a different way done. Unfortunately, in a position like this, I still think that you're in a better spot than game number 1, even though it's so tough and they were able to stall out game 1, because at least you have champions that can do something. If you're able to stall out, like eventually get to 4 or 5 items, you have a Yunari, you have a Hui, like you have champions that can function more than you did in that first game, but you're gonna need a very similar performance, and you're down significantly more than you were in that first game. So a miracle kind of needs to happen. Baron is spawning in 15 seconds. And look at Zweon here.
Yeah, we're going all in, but he immediately uses his ultimate just to escape. So that play is foiled, and again, Team WE come up empty. Checking in on the items here. About is working on item number 3, but is still far away from this Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that's you don't want to be far away at this point in the game. Cube gonna get some gold on the top side. Arrow's gonna come up.
Hey, he got one. There we go, Jackie Love, and now Zweon's right on top of Cube, and I don't even think the Maiden can save you. The cage is going to fall down. Cream is going to ult over the wall, and Cube is cooked.
Cream and Zweon linking up on the top side because of Jackie Love's beautiful arrow. The first major one he's hit on a side lane this game, but better late than never for sure when it comes to those Ashe arrows. Getting that at any point in the game is a positive, and that's likely going to lead to all of this top lane pressure turning into a potential Baron WE.
Tia just hops in. He says, they might be here. I don't really care. Teleport from behind his way on, right on top of About, and immediately the jungler's blown up. One encore as Top Esports run over Team WE, and they will take an encore straight to the Baron pit for their second.
Can I just say, this has been a gorgeous game from Feng Yue on this Seraphine. A brilliant 2-man ultimate there to really seal everything together with Zweon as well. A fantastic teleport onto the back end. Top Esports are styling on WE at this point, an 11k gold lead. You know, this looks like a good play for WE at first because you have TN jumping in. It's Neferi. I mean, how many invulnerabilities does that champion have? So many different ways to be able to escape. The moment this Ambessa arrives, oh, Monkey and About are donezo. This Xin Zhao is gone and the fight is over. This ultimate is just the cherry on top. It's not the first, nor do I think it will be the last massive ultimate that Feng Yue has done on this champion. And with Baron now pushing into the base, we might be looking at a pretty quick end here for TES.
In one of their prior games, they took Baron, they took no recalls after taking everything in the base, and they just said, we're going to end the game. They might be doing so here with a 14,000 gold lead. Do we really think that Team WE is going to stop them? Well, they're at least going to try. Monkey takes an arrow straight to the mouth and is immediately stomped into the dirt. Look who's diving turrets. It's TM, but he got caught with the Spiraling Despair, and Cube gets the shutdown. It's a 4v4 as Team WE are desperate, trying to keep these turrets upright. Zwayan is able to walk up and start chopping this one down. You've got one remaining, and it's starting to get on its last legs. Cream, very low, but the Maiden will finally fall.
Yeah, Maiden goes down.
Trying to keep them away. See if we're going to get more immediate fear on the ultimate from Cream, but this last turret's going to fall. Team WE get charmed up. Encore for Feng Yue. And Top Esports has no problems with Team WE in Game 2 and has largely no problems in this series.
Top Esports. I mean, at what point do we start taking this team seriously? I get WE was not exactly the hardest of competition, but the execution in that second game was brilliant from TES. A real monumental team effort. All 5 members of the team contributing in this one, doing their jobs. This team gets to 2-1. I love the way that this team is playing right now. They get themselves a big victory, and let's remember, there have been 3 days of competition in the LPL. Top Esports have played in all 3 of those days. They're only going to get more time to practice with each other, and if this is the starting point, could be a pretty good split for them.
As for Team WE, I don't know if they have enough time in the world to be able to figure out what's going on with them. I mean, I hate to be harsh about it, but this is the team that just has absolutely no sauce, as Alk would say. They have nothing right now that you can get excited about because Monkey is not the same guy he was in 2025. He's not being enabled the same way. This bot lane hasn't come together as a 2v2 unit, and Arha has not made the impact that has been expected of him slotting into this squad so far.
It's a tough start for WE. I think that's fair to say. 0-4 in their first 2 series. Obviously, it's a lot of time. It's double round robin. They're going to get the chance to be able to fight their way back in this group, but you know, our expectations were already kind of against them in terms of what the thought process was. I had them ranked as a team that I did not expect to make playoffs going into the split. I had the number 9 in my personal power rankings, and you know, obviously top 8 is playoffs. So this is a team that currently is playing for confidence. You know, there are a lot of things that you can talk about for Group Ascend teams. You know, we talk about a lot of these teams like Top Esports, Invictus, Weibo, trying to break through into that upper echelon. WE is in Group Ascend for a reason. They were good enough to be top 8. If they can, you know, right the ship and get some level of confidence, maybe they can continue to be a Group Ascend caliber team for now. It's definitely looking a little tough, and they definitely look a bit outmatched in Group Ascend.
Yeah, the good news is you are getting the practice against the Group Ascend teams, right? But it's looking like you're more like a farm team right now, unfortunately, because you know, the last time that Team WE was in Group Ascend, this is a team that was able to fight and able to, you know, take games off of some of these teams that looked a little bit weaker. But with a lot of the Split 1 changes compared to even last year, these teams have gotten a lot stronger. This IG squad, as an example, which might be one of the lower tier teams from Split 1 Group Ascend, they're not a team that Team WE are going to have, I would say, a decent chance at beating. I think that IG would be able to beat this team, and you know, at that point you're just competing with NIP, and we already saw what happened there. I have big concerns that this Team WE squad, we thought that they could be close to 5 wins. That number might be a lot lower than we think.
Yeah, I mean, I was predicting around 1 or 2. I feel pretty good about my prediction right now.
Are you sure?
Definitely feels. You know what? You're right.
You might be overshooting it. I'm not lying to you.
If I said 1 or 2 game wins, would that be more in line of what you're thinking? Like,
All right.
Yeah, it's
Can live with that.
It's a tough start for WE, and the concern is that really what they did well throughout a lot of last year, it's just not happening. Monkey is super off base right now with his early games. Even when he is in a good spot, this Xin Zhao was in a position where he could skirmish in the early game. He got 2 free kills. He was down 30 CS because TN was just invading him constantly, and he had no real repercussion, no real recourse for that. We talked about this in the previous series for NIP. Monkey, to me, has been figured out. Like, I think the tape is out on this guy. Like, I think that there is clearly something that these teams have identified, and they are going, if we invade this guy, he's going to lose his mental. He doesn't really understand what he needs to do, and we can generate big advantages against that. We've seen every team this split so far say, as long as we just perma invade him, we'll win the game, and they've all been correct.
So how do you fix that? What's the solution here with the tools that you have available on Team WE? Do you just have to play harder for this bot lane and really rely on them? We have seen some teams in the LPL be able to succeed off of that, but I think that's the only sort of juice that you really have.
My big concern is that when I hear, oh, jungler is getting invaded over and over again, is in a spot where he needs assistance, what fixes that is winning lanes, right? Is priority, it's the ability to play more comfortably, it's the ability for the jungler to be more passive in the early game because you have the ability to skirmish if something bad goes on. WE don't have the laners to have good lanes consistently. Cube is not winning top lane consistently. Karus is not winning mid lane consistently. And bot lane certainly not winning the 2v2 consistently. If you're not drafting these pushing lanes, those invades are going to keep happening, and Monkey is going to be put on the back foot. And unfortunately, right now, it just doesn't feel like anybody else can pick up the slack. If you're taking away his ability to carry, that might be a big problem for a WE team entirely built around their jungler.
He's got to find another gear. As you said, he has been solved, and right now, there's no response for Team WE. We'll have to see how that progresses throughout the split. They're currently doing an interview with Jackie Love right now, so it looks like he may be our player of the series. So for the moment, let's go and take a look at the updated standings that we have for you here. Just a couple of days into the LPL, IG sitting at 2-0, Top Esports at 2-1, BLG in third at 1-0, and then you've got NIP AL for fifth at 1-1, and then down near the bottom side, JDG Weibo, who have only had one game apiece. Of course, Team WE was now 0-2 came in.
0-2 is a tough start, especially considering one of those is against NIP, one of the teams that you would expect them to be able to compete against. Obviously, nothing's over. This is double round robin here in the LPL for Group Ascend in particular, and so, you will have the chance to be able to get a couple of rematches against NIP and, a team like Top Esports that could potentially be beatable, if you continue to progress, but certainly nothing on tape would indicate that this team has been particularly competitive, and you just have to hope that they can turn it around. TES sitting in second place is hugely positive for them. They got destroyed on day number 1, so for them to be 2-1 after, the way that they lost, I think is got to be good for the mental.
And not only the fact that they're 2-1, but who they beat. Obviously, beat Team WE just now, but that win against AL is actually huge because we still expect AL to be a very good team. We still need to see what's going on with them. They should have some matchups they could take advantage of coming down the stretch. And speaking of future matchups, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the schedule for the week because there is action almost every day. Again, not every day as it once was. When you take a look at some really big matchups here, we've got JDG versus Top Esports. But K-Man, Friday the 10th looks stacked.
I mean, it really is stacked. JDG versus AL is a true conversation on who the second best team is in the LPL, or at least the favorite for that is. I mean, it's pretty wide open now, but generally that's awesome. LNG versus EDG, our first Group Nirvana matchup, those are the two best teams, I think, from a lot of people's perspective in Group Nirvana. That could decide who the number 1 seed is in that group. And as a reminder, for those of you who aren't familiar with the format, the way that this works is that the bottom 4 teams from Group Ascend and the top 4 teams from Group Nirvana each play each other seeded correctly in one best of 5 to get into playoffs and to get into Group Ascend for Summer Split. So being the number 1 seed, you might get a chance to face a WE team, and all of a sudden that looks like a pretty juicy prospect.
Yeah, they will be potentially easy pickings for some of those squad, but it is nice to see that we're going to get some Group Nirvana action going because it's been a little bit too long since we've seen the teams that everybody here, all of the watchers and everybody on our side really, truly love K-Man. I know you love yourself some Group Nirvana too. Before we go, got a couple of shout outs. Our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung, because their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast, give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product almost every single day. Not quite every single day as it once was, but we have more action coming on the rest of the week, as you saw earlier. Tomorrow is NIP versus Weibo Gaming. That'll be covered by Jay Beto and Gordo. And then BLG versus Team WE. Team WE going through the ringer early. That'll be covered by Melvin and Mazel. But that will do it for us here today. We want to thank you all so much for watching. For myself, for my co-caster K-Man, for Shivan behind the glass, for Cubby and Dia, our earlier casters, and the rest of the LPL English family. We thank you so much for being here with us today. And we hope to see you tomorrow for some more LPL action.